Information is everywhere. But insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins. Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So
but as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. By eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for smarter navigation, for customizable alerts, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, Business Day Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
For many years, the NNPC Limited and First ENP joint venture operating under Petroleum Mining Leases 53 and 54 has stood out not only as an engine for energy production, but also as a committed partner to the communities that hosts its operations off the coast of Bayelsa State. Across our 11 host communities, our belief in shared prosperity is brought to life in tangible ways through initiatives in health, education, infrastructure, and enterprise development. As well as the Host Communities Development Trust, we are delivering programs that create real, lasting impact. One of the most transformative of these is our flagship Berkey Scholarship Program, a cornerstone of our education development pillar. Through this initiative, 51 talented and determined children from our host communities are gaining access to one of the top secondary schools in Lagos, Nigeria. For many, it is a life-changing opportunity to see a world far beyond what they once imagined.
The Becky Scholarship Scheme started out after we undertook our baseline assessment in our host communities, and we identified a huge gap in education. And one of the ways we decided to focus on education was to provide scholarship to students in the communities.
When I heard that I was one that took first in this scholarship examination, I was happy because I know that I'm going to make my parents proud.
I that my interval scholarship, I was so happy, I don't know what to say.
If looking at it, nobody in this place for now can sponsor a daughter or a son to that place. So it's a good impact that students from Fishan community are enjoying College Lagos.
But providing world-class education is only the beginning. We created a mentorship program that pairs each student with a First ENP staff member, offering guidance, encouragement, and a steady hand throughout their academic journey.
The mentorship program has not only added to the boys and girls under the mentorship scheme, I think it has added to me as a person as well. It gives fulfillment and joy that you are able to impact someone else that is not necessarily your blood, and you can see them grow.
Because for us, these students are not statistics. They are stories. Stories of children whose dreams are now within reach, empowered to become change agents for their communities. Stories of families whose hopes for a brighter tomorrow finally feel possible. Stories of communities witnessing the power of education to transform their future.
I can remember when the first set came. Very timid, shy, unsure of what will happen, but I've seen a lot of transformation.
Many of them have taken leadership positions. Many of them are good in sports.
My teachers, actually, they have changed my life in many ways, especially in my reading and writing.
Being here has helped me in different areas in my life. In my academics, I am more stronger now than before.
I want to thank First ENP for this bright opportunity because it's a very big one. It has changed so many lives.
Each child represents a spark of potential, of hope, of what tomorrow could be. And through Berkey Scholarship Program, that spark is being nurtured into a flame that can one day light up the world. We believe energy is more than natural resources. It is the drive to create opportunities. It is the power to uplift, it is the courage to build a better future. One child, one family, one community at a time.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
You've tuned into the breakfast show right here on Business Day Television. It's a beautiful Thursday morning in Lagos City, and we have enough pack to keep you going this morning. Thank you for joining us. My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And I am Destiny Momo.
Destiny, it's good to see you this morning.
Very good to see you too. I like it when I see you on purple. It brings out that royalty that I always call you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah.
It's good to see you. And you look great as well.
Thank you, my
As
darling.
always.
As always.
Yeah.
You too. As always.
Wait, just before we go into the show, how's the school run been with your kids?
You don't want to know.
And all of that.
You don't want to do breakfast show today because
really?
it's going to be an endless one. But really, I just want to, the school run thing, leaving it for like over 3 weeks and coming back to it seems a bit, wow, we're back at this again. But then again, if you can plan well, you will not be caught, in between two walls. You
So
just
I always hear
know how to-
parents say things like, "Oh, well, like when the children are back from are on holidays, they're like, oh my goodness, it's a whole lot." And then when they go, they're like, they miss them.
Yeah.
So it,
also the planning of
ways.
letting them go again, it
Yes.
takes a lot too, because as parents you just want everything to be prim and proper,
Mm.
because they're children, they will want snacks, they will want things, so you have to pack their, their lunch bag, make it, very okay, and it's not easy really, but it's fine. We thank God.
but you're doing well. Shout out to every parent who is
Exactly,
back to
exactly.
school, paying school fees, taking children to school runs. May God be your muscle.
Tell you.
Let's see what we have on the headlines this morning. Naira records 0.8% year-to-date gain as reserves grow further. Economic stabilization still fragile, and this is according to ICANN. And Kwankwaso accuses Kano government of forcing officials to sign defection document. And finally, Trump's war on the Fed threatens global financial stability. European central bankers warn. These are some of our headlines this morning. We'll take a quick break and be right back to see what we have on the newspaper today. Do stay with us.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Moses.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you. We go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Morning.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it. And I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay television.
for many years we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So it's
as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So, the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. I mean, by eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and, start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for smarter navigation, for customizable alerts, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, Business Day Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
You're watching The Breakfast Show right here on Business Day Television. This is a newspaper review segment where we check out our top headlines on the front page of the dailies this morning. We've got also in the studio with us today our in-house analyst, Mohammed Akonji.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning,
Mohammed.
Good morning, Destiny.
How do you feel
Welcome
about
to the show.
match yesterday?
I don't know. I'm not feeling well. Sorry.
You're not feeling well, but at least on the good side, your team, your international football club has now
amazing. I was expecting
won.
a double victory yesterday.
So imagine if it was a double whammy.
For some people.
Imagine if it was a double whammy. So at least you have one victory. You win some, you lose some. That's like
that is for Arsenal now.
Yeah.
Okay, I support Arsenal.
Okay.
We still have like a second leg coming on the 3rd of February against Chelsea. Yes, it was a good game we played yesterday. But even if the table had turned, let's say Arsenal had got a draw and Nigeria won, Arsenal still had the second chance on the 3rd of February. Nigeria doesn't have that. I don't know if you understand my point.
I get that.
Arsenal still have like a second chance. Yesterday we went to Stamford Bridge in England to play. Of course, we got the win there. But they are still coming back to Emirates on the 3rd of February to come and play. But Nigeria does not have
that opportunity anymore.
Give it to the boys. They did amazingly well.
Oh, wow.
Until get
playing for 120 minutes and more because of the penalty.
We're talking about a stadium, Prince Moulay Stadium in Morocco is 67,000 capacity.
Wow.
65,000 of those people there are Moroccans. You can imagine the noise. Nigerians will not even up to 2,000. I remember when I was talking, it was that maybe we're not even up to 1,000 or 2,000. For you to know how intimidating such a cauldron could be. And these boys held up their own.
No chance for them to.
No team has been able to survive Morocco like that. But they won't play in the host nation. So they have the support of Morocco is the host. They have the support of everybody. So I'm talking about a stadium of about 65,000. Close to 60,000 people already are supporting Morocco. Can you imagine the noise? So
and I also heard that they didn't in terms of seating arrangement, because I didn't get to watch that particular match. I heard that they didn't allow them to sit in one place. Nigerian supporters weren't seated in one place, which also helps. Which also helps. Because I had like people that were there. So they said that.
But they look so scanty. But you can see it was just sea of reds. Moroccans have their own red everywhere. So, but for our boys to be able to hold on their own, for that 120 minutes. 90 minutes. So by the time you get to, you see a lot of dead legs. I'm talking about running.
Yeah, they're tired.
I think the matches are big stadiums. big stadiums, they're tired, they're a bit, jaded. And then the coach tried to be able to make a tactical substitution. Brought in one of the players that we feel like should be a reliable player. Come in and dispatch your.
There have been lots of jabs at him.
Oh my God!
On social media, Nigerians have been jabbing him.
Never come to Nigeria. He comes to Nigeria. The way people are really, really thinking about him.
Wow.
People just went for him like.
The guy that spoke about Sambisa.
No, Chukwueze. No, the player.
Nigeria that missed the penalty.
Nigerians that come out for him. Just go online. You see what people are talking.
There've been so many memes. So anywhere you see the name Chukwueze, just talks about. There've been so many memes.
The one we have the advantage. The point is, we've had the advantage. The keeper has helped by saving their own second penalty. So the advantage is with us. It's just for you to dispatch your own, and then we have that favor.
Oh, the only thing he will need to do now, you know how these things work, is to just redeem himself sometime later. Because
they promised national club that
he's playing in Fulham in England.
No, but that's not really. It's not one of the.
He's not playing for one of the best leagues in the world. He's in England. He has played in Spain. Probably he has played in Italy for AC Milan. He's from AC Milan. He's on loan to Fulham in England. He's the same Fulham. We have like about 3 Nigerian players that play there. He will be playing in Fulham. Captain Bass is also playing in Fulham, and that's where he played. So it's not like he's a professional player.
Okay.
They were telling maybe he was intimidated. Maybe I feel like these are professional players who have psychology.
So what then happened? Should we cut him some slack that these things happen?
I know you two felt bad about it.
Because you know when they bring you at the last minute, it's
really stressed now. So
yes,
that was
just 1 minute.
I said he didn't do anything.
1 minute.
1 minute. You just know they brought him here. I'm very sure the coach deliberately brought him here to come and take the penalty. You understand now that this match is already going to penalty. These guys on the pitch cannot score again. So, but maybe you should be one of our best penalty taker. Just come in. But of course, there are 2 of them that missed, but it was the one that actually be able to change the momentum. If you have scored, before Bruno Yemechi missed his own. But I think Chukwueze was the one that just created that problem.
Yeah,
and he dispatched that penalty well. But I feel like if he's so relaxed and calm, he looks so lackadaisical with that penalty. Fine, I don't know. I'm just one thinking it because I felt a lot of us felt bad.
Because they say open time when you're not on the pitch, you have the best advice. You have the best words.
I don't know. That's like I'm not able to read that because the way I felt yesterday, I know the kind of pressure that was on me where there's a penalty. Fine, it's anybody's game. But I felt like at that point in time, these are professional players who have psychologists talking to them every now and then.
I'm telling you.
That yes, you're going to Morocco, the place will be so intimidating, but you are a player. Just focus on your game. So you have this penalty to play. Just bury it. They've got the other players that play penalty after him. One amazing penalty. They put on to play his own. You see, very amazing. But it's just got there.
It happens. Well done to the Super Eagles. They actually did a good game.
But it's their career. Just like we broadcasters, we cannot make mistakes. So they shouldn't make mistakes to us. Of course.
That's harsh.
We're not going to World Cup. Because the next big tournament in the world now is in June. The World Cup in US.
And we're not going left out. Why not?
So this was just going to be
if they had won this, would have at least been able to salvage something.
Oh my God! I can imagine how
I can imagine how particularly how Osimhen will feel because I know Osimhen is so passionate about the game.
You see that burning desire.
I can imagine the devastation.
He wants that Super Eagle name. That's that name.
Yes, but you know they say that. I think the last time we had such a club was such a Super Eagles team was during 1994 team. Can we just get that back?
This guys, that's what I just felt like with our coach now.
We've turned this to a sports show actually. Can we just move on and see what we have on the front page of the paper this morning? Yes, well done to the Super Eagles and also shout out to I know Mr. Abdul Samad Rabi also pledged 100,000. 500,000, yes, dollars, and he says he's going to redeem it.
The win is going to give.
So well done.
When it happened, it felt like the performance was amazing.
Like despite the fact that it's still going to.
Yes,
the owner of Bois.
Oh wow!
So he promised that if they should win that game yesterday, you give them $500,000.
And
despite what happened,
he didn't change it.
Of course, it's supposed not to be deep because the pledge is if you win
$500,000
and you give that. I mean that's
he hasn't given that, but he says it's still.
He has pledged it, so his name is already out there. He will not.
He pledged only if they win.
Yeah.
But he didn't win.
First, regardless.
He said he was going to give them. Oh, that's a shame.
Like that Nigeria, if you beat Morocco, you are getting $500,000.
Yeah, but he saw that they actually
But they put the effort. No, they put the effort. I mean,
They did put the effort. Well done to our Super Eagles. Hopefully, soon we'll get the 1994 type of team back again.
No, we already have them. The coach, the present coach also. That is, if he doesn't leave, right? I hear there's something looming for him that will make him either leave or stay.
He has to stay because he signed 2-year contract with us, and it's just a year into it now.
Wow.
There are some issues around non-payment of Nigeria factor.
Exactly.
They're not paying him. Those have been there for a while, but he's able to integrate these boys, and there's some other boys that need to bring in.
Yeah. Right, in the world of business, let's see what we have on the front page of the Business Day paper this morning. It says, high interest rates push firms to choose equity over debt. That's one of the big story on the front page of the Business Day paper this morning. On page 8 of the paper, it says, 4 Rivers lawmakers urge colleagues to withdraw impeachment against Fubara. And on page 34 of the paper this morning, it says, Nigeria's 24 billion software allocation to test budget oversight. On page 35 of the papers, Dangote Refinery CEO braces for extremely busy April ahead of IPO. On page 34, 5 high-yield bank stocks good for your 2026 portfolio. More insight for investors right there on the front page of the Business Day paper. You want yes, please.
So I think let me start from, maybe let me be able to take it from there before I go to the big story. Let's start from the IPO, because I know Globalist is quite interested in that. So the Dangote Refinery is coming out. I think we spoke about that on Monday, and that is what is actually, so there's a plan in place for the initial public offer coming out. I think this you should be able to buy into it.
Of course.
It's a stock you can never.
Since I heard about it when you spoke about it, I'm looking forward to it.
You can never go on with it. Yeah, I may not be able to have my crystal ball here to tell you what's going to generate. There's a stock. We should
I'm not a star of that, which I know definitely it's a good thing.
Of course.
But this particular stock, trust me, I'm going to start.
I'm sure it will be oversubscribed when it comes out in April. So April, they're going to launch around May or June. So it's going to come out by then, Dangote Refinery. Because, of course, Dangote Cement has been doing well. The Dangote Salt, NASCO has been doing well. So these two will actually be listed under the IPO. And once it does,
a whole lot of people will invest.
Oh my God, people will have to invest. It's a petrol thing in Nigeria. It's not petrol. You can never go on with it.
You can never go on.
You can go on with petrol in Nigeria. So if that business, of course, only God has that. So I think it's a very important thing. I think the stock as well, 5 high-yield stocks. So people have to be able to read it and look at bank stocks to also be able to buy. I know I was having some discussions with Liz here about some stocks, and I think there are some of them. So when they read it, you'll be able to see stocks, maybe look out of the bag, let people read it and see.
Yes. Grab a copy of the Business Day paper this morning, or visit www.businessday.ng to read on that.
You see some of those stocks that I'm able to mention. Let me go to the main top story. I think, maybe before I go there was the 54 Rivers, the Rivers
lawmakers' origin.
Yes, I think we saw 2 women coming out yesterday to say that they are going to pull out of the impeachment plot. Now, today, there's going to be a lot of drama in Port Harcourt today.
I'm telling you.
They are going to start sitting today. The State House of Assembly is
going to be a divided house.
Oh my God. So 4 of them, of the lawmakers, of the 26 lawmakers, have actually pulled out. But there was something they were now saying, that the governor has to fulfill his pledge or his promise. The question is, what is that promise he made when he signed with Wike?
Oh, wow.
I think it's not clear to us. Is it like, because I was talking about, when the 2 women were talking about yesterday, 2 men came on Monday to address a press conference, so they are pulling out, but that they are telling the governor, and deputy governor to honor the agreement that the president supervised over. The content of that agreement is still shrouded in secrecy. Nobody knows what is the content.
What content
That's is. So when those 2 women now, the minority leader there, and then another woman as well, came out to say they are also pulling out, but that they want the governor to do what? Fulfill this agreement, this supposed agreement. I think there's still a question there. What exactly is the content of that? What did they sign?
Why should it be, in secret? Because this impeachment thing is not in secret. So what is actually going on? Are they taking the public for a fool? What are they giving publicity to? So you understand? When coming out to say things, they should come out and give us facts and figures. And this
is what we are agreeing on. Because we know when the rivers have been in the eye of the storm. The rivers.
I'm telling you.
So when the initial crisis started between Governor Fubara and the Minister Wike, we all know what happens there. And then the president were told, call them, to be able to bury the hatchet. So it's right there and then some agreements were reached. I feel, I mean, this is my own personal opinion, maybe one of the agreement there was that he will not return for second term. Perhaps, I'm just thinking.
Okay.
Maybe Wike is actually insisting they will allow him to complete this term, but I will not return for. And now the man has joined APC. APC people are telling him it's still within your right to contest. Don't forget, Governor Fubara has defected. He's not in APC. In fact, he has the hands of the chairman of Progressive Forum, Opposite Demo of Imo State, who is leading him alive to say, it is your right.
But
Okay.
you know what? Let's
Talk about
on this story because we're going to speak more on it in depth on the big story.
Oh, that's
so
good.
please stick around because the big story at 10 a.m.
Wow.
We'll be having a guest all the way from BusinessDay.
Oh, great. Amazing.
Everything about
the
this.
reverse
Bits and
crisis.
pieces.
Reverse of crisis of the college.
Everything you need to know about it by 10 a.m. Please stay with us.
So then let me go to thank you. So further because I think we were talking about that yesterday. So what is the interest rate in Nigeria at the moment? It's 27%. That is the NPR.
Okay.
Central Bank will meet next month. At 27%. Symmetric corridor is about plus 500 minus 200. So meaning that overnight lending, if as a bank you went to the central bank will give you the loan at 27%. You are allowed to be able to have 5 basis points to it. That means that you are lending people at 32%. You can imagine that's a double digit.
Actually,
I'm one of the advocates of this theory that interest rate is inimical to growth.
All right.
It's dangerous to growth of the nation. If we talk, most of the countries are trying to do single digits. And I think this is a very big story done by David to talk about how interest rate is actually making people not be able to live away from debt. You take loan and you are paying interest of about that huge amount, 32% asymmetric corridor. Some as at 35%. Some of these other fintechs, who as I as all these what do you call them? Some of these money lenders, who as about 40%. When you take debt from them, how do you think businesses, even individuals, can be able to survive?
You're probably slaving for the bank.
Thank you very much. For the banks, slaving, that's just the word.
endless one.
Because by the time you talk about paying that amount of money annually, 40%, double digit, interest rate, what kind of business will you do that will return, that will yield that return? That's what I'm talking about. So, yeah, the central bank will be saying they're trying to be able to do that because of inflation. They maintain that rate there because of inflation that we're not out of the woods yet. But it's something we need to check in 2026. If you'll be able to at least get inflation down, we're expecting inflation figure today. Today is 15, right?
Of course, 15.
Today is 15, okay. By 12 p.m. or 1 p.m.,
it should be out.
Inflation figures.
True.
If it comes down, and we are actually seeing some signs of progress, we expect that the next meeting of the CBN next month, cannot be this month, CBN will likely meet next month, but the meeting is bi-monthly, once every 2 months.
Oh, wow.
So the last one meeting that I remember was in December, was in November. So they should likely start again in February. We needed to see how they can come down on this to ensure that, because people are favoring equity now. Partnership business, bring your own money than debt, because the interest rate is out of this world. So it's really pushing people out of business and it's affecting all of them. Yesterday, I think we went to go and be able to approach a particular client. They're into real estate, and so the guy was telling us they are among those that actually able to get into this. They bought into this Tinubu's 300,000 renewed housing estates.
Oh,
I don't
wow.
like me about that.
Yeah.
So part of the thing the president thought about was this renewed housing estate. So I think they got the contract for Lagos, Abuja. Was not talking about to get the loan, for example, for housing loan. Well, that's the question we're talking about. Housing fund. The government made it that if you pay or go to NHM, they give you the loan at 7%. 6%, sorry.
If you are a regular taxpayer.
No, regular taxpayer, thank you.
Okay.
So there's a federal government pool, they put about 500 billion there. You get the loan at 6%. And even at that 6%, so they were not telling us that people in the north, for example, where most of their customers are, there are two things they were calling for. One, they don't want this interest at all. But at the same time, they need to be able to invest in property. Sorry. Look at housing deficit. So one of the ways we're able to solve our housing deficit is to ensure that we build enough houses. We are talking about Nigeria's debt about 17 to 20 million according to World Bank. 17 million housing deficit we have in Nigeria.
Wow.
So interest rates will be inimical to growth. And we need to check it.
Yes, it has to be checked.
So we're seeing more of these firms now
pushing for equity. So that's why they're doing IPO. They have to be able to launch IPOs. Come and buy into us. They're doing debentures. We have debentures like that. They come and give us money because the interest rate sometimes is quite crazy. So they rather do equity, do IPOs, do private placement, do rights issue. For public.
For public.
But for yes. And most as well that most firms as well. When you're talking about banks do that, yes, it benefits for you because you are a part owner of the business. But some firms are supposed to also be able to go to banks to borrow money. I'm talking about firms maybe in manufacturing, in agric, will discourage from going to the banks to borrow now because of this you are talking about. The rate now is a minimum of 27%. Remember, central bank allow them to have what we call asymmetric corridor. Asymmetric corridor is simply saying, I am a central bank. I give the loan to Destiny, for example. The rate I'm giving is 27%. Destiny is to give the loan to a customer, Elizabeth. She's allowed to be able to add her own profits to it. Remember, because the loan is from the central bank. So that's asymmetric corridor. Central bank says you're allowed to be able to have like a 50 basis points to it. So if I give it to her at 27%, she's allowed plus or minus about 5% to that. Yeah. So if you have 5% to about 27%, that's about 32% to give to you. So if you are more or less like all these other lenders as well, they are their own, and if you do about 35% before it eventually gets to you, what kind of business can you be able to generate a profit of 30%?
But before now, a lot of people want bank loans because they're often better. But
the interest rate is still the challenge. They are better in the sense that the money is always available. Banks liquid, you get money from them.
Yes.
But the problem always lies is what we about all these bank loans, bank stress.
Yeah.
When people get the loan and are not paying back.
Yeah.
What did Heritage Bank 2 years ago? You heard about Heritage? Just pay the Heritage Bank is dead now.
Whoa.
Bad loans.
Bad loans.
Yes, that's for bad loans. They'll give out the money. People are not paying back. Also, they're affected a lot of banks. That's bad loans. What if you're saying is killing people? People just run away from the money.
There's one bank I even thought that this was really going to affect, which is Fidelity Bank, but they're still doing very well. They give out a lot of loans. They give out a lot of loan opportunities.
Crazy hidden charges that banks also get. So
yeah.
You're not about 40%.
You're not, if you don't even know, you're probably getting like 40%.
How much profit can you even make? I'm able to talk about you pay the capital.
Yeah.
You know how to pay the interest of 30-something%.
True.
Tell me, can you be going and say that business will generate 30% easily like that? It's also easy. So by the time now pay that, what is left? Consider that cost you are going to pay. You know, fueling, you pay your salary, after that, do all the other ones. Then it's matching. So it's not imaginable.
It's enormous, yeah.
All right, so let's go to the move on now to the Guardian paper. On the front page of the Guardian paper this morning, it says, on page 3, on the top left-hand side of the paper, it says, professors to earn extra 1.8 million naira yearly.
Wow.
New federal government.
Wow. That's nice. That's nice.
And on page 3, you're laughing. It seems like I'll come to that. Page 3, Dangote assures Nigerians of price stability. Listing of refinery stocks. It's exciting news for Nigerians right now. On page 4 of the paper this morning, it says Nigeria's oil production falters as federal government sets term for big round licenses. And on page 6 of the paper this morning, the big story, the big headline, ambassador's absence, quote unquote, desperation, expose federal government's $9 million lobbying. Yes. The absence of ambassadors and desperation in quotes exposes federal government's $9 million lobbying. Big President of Nigeria, President Bola Tinubu, you can say President Trump, you can also see the foreign minister, Yusuf Tuga, you can also see
Arafat.
No, not France. It's the NSC. Not just
what's the name again? Ribadu. Yes, and then you can see what's Godswill Akpabio, the Senate President. You can also see him on front page. Anyway, on page 7 of the papers, you see Parliament demands immediate release of Edo testers.
Very important. Very important.
Morning on Guardian papers. Says cracks emerge as more Rivers lawmakers distract. Whereas impeachment will come to that one on the big story much later at 10 a.m. And on page 28 of the papers this morning, it says ex-SSG alleged Katsina local government budgets 300 million to pay bandits. Page 5 of the papers this morning on the bottom left-hand side says Tinubu Mark NPN columns one Newswatch profile that yes, and also condolences.
Exactly, condolences.
On page 28, finally, DUC demands immediate withdrawal of no work, no pay directive for health workers. Those are some of our top stories. Headlines this morning on the
This was actually talking about the ASU. I think I wanted to first react to the ASU story. The 2009 agreement, federal government had with ASU, if you remember. One of the components of that agreement is the head allowance. Allowance to be paid to work professors, to be professor readers and doctors. So the federal government has actually failed for a while now to be able to meet up that agreement. Subsequent government has been a problem. We've been having issues that our government not meeting up. But I think this government, if you want to keep the recommendation for that, I was talking to our education editor this morning, to Charles, I know, to see, and he was like telling me about some of the implications for that. The federal government negotiated the agreement in 2009 and the allowance. That's been a very big challenge. But now the government agreed now that first of all, there will be a 40% increase in salary. Then their allowance, what is allowance? This is not salary. The allowance now, there will be any minimum of to their salary. So we get back, which is targeted to 1.8 million naira in a year. Similarly, readers be able to get, I think, around about 4,000 naira, in case of 40,000, and then those agreements were actually there. Yeah, how ASU responds to this now is still left to be desired. ASU responded yesterday anyway, and then their response was actually to vice chancellors, where this money will be domesticated. One of the ASU presidents was saying yesterday that most of the time when ASU fight for all this, the way the vice chancellor appropriated the fund is not comfortable. ASU, is not agreeable to ASU. But just be able to mismanage the money. You had what happened in the market of our university, where they said the vice chancellor collected 255 million to buy cards for chancellors and people.
Wow.
Can you imagine? Another one was not that market of is in Abia State.
Okay.
It was talking about one in Unizik, University of Australia. Right. Maybe for expense also. So I think like I think it's also paying for the agreement. And then the way they were able to mismanage the fund as well. ASU was calling them out yesterday after the agreement was signed. That yes, we have fought for this. The end allowance will be paid by federal government and starting from January. They're going to start from this January. To ensure that let's forget when we are actually negotiated. But that the salaries now every professor in Nigeria claims that before now they're paying 650,000. The salary now has been made to jump to 1.1 million. That's salary.
Okay. Basic salary.
Basic salary. They have allowances that will not add up to. In fact, them is an allowance. So maybe to be able to match up. Yeah, we'll not be able to be there yet, but the federal government has agreed that there will be 40% increase in salary for them. The allowances, which we're talking about, they've been fighting over. Most of the ASU strike has been about this end allowance. End allowance. And I'm sure that when our premium story, because you're right, the story will come out tomorrow. The analysis of this and how much is actually going to be able to cost.
It takes them to 2.5 million naira
monthly.
So the 1.8 is a yearly pay, that's end allowance.
Okay.
So wow. 40,000 naira monthly.
Are you serious?
That's for that allowance.
So it's only those that do not make use of it.
Will be paid once.
Okay.
You don't pay the 1.8 million once, just like the way we have now leave allowance at work.
Okay, so just that
once, yeah.
The one-off payment.
One-off payment. It's that what?
End allowance. That's end. What you have paid, that work for it. It's an allowance.
Earned.
EARNED. Yeah.
That's what they have called it. End allowance. They've been fighting for it since 2009.
Oh wow.
The agreement, last time. And most of the ASU's end allowance we have not been paid. So federal government feel like the amount that was negotiated there is not sufficient. Let us negotiate. Okay. And the negotiation was finalized yesterday.
Wow.
The agreement was signed. As the professors now hand 1.8 million. You read that.
We just hope it's sustainable at the end of the day.
It's like very similar to our lead bonus that we get here.
Okay.
The lead bonus that will be like for 1.8 million. Similar to that for them as well. So I think it's a good way. That's what it's saying. It's still a job in motion, but it's a progress that they've achieved.
Yes.
Where they are coming from.
Exactly.
Agreement of almost like about 16 years and they've been fighting for this. Before this is the right of the day. So we expect that we'll be able to taper up, when it comes to our strike in Nigeria. The Dangote as well, I think there have been a lot of the price of petrol will go up again in January. There is nothing like that. I can tell you that. I was telling you a lot of people in December were arguing with me. That because of Christmas period, let's go back to January.
What came out from the press briefing they had yesterday?
That's what I was talking about, that he's assuring of Nigerian price stability. That there is no, in fact, instead of talking about price increase, we expect the price to go down because the price of oil is actually in the international market. In fact, despite the US-Iran tension that is going on, the price is still normalizing at about $69, $68 per barrel.
Okay.
So we don't expect prices to go beyond what we have at the moment. Except people that will take advantage. And then this talk about that. right? April, May, we should be able to do different stock exchange. That would be a very long way. The third story you talked about the oil production, I think we have to look at that as well. Our oil production falters last year. We need to do something about it, yes. Remember that the budget for 2025 that we are still running until April, our target is to produce 2 million barrels per day. That's the target. Unfortunately, we are only doing 1.4 million. That's affecting our revenue. So this year, the government tried to be able to have two targets, 1.6 million and a target of 2.06 million barrels per day. So I think that affected the revenue in that regard. Remember, the government has made their revenue, non-revenue target as at August last year.
Okay.
But all revenue targets, we couldn't meet that because we are not producing enough to meet that target, unfortunately. So that has affected us. And I think government needs to look at that. By the time 2026 budget, we'll start doing that next week.
Okay.
Once it is signed, we need to be able to look at it. But I think the big story that the is actually read was, so it's just the finding came out yesterday.
Okay.
That because we don't have ambassadors in US countries, do you know that all these things Trump threatened, I am going to gun places to Nigeria. They have spent $9 million on loan.
Wow.
Get to US, but they have to be able to use. There's a group now. There's a consultant that the Nigerian government is using. By asking the US government, which should have been done by our ambassadors if we have them. If you have an ambassadorial position there, that would have been done by them. So Guardian did that expose and found out that about $9 million was what we have actually been using. For us to be able to have these arrangements done. It is really, really unbelievable. I'm sure one thing will be that so they did the analysis on the US government website to see that a particular consultant is actually paid to enable the Nigerian government to bias that yes, it's even difficult. We are seeing America just want to give us some critical resources to fight Boko Haram. And I think there was a report that we had on them about what Nigerians have actually been doing. Amazing things in terms of fighting this Boko Haram. In fact, Yobe was talking about Yobe and Baba yesterday. Actually huge. You understand now? So these are actually good things that we're seeing. It's $9 million that we actually expended. It's actually a very big money because these could have actually been saved if we have ambassadors in place. Right. Yeah, because we don't have the ambassadors, unfortunately, in place, we have to be able to be using consultants to allow us to be able to negotiate. In fact, I think if you be able to go to the story, they mentioned the consultant in Guardian can be able to open that. I think page 6. The name of the consultant, yes, was actually mentioned that the Nigerian government is actually paying. You understand that to be able to get to negotiate. Yeah. So it's a thing called DCI Group. Just check it. I think it's called DCI Group. They are the ones that Nigerian government is actually paying to liars on behalf of us. Check that. It's called the DCI Group. What that means, I don't know. So it's a Washington-based lobbying and public relations firm. To be able to counter the growing pressure from the US government of targeted killings of Christians in Nigeria. So these are just the lacuna. These are some of the gaps that you have there when we don't do the right thing. So we expect the minister, because the ambassadors have actually been sent, they've been confirmed. We are just waiting for designation to be made, right?
All right.
I think we have them. So I think it's some of the stories that we'll just be able to look at.
All right, now very quickly, because of time, we should just drive into the Vanguard newspaper to just see what we have on the front line. Saying that Dangote refinery to achieve 1.4 million barrels per day expansion in 3 years. That's defined in page 20 of the Vanguard newspaper. And here it says that I received threats over tax reforms, and that's by Oyedele. It says 96% of Nigerians' personal income tax from low-income earners. And here it says that the federal government and ASU signed pact to end strike in varsities. And that's on page 5. And from Rivers State says impeachment, 2 Rivers lawmakers backtrack call for political solution to crisis. And here it says 60 years after, why Nzogu's coup was inevitable. That's by Major General Haruna retired. You find that on page 12 of the Vanguard newspaper. It says a bloody coup that changed Nigeria forever. The Nzogu are interacted with by Alabi Isama. And it says story of coups in Nigeria. Akinola, the Ademulegons, a call for Tinubu's attention. And here you see pictures of the president. Sanwo-Olu is there, and then we're seeing from left, the Secretary to President Tinubu, Hakeem Muriokola, and the President and Minister of Foreign Affairs, United Arab Emirates, UAE, Abdullah bin Houghton Al Nahyan, and Lagos State Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu during the United Arab Emirates Sustainability Week in Abu Dhabi. Yeah, and then we also have here saying that the U.S. freezes visa processing for Nigeria, 74 orders over welfare dependent, and that's on page 56 of the Vanguard newspaper. And then Okpadokun's book, The Gone Hegemony 4, presentation today. And Tinubu NGE Ododo Mon as Yakubu Mohammed dies at 75. Edo protest, excitement, envelopes like Puma over release of remanded students. And from sports, gallant Super Eagles crash out on penalties against Morocco.
We'll talk about that.
Yeah.
So I think I'll just quickly respond to what she said. 96% are not paying taxes. 96%. And they are low income earners.
Yeah. So
what do we do about this tax bill? You have to do something. And in fact, you were saying they were death threats that are being sent to him by wealthy Nigerians, rich Nigerians, because they're trying to collect tax from them. So most about this confusion, they want deliberately creating it. You were saying that 96% of personal income tax, because you're myself and you that pay. But there are billionaires who are not paying.
They are not paying.
Only 4% of them.
And they don't want to pay. And they're saying that
that's what they're doing. They're threats to you.
Such a tough time.
It's always difficult to entrench good things. Don't you think?
Wow.
Good is always difficult to entrench.
Not willing to pay.
There is a statement in Yoruba, for example. I don't know. They say that money is like your mustache. It's only very difficult to pluck out. I don't know. They said something like that. I'm going to pluck it out. Very difficult. So the rich always wanted to keep getting richer. If you tell them to drop 1 naira out of it, nobody wants to drop it. They might not want to do. The taxes is something that's very difficult for people to.
I think the problem it's not paying taxes. It's in other.
Yeah, they've already accepted it. Yeah.
Without anything. But it's because you're thinking, like we'll say just for him and him. We're saying, what are we getting
as Nigerians?
If you look at the percentage on this set, I personally have not like
tangible for free.
She did mention that when she was in school.
Yeah, I enjoyed bursary.
But how many people? I remember back in school, even this bursary thing she was saying, was a lot of
back and forth.
Yes, so healthcare.
A lot of lobbying.
Education, you're getting to pay for it. So it's like, what are you making use of my time for?
I feel like we might not. Yes, it's a question, very big question. The government needs to be able to look at it. But I'm sure that there are ways that actually benefited from this government. Let me mention form taxes.
Okay.
I'm sure do you go to federal school?
Yes, I do.
I'm sure you know that if you are told to be able to pay the actual cost of your education,
you're
not able to afford it.
Really?
Because that is subsidized.
I want to agree. Yeah, I want to agree because I actually went to University of Jos.
You are told to pay the actual amount. Because I remember the first time I went to University of Federal School too, in Ife. And I remember when I told my dad the school fee, he was marveled. I can tell it on here. The school fee there was 13,000 naira.
I think the highest fees I paid was the highest fees I paid in University of Jos. The highest fees I paid in University of Jos was 7,500, and that was an increase. No, that was not even my final year. That was an increase that we were protecting against, and then coming out to 7,500.
Wow, school fees.
Wow.
Back in the day.
Back in the
day.
2012, 2013. That's what I'm talking about.
Okay.
So we were paying 30,000 was my first year. Subsequent year was 5,300 naira. That's how much we are paying.
Yeah.
5,300, 5,300 until we graduated. Before they introduced student loan now, of course. But there was no student loan at the time because the government was subsidizing it. And that's what I'm saying, that you would have benefited from those. The cost of what they just fixed that is for taxes. But I feel like if we are paying more, why we are not holding government accounts? I can agree, it's a very good thing because it's a social contract. Why most people are not holding government accounts? Because they are not paying to. If you pay, Now, that's what I'm saying. There is a tax ombudsman now that you can challenge government over. To say, what, if you pay now, what are you using my money for?
How does that operate?
Oh, because I think we mentioned that during our tax discussion. So there's a tax ombudsman, like a tax court, where you are allowed to report the government to. This, I am paying tax and I am passing through Jakonde to Ekwe, for example. The road has not been fixed. You have the right to be able to take government to court over that.
The portals are created.
How many Nigerians have
information we are looking at. But sometimes, that's the question. That's what it has to be there. Look at what Serap is doing. A lot of people Nigerians have even condemned them. These people don't have work.
Like me.
I know people feel like they don't have work. That's why we're suing government every Monday.
Yeah.
But they are getting results and they're putting government to account.
Right,
Something about
let's go
I was
to
talking about government should release Edo protesters. They were forced to release them yesterday. Because Nigerians but some people will just let them do whatever they that's their problem. But when we become active with those things, we see that a lot of can actually be achieved.
Okay.
All right. Yeah, because of
I think the final thing was just talk about the coup. Today makes 60 years.
60 years.
January 1966 was exactly when the first coup happened in Nigeria. That's why I think the expose they brought out here. Today exactly makes 60 years. That coup was a bloody one. Because a lot of people died.
Yeah, a lot of things happened.
Something like the Prime Minister was killed. Tafawa Balewa, Sadana Sokoto was killed.
That was a very interesting time in Nigerian politics. Just
because
killings here and there, death
forever.
sentences, life imprisonment.
So, and a lot of people felt like most people that died were the Hausas and the Yoruba. But there were a lot of angles to that.
Yeah.
I'm sure the expose is actually there. So 60 years after what is actually been the status of Nigeria, the military took over. What they complained about then, I would say suffering them now. And Nigeria was, because the reason why the claim was that Nigeria was actually going down and that things are not better for the people, and that's what actually people to inform that.
60 years after, people are still complaining.
Today now, it means 60 years when that took place.
Wow, awesome.
Right, let's see what we have on the cartoon of the day this morning on the Business Day paper. Real quick, before we head out to, of course, Business Morning with Destiny. There you have it. You see someone seated there with the hat that we're very familiar with. Yes, and then you see a paper, and the president is missing. He is reading. And then on the table, we have France. And then, what do you see the president saying? Morons. I'm not missing. I'm working from home. All right.
He's not going fast anyway. He's not in Dubai. He will be in France until Monday when he travels.
So we're moving. We're moving from France to Dubai.
Funny anyway.
Then from Dubai to where?
He will come back to Nigeria. Actually.
Okay.
I hope so. Let's hope so.
Yes, today is actually the Sustainability Week. The president is there.
Of course, yeah.
When there's some deals. In fact, now there are tariffs that have been removed, about more than 30 items that we exchange between Nigeria and Dubai.
True.
Tariffs were totally removed as a result of that. So.
Nice.
But from there, it's definitely coming back home.
I love the comic relief in that.
I think I love that as well.
I love it
It's not looking at Nigerians, but they have to be plain. Come out to Nigeria to tell us what is happening. Before we went to, the only thing they told us is going to this Dubai. We don't know where he was before he went to Dubai. That's what people are asking. The president is missing. Where is the Nigerian president since?
Carry us along. The citizens need some sort of accountability. Yes. Let's move on now. We have Business Morning right at the top of the hour, 9 o'clock with Destiny Momo. Just stay with us.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome to the Shift Conference. Before I say anything, please can we put our hands together for Dr. Sam Adeyemi. I was on a salary of 30,000 naira a month and I asked myself, Gabriel, what else can you do to earn 30,000 naira a month? If I can sell one truck of diesel, I'll make 30,000 naira a month. When you have a strategy, you implement it.
You must be intentional about building strategic relationships. The power that you have is not absolute in the space because you must control the space to work, to support you, to deliver value. Hard work is good. I didn't say don't work hard, but working smart is better. Working smart is about maximizing productivity using every resource that is available to you.
Your mindset is like a compass. If it's off just a little bit, it's going to take you a lot of time to reach your goals. See, money is a tool. And so what I realized is if a person can change their priorities around their money, they could change their outcome. If they can change their mindset around their money, they could change their money outcome. Our financial outcomes is a derivative of our money behaviors.
You cannot travel within and stand still without. When you see cannot, that's riding on the principle. If I could push the inside, the outside is designed to do everything possible to catch up with it.
It gives us great pleasure to unveil to you, reveal to the world for the first time, his latest book titled Shifts.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and you know.
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So
But as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. I mean, by eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and, start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you'll enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for smarter navigation, for customizable alerts, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, Business Day Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere. Good morning. You're still watching the Breakfast Show on Business Day Television. Now, this is Business Morning segment. I am Destiny Momo. Let's bring you the news in details. The Naira on Wednesday appreciated by 0.8% year to date in the official foreign exchange market as Nigeria's external reserves continue to show steady growth. Data from the Central Bank of Nigeria showed that the Naira gained 10.81 Naira between January 2, 2026, the first trading day of the year, and Wednesday when the dollar was quoted at 1,420.04 Naira, compared with 1,430.85 Naira on Tuesday at the Nigerian foreign exchange market. On a day-to-day basis, the local currency weakened slightly by 38 kobo, closing at 1,420.04 Naira on Wednesday from 1,419.66 Naira on Tuesday at ANFM. Now, according to the CBN data, Nigeria's external reserves also maintained a steady upward trajectory and rising to $45.77 billion as of January 13, 2026. Now, moving on, the Institute of Chartered Accountants of Nigeria has revealed that Nigeria's economy is showing early signs of stabilization while progress remains fragile, emphasizing that accountability will be critical to sustaining fiscal reforms and national development. CAN President and Council Chairman Madam Haruna Yahaya revealed this during the association's 2026 economic outlook, describing the event as both an opportunity to reflect on past achievements and a forum to propose actionable solutions to Nigeria's economic challenges. According to Yahaya, Nigeria's economy showed signs of stabilization in 2025, with real GDP growth rising above 4% in the second quarter, driven by gains in manufacturing, trade, and services. The ICANN president noted improved business confidence, stressing that progress remains fragile and must be safeguarded through discipline, transparency, and accountability. And also leader of a Kwankwaso movement, Kwankwasia movement, Senator Rabiu Musa Kwankwaso has accused the Kano state government of allegedly forcing state officials and elected a local government chairman to sign documents indicating defection to the All Progressives Congress. Kwankwaso made the allegation in a statement posted on his verified social media platforms, claiming that reports reaching him on the issue were deeply troubling. Kwankwaso described the development as disheartening, saying it was unfortunate for our government to descend to such actions. And now to end the news, the former European Central Bank governor has revealed that President Donald Trump's attacks on the Federal Reserve have grave ramifications for the global financial system. And Jean-Claude Trichet, who is also a former governor of the Bank of France, says the Trump administration is trying to change the game by upending the long-held consensus of central bank independence that has held in developed economies for almost 50 years. And Fed Chair Jeremy Powell on Sunday revealed the Department of Justice and launched a criminal investigation into the $2.5 billion renovation of the central bank's headquarters, saying the probe was a political attack in response to the Fed's refusal to bow to pressure from Trump to lower interest rates further and faster. And global central bank heads, including the Bank of England's Andrew Bailey and European Central Bank President Christine Lagarde, also issued a joint statement defending Powell. And now let's go on a quick break. When we are back, we will be discussing the first topic on Business Morning. Stay with us. You're welcome back. You're still watching Business Morning here on the breakfast show of Business Day Television. Now let's go straight to the conversation of today. It says 23 Nigerian banks successfully meet CBN recapitalization requirements. And it also says that in a major development for Nigeria's financial sector, 23 commercial banks and merchant banks have met the new minimum capital requirements set by the Central Bank of Nigeria under its ongoing recapitalization exercise. The initiative, launched in 2024, required lenders to raise substantial additional equity to ensure stronger balance sheets and resilience against economic shocks ahead of the March 31, 2026 compliance deadline. Among the banks that have met or exceeded the required thresholds are major names such as Access Bank, Zenith Bank, First Bank of Nigeria, Sterling Bank, Eco Bank, as well as several non-interest and regional banks, including the Alternative Bank, Jay's Bank, Taj Bank, and Lotus Bank. Now, all of the policy commercial banks with international licenses were required to raise a minimum of 500 billion naira, while national and regional banks needed 200 billion naira and 50 billion naira, respectively. This is non-interest banks were also subjected to lower but proportionate targets. Now, the successful recapitalization efforts represent a milestone in Nigeria's banking reforms, strengthening financial stability and risk-bearing capacity. Now, this wave of rights issues, public offers, and private placements echoes previous decades of banking sector transformations and aims to prepare Nigerian banks for regional and global competition. CBN Governor Olayemi Cardozo has remarked that although the recapitalization exercise poses no immediate risk to depositors, banks that fail to meet the target by the deadline may face license downgrades or even consolidation pressures. And now, joining us this morning to unravel, facts around, this topic is Mohammed Akonji, our in-house analyst. You're welcome.
Good morning, Destiny. Yeah, I'm seeing you again. It's a good morning.
It's always a pleasure having you on Business Money.
Thank you very much for having me.
For such a time like this, talking about important, topics, such as this. Now, very quickly, talking about the strategic impact, right? How does the successful recapitalization of 23 banks fundamentally change the risk profile and even long-term stability of Nigeria's financial system?
Okay, thank you again for having me, and it's my pleasure that you brought me here to come and discuss it.
Always a
pleasure. It's
pleasure.
a very topical issue in Nigeria.
Exactly.
Just a little bit of background, but I think you have provided that, and
Exactly.
it's good you do that. So 2 years ago, the central bank announced a new capital buffer for banks.
Okay.
As at then, we have 36 banks in Nigeria across different categories.
All right.
So central bank, when they give license, they give 3 different categories of licenses. They give international license. That means you operate in Nigeria and also outside Nigeria.
True.
Then we have those that are national license, where you can only, so banks like Access Bank, just like you read, Zenith are international licensed banks.
Okay.
They operate in Nigeria. You can see them in Ghana, you can see them in London, you have them in US. While some banks are national, Unity Bank, for example, Providus Bank, those are national licenses.
True.
Then there are merchant banks that are actually targeted as traders. And then we have non-licensed banks, just like there are 5 of them. Now, Central Bank felt that if you combine all these banks together, if a transaction like Dangote's refinery is also coming to Nigeria, all the 36 banks in that category cannot finance it. For you to know, these are banks.
Yeah.
They're expected to actually be the lenders to big businesses. We call those kind of transactions big ticket transactions.
Wow.
Dangote refinery, I'm sure you know, we're talking about a $20 billion project, a $30 billion project. All these 36 banks together, if they match all their balances, their capital together, they cannot finance such projects. So what do we do? Central Bank thought it wise under levy capital, which was actually a very good move, that banks needed to be able to raise their buffers. That is, to start a banking business in Nigeria, you needed more money. Because the business of money you are dealing with, you needed more money to actually be able to have that as your authorized capital. And that was what led to that in April of 2024.
Okay.
So they gave them a timeline that banks have 24 months, 2 years, which will actually be terminating 31st of March this year.
Oh, wow.
That banks need to be able to raise that. So if you're international license, as I mentioned, international license, before now, the capital base that you need to start the bank is 50 billion naira. So it was raised to 500 billion. You need 500 billion to set up a bank with a national license. So if you're existing or you're just coming into the space. So if tomorrow, for example, Destiny decided to be able to set up a bank, or Lee decided to be able to set up a bank, and also have a national license, the minimum amount to set it up now is 500 billion.
Now, the timing is very low from now to March. Do you think that a lot of banks are going to be affected by this?
Talking about that. 23 have met it already. That's where I'm going. So,
wow.
23 have met it already.
Wow.
Wow. They have been in 2 years, don't forget. These are started in 2024. April 1, 2024 was when it took effect. And Central Bank gave them 2 years.
Yeah.
Go and look for the money. Look for the money. It can be through IPO or the sale of shares. That's what IPO. Or you can also be able to do mergers and acquisitions. Some banks are merging, like Providus and Unity Bank merged.
Wow.
While for some, it has to be like a takeover. Some banks have to be able to take over some. We're going to see a lot of those dynamics playing out in days ahead.
Okay.
But that was what the central bank, released. Banks need to be able to raise that. So if you are national license, you need to have 200 billion. If you are a merchant bank, that's 50 billion. If you have non-interest license, their own is 10 billion. And the central bank has to be able to do that to ensure that these banks can be, because now the refinery is one of the big ticket transactions.
Okay.
Power is a big ticket transactions. With banks having those such financial war chests, they can be able to finance that rather than have to be able to go into syndicate loans and bringing things together. So we're able to mention, we have now 23 banks that have been able to cause that.
Wow.
They've met it.
They've met it.
36. That is good.
They actually did.
Of course, that's what you just read now. 23 of them have actually caught that threshold. So the risk profile of that now is there's more money in the system. That's the meaning. Banks now have more.
Yeah.
Because that's, I think, the question you're able to ask me. I think I'm able to put some of them down here to
Okay.
ensure that with that meeting now, 22 or 23 of them are actually able to meet it. I'm hearing some other ones too that will be able to meet it in those days ahead. We are going to see some closing of.
So they still have like 2 months.
2 months or 3 months.
Oh, wow.
2 months, thank you. March 31 is actually the timeline. So I feel like, one, in terms of achieving that, the very first thing is, with banks having such amount of money, there is lower systemic risk in the system. Because banks have more money.
Okay.
So there is more money in the system. The level of risk will actually be able to go down. Banks also have stronger buffers. They can be able to finance transactions as big as that. And then I think it's also to be able to test the resilience of the system.
Exactly.
It's to test the system resilience. And these are some of the strategic impact this is going to have.
Mm.
We now see that Nigerian banks can now compete effectively with international bankers.
Mm-hmm.
In South Africa, I think they have about 5 banks or 4 banks. But all of them, if you put their capital base together, their capital buffer is times 2 of those of all the 36 banks in Nigeria. Can you also imagine? So we needed to be able to ensure, and we're talking about the giant of Africa. We need to be able to have our banks having, yes, Access Bank is doing well now. They're trying to challenge the Standard Bank in South Africa and ABSA and places like that. But raising this fund is very, very important. The central bank introduced some restrictions. You'll likely be able to get it in terms of what will constitute their minimum capital raise, tier 1 capital, as we call it then. But as I said, the strategic impact is one, lower systemic risk. The risk in the banking system will go down.
Yeah.
The central bank always wanted to be able to ensure that the risk profile has gone down. At the same time, banks have stronger buffers. With more money now, they can finance bigger transactions, big ticket transactions. And at the same time, it will also be able to test the resilience of the system, that it will not just be able to crash under pressure.
All right, then. Talking about economic growth link, right? To what extent will stronger capital buffers, right, translate into increased lending to the real economy, particularly SMEs, infrastructure, and manufacturing?
So I think that will definitely be able to feed in as well.
Okay.
So with more money in the banks now, one, just like you mentioned, I think we're going to make them. Potential SMEs now have access to get more money from banks. Remember, these are businesses.
True.
Access to finance is one of their major challenge. And if we are able to get a way to solve that problem for SMEs, agri, real estate, it goes a long way in solving 50% of that problem. 50% of the problem faced by these businesses is as a result of finance. So I feel like there are more potential for SME lending now. There are now more potential. The banks can have such amount to be able to lend to those people. At the same time, we feel like bank have more of that. Then the other thing I look at is there will be constraints now. So the constraint you'll likely be able to have in terms of those banks having that access is for them to be able to do due diligence. Because the banks can now promise you to have more money, just like I said, to be able to give out. And these are the stimulants of the economy. These SMEs, manufacturing, agri, they're the growth engine that drive the economy. By making money accessible and affordable as well. Accessible and affordable to them, it goes a long way. And then we expect that this definitely will definitely be able to support the growth agenda. Remember, the central bank, the federal government targets $1 trillion economy by 2030.
By 2030,
that our economy should be, Nigeria economy will be reflated to $1 trillion. Now we are still doing about $250 billion. That's the value of our economy in dollars. We are in trillion in naira.
Yeah. Wow.
But we are still in billion in dollars. And that's why sometimes they may not be able to finance those transactions. So when this president came in 2023, his target is how do we reflate the economy to have a $1 trillion status. And the banks have to be able to play a significant role in leading that charge. And that's why this is actually there for them. So I'm sure it's actually a good way. Economic growth will be strengthened by providing more lending to SMEs, agri, manufacturing, who are actually the growth engines of stimulus.
All right. Having said that, you're just showing more light and bringing, more awesome meanings to this. There are a lot of questions that people, are asking. You succeeded in answering a whole lot of them. Yeah. But before I go on with the next question, do you think a yes or no answer that the $1 trillion mark, the $1 trillion mark is achievable by 2030, or we can even exceed it?
Because I hope I'm able to share a bit of a light. We say yes or no question.
Yeah.
But I think it's a yes, but with an explanation.
All right.
Of course, okay. It is very achievable.
Okay.
And I'm sure we're going to get there. With the inflation of the economy, the GDP that has just been reflated last year, remember that there is a rebasing of the GDP that was actually done. And that rebasing now, I'm sure by the time we look at the GDP for last year, I'm talking about 250 billion, 250 billion about 2024. 2025 now, there are a whole lot of economic activity that took place. We're likely able to jump to about 400 billion. So I'm sure that actually 30 years from now, 4 years, right?
Yeah,
4 years,
give and take.
I think
4 years.
To get there. There are a whole lot of, I'm sure you always ask me about investors' attractions.
Yeah.
There are a lot of businesses coming in as well. Businesses have left, but at the same time, I'm talking about if you net out, more businesses and more investors actually coming to Nigeria. In your paper headline this morning, talk about the sustainability week in Dubai. Where the
Exactly.
And there are a lot of deals that is signed.
A whole lot.
That are coming into the nation.
A whole lot.
Yeah, the president was waiting for a while, but I think you went that on the lighter mood as well. But the sustainability week in Dubai, for since money has been there, it's a 2-week event. Till next week. you see that a whole lot of deals are being struck, high-powered, high-level deals.
High
are being
level.
struck in Dubai.
Yeah.
And these are investors that will come in as well. They'll bring in the money. That will likely be able to bring in dollars as well. That will be able to catalyze the economy towards that state.
Well, having said that, I think I should just ask you the next question, which is talking about investor confidence. You know, I just want to know if the recapitalization exercise materially restored local and foreign investor confidence in Nigerian banks, and what evidence do you think actually supports this?
Okay. So, just several evidences, because investors, that's what I'm talking about. I don't even have to be able to ask, maybe just be able to take the word out of my mouth.
Yeah.
Investors' confidence, capital in finance.
Yeah.
Is that capital is a coward.
Ooh,
a
wow.
coward.
Yeah.
It's only go to a place where it is secured.
Mm.
The capital will not go to a place where there is no security.
No.
Capital is a coward. You don't just go and say, let me go and push my head there. No. That security. So what is that security? Where is that regulatory discipline? Is where it goes to.
Okay.
So with more recapitalized banking, what is going to tell investors is that in Nigerian banks, you understand now, the Nigerian banks now have some level of regulatory discipline that will actually be able to allow them to operate effectively. That is one. So, and it is a source of financial strength by having that amount of money in the system. Because back, you look at 500 billion is the worth of this, but we're talking about a worth of a company. So if you are bringing maybe, you know, $1 million, for example, you know that the bank has the capacity to absorb it.
Okay.
The more the bank has this, like authorized capital, setting it up. We're talking about a business that worth this. That will be starting point.
Okay.
So, as a foreigner, for example, Destiny, or we can be a Nigerian in diaspora who's bringing in $5 million or $3 million. The business will absorb, the system will absorb it.
Yeah.
So we feel like that is one good thing that we'll be able to see. And evidence of that have been very, very obvious. Financial equity, the kind of foreign equities, apart from the local ones that come in, since last 2 years has risen significantly.
Okay.
The amount of, since that announcement was made by the CBN, there have been a lot of equities that have been flowing into the system, into the Nigerian economy. And that's on the back of that announcement. So that's the way of strengthening, you know, foreign investors' confidence to ensure that this is actually an economy for you to be able to hold. Local confidence as well. I think we're talking about it this morning. Why do you think, I think I was asking you, sorry for actually throwing back at you, that you would like to be able to buy into the Dangote's refinery share?
Yeah,
talking about it this
exactly.
You're a local investor as well, but you never thought that, never in my life I'm not going to buy it. You're going to buy it as well.
Of course, yes.
Some stability in the system to say, when this comes out in April, I have to buy this. At the time that I look forward to it. That's the confidence in itself.
Yeah.
There's no confidence you can say, never
that confidence is there.
I cannot buy this.
Never.
If the tell you go and buy shares in Iran now, we go and buy it.
Why?
You want to run away now because you feel like, no, my capital cannot be saved there.
I cannot even dream of it. Exactly.
So, because the reason was there because there is no confidence.
Oh,
so
yeah.
you want to buy in the local economy now because you feel like there is confidence in the system.
Yeah.
So you are really anticipating that when this thing comes out, I have to go and buy it.
True.
That's where the confidence is.
Well, having said that, you know, you just actually boosted my confidence. You know, to look forward to more of the stocks thing, because as a matter of fact, you know, a little factor kind of discouraged me, but with this one coming up, I look forward to it, and I'm sure a lot of Nigerians are looking forward as well.
I'm sure the colleague list to
yes,
a lot of them will say they're actually looking forward to it.
Exactly.
They will have to be able to jump into it and buy.
There are a lot of stocks that have, you know, you could just see that, yeah.
And that's why I'm sure shows like yours
expose people exactly.
Those stocks to go to.
Truly. I'm not talking about costs versus benefits, right? Some banks actually raise capital at significant cost to shareholders. Okay, now how do you access the trade-off between dilution today and maybe stability tomorrow?
Thank you.
Yeah.
So I think that's the cost and benefit analysis. The challenge with that, of course, will be capital dilution.
Okay.
So capital dilution is Destiny is an investor in a bank. She purchased, she has the right issue. She also now, right issue is more or less like saying, there's a public offer.
Okay.
Initial public offer. That's saying, let's new members of the public come to buy into our stock, buy a piece of our cake or a piece of our pie, whatever they call it. But at the same time, you bought into that. You understand now?
Yeah.
You bought into that, then you now have right issues as well coming in as an existing shareholder.
All right.
I'm talking about existing shareholder with new shareholders coming. So that likely will be able to lead to what we call capital dilution. Because the money there will be like, Destiny is already in Access Bank. The bank said, people like us from outside, I'm never part of them, should come and buy. I decided to be able to buy into Access Bank. How will we be able to manage that situation? For Destiny, who is already there, she can also be able to buy as well in the right issue. So you have right issue, you have private placement, all these are what we call capital dilution. There are major challenges that investors will face. How will they be able to trace all what their stocks are? And that's what we talk about aggregation of those stocks. So you can do what they call right issue, which is the share sold to existing shareholders. There are some private placeholders, private placement, where they will say, we want to sell to our loyal shareholders, those stocks. So all these things, most of the times in finance in finance terms, parlance, we call them capital dilution. But the long-term benefits outweigh all these. These are short-term teething problems that you always be able to see when it comes to capital raising. Now, Destiny, for example, is having a right issue stock. She's also having an IPO. She's having PP. You understand now? How would she be able to monitor all these stocks at that point in time? That we call capital dilution. But that capital dilution, in the long term, by the time you're getting the returns from all this, they will far outweigh all those costs that you're talking about. Understand my point now? So I think that would be the cost in terms of that. Capital addition is a challenge, but the long-term benefit of that will outweigh it. Then the long-term benefit as well is the growth of the economy, which is the overriding goal. The banks are also to be able to contribute to the development of the Nigeria's economy. Don't forget Destiny. They want to do that as well. The only way they can be able to do that is to be able to contribute their own quotas. So I will say that the benefit from this, Destiny, far outweigh the cost that we are looking at here. It far outweighs it. And that is why the banks need to be able to look at it. They're looking into it as a way of making things actually better. So the future of science, is such that the benefits will far outweigh the cost. By the time our scientists will be able to see it, we saw the effect in 2005. Exactly. 2005, when Professor Charles Chukwuma Soludo was the CBN governor. He raised the same capital base from 2 billion to 25 billion. And Nigerian banks shrunk. But when they shrunk, you now see that Nigerian banks are able to do big things. And so with this as well, the future of science, if the cost, is that the benefit will far outweigh those costs that you're looking at. So capital dilution may occur. Exactly. And shareholders will understand better. So capital dilution, I'm having this one, how will I be able to manage them? But that's why you have the financial advisors there.
Exactly.
They are the ones to help. BusinessDay, for example, we have our own desk of financial advisement. Like give you advice on where to invest, bring your stocks together. To get my point now. And then so that can be the headache investors will have, the cost of that. But in the long term, the future of science, I bet you will far outweigh all this.
Oh my God. Now we're still talking about 23 Nigerian banks that have successfully met CBN recapitalization requirement. On Business Morning, we'll be right back after this break to continue, with matters concerning the same matter, because it is actually a very serious matter. Nigerians want to know if their monies are safe in their various banks. We'll be right back.
Information is everywhere, but insight, that is rare. BusinessDay Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. BusinessDay Premium. Read deeper. Decide
Dr.
smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and
month, and I ask myself, Gabriel, what else can you do to earn 30,000 naira a month? If I can sell one truck of diesel,
to the polls of national economic policy. This is where business meets perspective.
About building
with
strategic relationships.
The
power that you have is not absolute in the
and
space.
stories that matter
You must control the space to
we
work,
go
to
beyond
you
headlines to bring you the
I didn't say don't work hard, but working smart is better.
Join us
Working
every
smart
morning
is about
as we break down
maximizing
the
productivity,
numbers,
using
the
every resource that's
policies,
available.
and
Your mindset is like a compass. If it's off just a little bit, it's going to take you a lot of time to reach your goal. See, money is a tool. And so what I realize is if a person can change their priorities around their money, they can change their outcomes. If they can change their mindset around their money, they can change their money outcomes. Our financial outcomes is a derivative of our money behaviors.
Every Monday
not travel
Business
within
Day
and
television.
stand still without. When you see cannot, that's riding on the principle. If I could push the inside.
Business Day Premium gives you analysis.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome to the Shift Conference. Before I say anything, please can we put our hands together for Dr. Sam Adeyemi. I was on a salary of 30,000 naira a month, and I asked myself, Gabriel, what else can you do to earn 30,000 naira a month? If I can sell 1 truck of diesel, I'll make 30,000 naira a month. When you have a strategy, you implement it.
You must be intentional about building strategic relationships. The power that you have is not absolute in the space, because you must control the space to work, to support you to deliver value. Hard work is good. I didn't say don't work hard, but working smart is better. Working smart is about maximizing productivity using every resource that is available to you.
Your mindset is like a compass. If it's off just a little bit, it's going to take you a lot of time to reach your goals. See, money is a tool. And so what I realized is if a person can change their priorities around their money, they can change their outcome. If they can change their mindset around their money, they can change their money outcome. Our financial outcomes is a derivative of our money behaviors.
You cannot travel within and stand still without. When you see cannot, that's riding on the principle. If I could push the inside, the outside is designed to do everything possible to catch up with it.
It gives us great pleasure to unveil to you, reveal to the world for the first time, his latest book titled Shifts.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Welcome back. You're still watching Business Morning on the breakfast show of Business Day Television. Now, before the break, we've been talking about the 23 banks that survived the recapitalization by the Central Bank of Nigeria. And we've been talking to Mohammed Akonji, our in-house analyst, that have been giving us in-depth analysis on the positive side of these banks that have come all the way, to be able to gather this money or everything that the central bank wants so that they can continue. That is to let Nigerians know that banks like Zenith Bank and Access, GT Bank, 23 banks are safe, so you don't need, to be scared. You don't need to take your money elsewhere.
I think it's important to mention.
Yeah, and they still have to even match to even do more. Exactly. So now, before the break, we've spoken a lot. But right about now, can we just talk about a competitive landscape, right? Will recapitalization actually widen the gap between tier 1 banks and even maybe smaller lenders, or does it create a more level playing field across the sector?
Thank you very much again for having me, and it's my pleasure for being here.
Yeah.
So, the tier 1 bank, as we call them, we have like a mnemonics for them called FUGADs.
Okay.
That's First Bank, UBA, GT Bank, Access Bank, Zenith Bank. I think Fidelity is also moving to that particular step.
Okay.
To that particular level of tier 1 bank.
Wow.
3 tiers in Nigeria bank.
Fidelity
all of
have
them
tried.
are anyway. These are the top banks. They're the big players in that space as well.
Yeah.
We call them FUGADs, or the FUGADs.
Okay.
As we call them. So, yeah, we know that such a capital will widen the gap between them, for example. And let's say a bank like maybe Lotus Bank, that is just raised 10 billion. Like the gap between 10 billion and 500 billion.
You can imagine.
Imagine that, you understand? Not that we talk about these fintechs, all these small loan apps.
Yes, yeah.
Cannot be able to compete with this one. Talking about a financial institution with a war chest of 500 billion.
Wow.
To you that is even still doing, you're not even doing 1 billion. Yet. So Taj Bank, Lotus are just 10 billion naira. So the gap is wide. So I know that's the major competitive channel there. But for banks, but the licenses are different, don't forget.
Okay.
They don't have the same license. Taj Bank, for example, is just like a regional bank. You are not allowed to be able to extend beyond a certain region. And the non-interest bank as well, we call like Islamic banks, as we call them, the Taj, the Lotus, compared to all these international banks, as we call them. So I know that it is likely going to create that wedge, that gap will be there. But at the same time, I think it's a level playing field. Smaller banks too. Look at Heritage Bank. One of the first casualties was Heritage Bank. 2 months after the announcement, Heritage Bank crashed.
We're still mourning their exit. It's quite pathetic. It's sad.
Back most of the depositors.
Bad loans.
They're still paying some of them. They still pay some of them, I think, on Monday. You know,
oh my God.
If your income is, your money in the bank is about 10,000 or 20,000. 2024, the bank came third in 2024. And the DIC recapitalized that, liquidated their assets. They have sold all of their assets to use it to be able to
meet up. Oh my God.
So I know some banks have actually been able to suffer that fate. Some will merge. As I said, Unity and Providence Bank have merged.
But they've already merged.
Okay. Unity Bank and Providence Bank have merged. And the pilots and other banks optimal.
You know, something like this happens some years back.
2005.
Yes.
So that's
wow.
Kuludo.
Okay, yes,
so
exactly.
Then we have about 125 banks. You can imagine in Nigeria.
Whoa.
Before that, 2025 was capitalization then. 125 banks was what we have. All 125 banks, all of them, they are now up to the top 3 banks in Africa.
Wow.
All of them. And that was why Soludo felt like, what kind of banks are we?
What kind of banks?
That was why no quality.
That was one revolution for banks or something that actually made sense. Yeah.
So that was in 2005. So he has to raise it from 2 billion then to 25 billion. That if you don't have all these, somebody can just go and rent one room apartment and say he's doing banking.
I'm telling you.
Those days.
I call myself bank owner.
Just one room apartment and say he's doing bank. You understand? Everybody just become like a Tom, Dick, and Harry. Banking business.
Yeah.
Not a business like you are selling pure water or you are selling.
It was like a joke. It was like a joke. Yeah.
So that's why Soludo sanitized the system. And we're seeing the benefit now.
We're seeing it.
And that was what's actually playing out again. So then it was 2 billion to 25 billion. All the 125 banks then crashed immediately to 25 or thereabouts. They crashed before that bank started coming on board. We just be able to crash down. Everything just be able to melt down to like 25. Who are the serious ones?
What a serious
one.
The
competitive landscape may still be an issue. The smaller banks that can meet up that particular target will still be able to compete effectively.
Oh, brilliant. All right, now talking about regulatory intent, right? Now, beyond the balance sheet strength, what behavioral or even governance changes is the CBN seeking to enforce through this recapitalization drive?
Okay, so of course, this will be able to buffer the balance sheet.
Okay.
But one of the things central bank is actually after is risk management. The proper risk management. So because these people are collecting people's money, banks are collecting people's money.
They are actually.
Customers have to come whenever they need their money, you have to give it to them. Yes, they're not defaulted in that. We've seen case Heritage defaulted because of the problems they had. Heritage is the case in points in Nigeria today.
But you did a lot of sponsorship. You did a lot.
But only they are engaged in bad loans. I think I mentioned that.
Yeah.
Bad loans, they were reports, unconfirmed report anyway.
They sponsored even Big Brother
and
all of that.
Conference.
Oh my God.
Customers' money. And we were them with their managers, some of their board members. We don't ask them to go and collect loans. These are toxic loans.
Oh, wow.
That will kill off the system.
Exactly.
Remember, it's not their money, it's depositors' money.
Depositors'
money that we put there. And someone just wake up and
there was no check.
This was my girlfriend. This was like this. Go to the bank and go and collect money, and that's what happened.
Wow.
Without any means to be able to pay back the loan. It happened to banks in the past. Look at it, Akosita Bank those days. Those days. Those were the challenges. Bad debt is always a problem that will kill the banks. So now the banks also want, the central bank wants to ensure, apart from buffering their balance sheet, risk management as well needed to actually, we need to be able to check that the banks have enough risk management, they have enough risk profile to be able to absorb a lot of shocks. There'll be shocks in the system. So I think that's the one governance reform they're trying to be able to introduce. And transparency as well in the system. Transparency. And finally, to ensure accountability. We expect that behavioral wise, there will be prudent regulations, prudent reporting prudent lending practices that will be able to cure bad loan problems. You know, that's what we're expecting banks to do now. So the banks have to be prudential in their lending guidelines, so that you'll be able to avoid these problems. The time of the stacking dollar, then I'm not sure. I'm sure you will. Maybe you are very much informed, just like over 2005. Banks that died then, 2 banks in case in point. In fact, I know that you had that bank.
Intercontinental?
It's a very popular bank.
Intercontinental was
Oceanic Bank.
Oceanic Bank was very popular.
Most of the Gen Zs may not know. There were banks of those days in 2005. These are banks that are engaging in prudential banking practices, just spending people's money anyhow. And people like then they will report, we just use people's money during his own vacation. We go to Cancun in Mexico, banking money to go on holidays. You understand now? Because they give money to girlfriends, give money to their friends. They just spend money. It's my bank. Go and collect money from them and loans. People don't pay back, and these are what people do. So prudential lending is what banking should actually be. So you're giving loans to people that will pay back.
And they should know people.
So I give money to my girlfriend now. Fine, I don't have bank. You expect my girlfriend to pay back because she didn't see it like is a source of actually his own. That's our own share of the banking. Maybe the banking cake. Sorry for the word. That's our own share. And that's it's almost so easy. So go and pay back the loan you've collected. That is the problem some of them have. Some of all these big LCs.
Okay, so now talking about macroeconomic resilience, right? In an environment of currency volatility, inflation, and even fiscal pressure, right? Is recapitalization alone sufficient to actually protect banks from these systemic shocks?
Of course, that's systemic shocks that inflation, exchange rates, removal, and the likes. But we believe that this will do hit a whole lot. Remember the $1 trillion target? The federal government thought like the major drivers that can push us to that promised land at the banks. And we need them to be, sorry about that, we need banks to lead from the front. Leading from the front is this. So, yes, there are those challenges that we have in terms of macroeconomic resilience of the nation, but we feel like recapitalization will help to shield these banks from all those shocks, definitely, because that is actually the goal. Those shocks, recapitalization can help them to be able to do that. And then in addition to that, I feel like element of other monetary, these are monetary reforms, but complementary reforms as well should also come in. You know, in areas like fiscal discipline as well. The government because one of the major drivers of our inflation, you know, the source, this thing is still not so clear to us. What is the major pool? What is really driving Nigeria's inflation? People feel like, is it a demand side? Is it that people have too much money to spend? That they've got too much money and there are only few goods available that's driving the inflation? Or is it the cost of production that is expensive? People don't have money.
People don't.
Those
are those considerations.
People have more money to spend. All of us get to the market want to buy the same bag of rice. The price will go up. That's demand pull. It's going to be cost push. The cost of production has gone up. People don't have money. So, or is it a wage spiral? Government increase wages that is driving inflation. But complementary reforms also needed to be able to absorb and eliminate all these macroeconomic shocks. Monetary stability in terms of quantitative easing as well. The amount of money central bank pump out, we call that quantitative easing. Federal government too, through what they call fiscal discipline, it's also very, very important for them to be able to maintain the system. So I think all these are also needed. But recapitalization is up there in terms of withstanding most of these macroeconomic shocks. Very much of that.
All right, now, not take much of your time. I just want to ask you the very last question here. I was talking about next phase, right? After recapitalization, what should be the next major reform priority in terms of risk management, digital transformation, or even credit quality? And why, do you think these factors count?
Okay, thank you. So, and I think, in fact, for our listeners out there, that's what we have for in Business Day as well now. To ensure that, because we did some pre-capitalization.
Oh, wow.
Now, post-capitalization, we try to be able to lie with some banks to help with certain things. Now, post-capitalization, we have now generated this money. 500 billion, 200 billion, 50 billion, 10 billion. All different players have brought it in. Of course, the next question will be, the money cannot just be lying there. They have to be used for something tangible.
Very
and
important.
That's exactly where I'm sure we have experts in-house. We're trying to be able to put that to banks to show how can we help them to plan their post-capitalization strategy.
Mhm.
Some banks have actually been doing that. But how can they do it? I think one of the measures is risk management. Risk management in terms of investment. The banks now have to be able to look at big ticket transactions that will not only catalyze the economic growth of the nation, they will also be beneficial to the lender, to them as a bank, as well as to people that are actually able to take the loan. We are expecting 2 or 3 more refineries to come on stream in the next 2 years.
Oh my God.
In addition to the Dangote.
Okay.
We have been complaining about importation of oil in this country. Luckily for us now, I think that's going now. We need to now be able to look inward. That we're not allowing Dangote alone to monopolize the system. Let's have Abdurabi Samad come up with his own stream. Jimovia is also planning up with another one.
Okay.
Let them come up with refineries as well. It's the banks that will give them the money. So diversification. Real estate is another thing. We mentioned during the paper show that in Nigeria today, World Bank said there is 20 million housing deficit in Nigeria.
20 million.
How do we cure that? Banks have to play a role. You understand? I agree. Food is also a challenge we're having.
Okay.
We're still talking about importation of some food items. They need to put money into these spaces, right? When they get this money, how will we able to? We can help with due diligence, you know, and then at the same time perform certain things around, you know, not be able to help politicians with money laundering as well.
True.
You have to check that risk for management. Some banks help with that, but if they have too much money, they won't have any. They have so much money in the system, they won't have any reason to have politicians, you know, using them as a conduit to channel public fund. Also, digital transformation. I think a lot of them are doing that. We are seeing a lot of technology now.
Advanced technology
in the banking system. The bank is at the forefront of that.
Wow.
Look at all the apps now that you are doing. You know, talk about some of all these telcos, all these OPays. I know I can mention that. OPays, Mapampe. You can see how fast they are.
Very fast.
I think now in Nigeria, the traditional banks as well. So I felt like digital transformation as well. This is also very important, especially also for service quality, and more importantly, in terms of inclusion, financial inclusion.
Okay.
Ensure that people are bought to the system. Nigeria today, 65, of course, 68%. We're making progress in that regard.
True.
68% of Nigerians are financially included. How do we bring the remaining 32%, right?
Yeah.
Also be into the banking system. That helps us with formalization and also the credit quality. I think banks now can so to be able to solve the problem of toxic loan, bad loans that we mentioned, is to ensure that we have a good system in place. The quality of the credit that you are giving out, we do your risk assessment and risk analysis. With the money they have in the system, they can be able to do due diligence. You understand now?
Okay.
They can't be able to do a whole lot of that, especially when it comes to big tickets, so that they will not run into loss at the end of the day.
Yeah, you just talked about loss now. I was supposed to leave you at this question, but because of what you just reminded me of, I want to ask you about the consolidation risk. Right now, do you foresee mergers, acquisitions, or first license downgrades, even among banks that still struggle to meet the threshold? And what risk does that pose?
Okay, so I think I mentioned that to you. When 2 years ago, when the central bank announced this, that whether you like it as a bank, this is your target. How do you now achieve it? They give them 3 options.
Okay.
1, you can do capital raising. Go to the public, go and raise capital, go and raise funds. You can do M&A, merger and acquisition.
True.
Exactly now. Come together, 2 banks, 3 banks. So I can't make 200 billion, but I have 100 billion. This is 200 billion. Let's bring it together.
Bring it together and become one.
You understand? That's merger and acquisition.
And function. 2 heads are better than one.
Can be 3 can come together. So that's another option. First option is capital raise. Go to the market, call the public to come and buy into you. Market like Fidelity, because I remember I bought some there, Fidelity, GT Bank, and then Zenith, exactly. Some stocks I can buy into. The second option there is what you just be able to mention, merger and acquisition.
Okay.
Come together. Of course, the next one there is downgrade licensing. If you are formerly national, if you think your money is 200 billion and you have 50 billion, downgrade to merchants.
Oh, wow.
Nobody's stopping you.
Nobody.
It's not necessary that if you cannot stay in Lekki, at least to say this, I don't know. Go to where? Go to Aja.
Yeah.
You know, your money cannot take you in Lekki. Go to another place. So as much as well, if your money cannot take you to be in that level of the big boys, downgrade your license. No one
downgrade it.
You're allowed to downgrade.
Yeah.
Go to the central bank, tell them, please, I can't do 500, I can't do 200 billion.
Yeah.
I can only do 100.
100.
Can you downgrade me to national license?
Oh, wow. I want to thank you so much, Mohammed Akanji, for always coming through. Our in-house analyst has been able, to give us an in-depth analysis of the 23 banks that have already crossed, the good line of the threshold of still maintaining, what they do for Nigerians, earn the recapitalization and threshold. And that's it for Business Money today. Thank you for staying with us as we tracked the latest trends shaping markets and the economy. Remember, business decisions are stronger when backed by the right information. I am Destiny Mama. Do stay tuned for more updates on The Big Story with Elizabeth Musa, and join us again tomorrow for another edition of Business Morning on The Breakfast Show. Good morning.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium BusinessDay. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smart choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
You must be intentional about building strategic relationships. The power that you have is not absolute in the space, because you must control the space to work, to support you to deliver value. Hard work is good. I didn't say don't work hard, but working smart is better. Working smart is about maximizing productivity using every resource that is available to you.
Your mindset is like a compass. If it's off just a little bit, it's going to take you a lot of time to reach your goals. See, money is a tool. And so what I realized is if a person can change their priorities around their money, they could change their outcome. If they can change their mindset around their money, they could change their money outcome. Our financial outcomes is a derivative of our money behaviors.
You cannot travel within and stand still without. When you see cannot, that's riding on a principle. If I could push the inside, the outside is designed to do everything possible to catch up with it.
It gives us great pleasure to unveil to you, reveal to the world for the first time, his latest book titled Shifts.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. BusinessDay Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. BusinessDay Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you'll be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it. And I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So it's
as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So, the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. By eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for a smarter navigation, for customizable alerts, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, Business Day Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Moses.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day Television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Moses.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shred of doubt.
Meet Monica, your all-in-one financial solution. Convert crypto to Naira at juicy rates anytime, anywhere. Enjoy fast withdrawals straight to your bank. Buy airtime, data, and pay bills in seconds. No stress, no delays, just seamless transactions. Monica, the smarter way to move your money. Download now.
Okay now, dependable insurance. After God, like the next insurance. See as the boys the Allah. All the ladies the Allah. Insure your car protection from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. Will you beat them? Ah yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste your money, you waste energy. With AXA, you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
At Stanbic IBTC, we are here to help you grow with financing that helps you expand, expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
True strength. What defines it? The brilliance of a player? Or when a team comes together to win? A solo beat? Or the rhythm of many? The flair of one dancer? Or the art of a troupe? One distinct voice, or the beauty of the symphony. At FCMB Group, we build ecosystems, empower communities, and create the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the group that delivers the future we all desire. FCMB, the power of the group.
A very lovely morning to you and welcome to the big story right here on the Business Day television breakfast show. My name is Elizabeth Musa. Rivers State is once again dealing with a political crisis that shows no clear path to resolution. Now, the disagreement between Governor Siminalayi Fubara and his predecessor Nyesom Wike has moved into political differences to a full institutional standoff involving the state assembly, the party structures, and threats of impeachment. Now, this week, 2 more lawmakers withdrew from the impeachment process against the governor, bringing the total number to 4. While this may suggest shifting dynamics, the larger concern remains the same. How long can Rivers State continue to function under continuous political tension? And what does this power struggle really mean for ordinary people trying to live, work, and do business in the state? Well, joining me this morning to discuss this is Obiaruko Christy Undukwe. She's the president of the Citizens Quest for Truth, a public affairs analyst, and also a respected voice in Rivers and South-South politics. Thank you for joining the show, Christy.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Have you this morning. Christy, real quick, let's start with the conversation and what really is the reason behind, this seemingly never resolved crisis, despite, the changes in administrations and political actors.
Well, there are multiple reasons, for that. But basically, it has to do with leaders or politicians reneging on whatever agreements they had from the onset. I think that's basically the reason, whether it has to do with money or not. the bottom line is that, one, somebody somewhere does not want to keep to an agreement. Two, somebody somewhere wants to probably muzzle up and there's resistance by the other person. But in this case of Rivers, it's nothing different from what we see even in other states. It's been in our politics, it's been in our nation, it's been in our climate. Unfortunately, we are not learning anything from the past. So but for these two, this case now, many people adduce that's the reason to an infighting between Nyesom Wike and Governor Fubara. Of course, to an extent, they are very correct. But what we are looking at is two arms of government, irrespective of who may be behind it, but the fact remains that the executive and the legislature are fighting. They have refused to agree. I'm not sure that from inception of this government, there has been that synergy, between the two arms of government. And I think that, for the sake of the people of Rivers State, this thing needs to be nipped right now. But as time goes on, we will find out if truly they are ready for the impeachment, or it's just a tool, to bring the governor back to line, to whip him back to line. Let me use that word, with all due respect to his office. So as time goes on, we will find out if they are ready to actually work together to towards the end of this administration. In the next couple of months, we're going to be seeing high politics being played for the 2027 elections. So if they do not agree, I don't know how they can come together and work for the next election. So we are still watching. It's still a developing story, unfortunately.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome to the Shift Conference. Before I say anything, please can we put our hands together for Dr. Sam Adeyemi.
I was on a salary of 30,000 naira a month, and I asked myself, Gabriel, what else can you do to earn 30,000 naira a month? If I can sell one truck of diesel, I'll make 30,000 naira a month. When you have a strategy, you implement it.
You must be intentional about building strategic relationships. The power that you have is not absolute in the space, because you must control the space to work, to support you, to deliver value. Hard work is good. I didn't say don't work hard, but working smart is better. Working smart is about maximizing productivity using every resource that is available to you.
Your mindset is like a compass. If it's off just a little bit, it's going to take you a lot of time to reach your goals. See, money is a tool. And so what I realized is if a person can change their priorities around their money, they could change their outcome. If they can change their mindset around their money, they could change their money outcome. Our financial outcomes is a derivative of our money behaviors.
You cannot travel within and stand still without. When you see cannot, that's riding on a principle. If I could push the inside, the outside is designed to do everything possible to catch up with it.
It gives us great pleasure to unveil to you, reveal to the world for the first time, his latest book titled Shifts.
Welcome back. You're still watching The Big Story right here on the Business Day Television Breakfast Show. And I'm still speaking with Christy. And she's speaking to the issue of the River State crisis. Thank you so much for staying with us. Just before we went on a quick break, I was asking about your thoughts on the patterns that you continue to see happening, because many will dub you a prophet, because it said that many of your predictions about River State politics often come to pass. So do you see any patterns or signals as to why this crisis keep repeating themselves?
Yeah, but it's a very simple thing. I mean, it's the power play that we usually see between godfathers and godsons and their lives. It's a battle for a structure, battle for control. You know, it's on, except one person decides to really just calm down and say, okay, look, I give up, I surrender, let's go your way. Otherwise, it will continue. Or where the parties come to an agreement and make sure that no one reneges on the agreement. Otherwise, we will continue to see this crisis. When we heard of the reconciliation after the intervention of the president through a state of emergency and all that, we expected that all the parties involved would have learned a thing or two and would have been able to come back to say, look, we need to move forward. Yeah, we got the information, we heard there were reconciliation, there were agreements and all that, and everyone agreed to that. Unfortunately, before we could, the government could take off again, we now also heard that there's a breakdown of that peace accord and the reconciliation. So, it's going to continue. For me, it's all about the next election. Let's just wait to see how it goes, and maybe who gets what ticket, and then we'll probably take it from there. For me, this government is all over. There's nothing more anybody can pick. It's just about the crumbs. The main meat, is all gone. And that's the truth of the matter, because a situation where you keep talking about somebody reneging, not keeping to the resolutions of the peace accord, it means that the person is never going to change. In this case, the Assembly and the Wike Group have accused or alleged that the governor has failed to keep to the terms of agreement, whatever that is. If he had accepted that, he should keep it. Otherwise, he had the opportunity of walking away. But having accepted that after the first accord, the reconciliation and the resolutions failed, and then you had the state of emergency, and then you accepted in whatever high-profile meetings that were held. It almost lies on you to keep to that agreement. But if you decide to renege and walk away, of course, you should expect that these other people will fight back. And that's what we're seeing. And like I said, in the next couple of months, we're talking about party congresses and primaries. And so we're going to see how that turns out. If the governor is interested in running for a second term and how he's going to get the ticket, of course, you can see how the APC National is somehow also divided. Some are saying, just finish and walk away. If you get the ticket, fine. And then others that say, we're going to protect the governor, he's one of our own. I don't know what the president will be saying at this point, because if I were in his shoes, I should be tired of River State and then allow them to get the constitution to play its part. If the governor is able to survive the impeachment, that's cool. If he's not able to survive the impeachment, well, whatever. And I hope it does not also degenerate. The crisis does not degenerate further. So we are going to continue. There's nothing again to pick as far as I'm concerned. It's all over. It's the next election we are looking at.
Speaking of fighting back, really, why is the governor, why is he not fighting back? He appears not to be fighting back, Governor Fubara, I mean. And would you say this is sort of a strategic choice? Is it as a result of limited resources, or is it a sign of limited power? Really, what should the River State citizens, what should they be, what should they make of this approach?
No, well, if that is his strategy, his approach not to talk, I mean, not to, fight back openly. That's fine. It's good. Every politician has their style. Every leader has their own way. Fubara, maybe he has chosen not to talk too much compared to what we had the last time. There were a lot of tantrums and a lot of, aspersions that were being cast here and there. And then this time around, he may decide that's not the way to go. Let me go another route. I'm aware that he's in touch with some leaders in APC who probably have given him the assurance that they will take him through the next phase of the fight. So it's not totally true or correct that the governor is not fighting. He just chose to be strategic and not to us to talk about it. But again, we are talking of issues of the law, issues of the Constitution. When the Assembly has issued notice of impeachment or allegations that amount to gross misconduct, we expected the governor to come up to say, no, this is not true. We expected the Attorney General of the state, if he has any, to be able to come out to say, no, these allegations are not true. But what we only hear is that, the Assembly wants to impeach the governor, but nobody has addressed the issues that they have raised that amount to gross misconduct. The law says whatever the Assembly describes as gross misconduct is gross misconduct. For me, if there are allegations against you, you should be able to also clear that. Get your media people, the right persons, to also speak to the press and let them know that there is no such thing. I mean, the reasons that they are adducing are not there. But keeping quiet, like our people always say, silent means yes. That's just the truth. Unfortunately, it may work for him, or it may not work for him. But I think that the Rivers people deserve to know what is actually going on. Is the Assembly right, or are they just playing politics of 2027? And it's only when there's a response from the side of the governor, that is when Rivers people will probably appreciate what is going on. But since he has chosen not to speak, well, let's see how far that can take him.
And tell us about this tour by the former governor of River State. I'm talking about Nyesom Wike. Is there a political message he's trying to send with this tour of the local government areas?
Definitely, because a lot was said, and at some point, some persons say, as the governor of River State, he's the leader of the APC, he's the leader, he's going to lead APC to victory, to deliver APC, River State to the APC in the 2027 election, because he controls the funds. Some say he has organic support and all that. Well, of course, you don't expect the man on the other side to just keep quiet. Wike, yes, he's in Abuja doing well as FCT minister, and I mean, to an extent, he's helping to galvanize support for the government for the first time in the FCT. But you see, he also needs to, because all politics is local, he needs to prove that he still has the structure and he has the people. So the tour of the 17 local government, the thank you visit, is a way of also sending signals to those who think that he's no longer on ground. Well, of course, you see that Fubara has not really done much to show that strength. But I think that the gathering of the women recently, was a pointer that, he has the support. Now, let me address this issue of organic support that everyone wants to claim. It is actually those who will vote, who are registered to vote, who are eligible to vote, and who will actually vote on that day. On election days, we see a lot of voter apathy. Why? Because some persons are scared to come out. Some persons, even the women, most times their husbands tell them, don't go out because we don't want you to get, caught up in the crossfire or whatever violence. So it's not really about just showing that. It's also about showing people who have the strength and the power to vote, and they get that thing protected. Well, Wike has been tested, and tried, and has been trying and, and proved true that he can actually deliver. Well, we are good to see for the first time if Fubara will be able to also deliver. So at the end of the day, but the only thing is that they are working for the same man. That is the thing. But a point of departure is whether Fubara will be running for a second term or not. And I think that his ability to show strength and capacity, that he can actually lead Rivers people to victory is what will actually give him the protection he seeks from the APC. And that's basically the reason for that defection.
I love how you put that, but let's talk about the 2 additional lawmakers that have now been pulled out of the impeachment proceedings and bringing the total now to 4. Does this development change the situation of things or the balance of power that we see in the House of Assembly?
Well, the lawmakers, about 4 of them, we had the first 2, Omoma and Degema, and then we now had, I think, Kana and Obiakpo 1. Well, it's just 4. To impeach the governor out of the the 31-member assembly, I think they need about 21 lawmakers. And what we have just seen is 4 on who are saying, let's not go that route. They have not said that they have defected to Fubara's camp. No, make no mistake about it. The fact that one of them represents Obiakpo, where Wike comes from, should tell you that something is fishy. It could be a strategy. Don't let anybody be deceived by what you see. I'm not even moved by all those press conferences and all that. But in any case, assuming without conceding that they are sincere, well, it's for them to call their other colleagues to say, look, let's not go the route of impeachment. We can actually settle. Don't forget that some persons have been calling for truce again, calling for a peace deal. So maybe that's part of the reason why, or it could also be a strategy from the assembly. I think that the 26 lawmakers are tight. They are bonded. On the side of Wike, and I do not see, nobody can convince me that these lawmakers have decided to pull out from the Wike group to join the Fubara group. I think it's a strategy that we are still watching to see where it's actually leading to. Maybe by the time the vote will take place, if the impeachment continues, then we probably will see that more lawmakers will be for the impeachment, while few will be, so it will look democratic. Why are you not thinking along that route?
That's actually an interesting route to think of, food for thought for me and for our viewers. But let's also talk about the economy of River State. I mean, this is business day. This repeated political crisis that we're seeing, is the state really able to withstand, this repeated political crisis in terms of investment, in terms of public service delivery and jobs? Is River State able to withstand the pressure?
Talk about investment. Let me start with that. I mean, when was the last time we saw investors come into River State? Since the time of Dr. Peter, when this militancy, took a turn, and most of the companies pulled out and some relocated to Lagos and all that. We've hardly had investors. Well, we have companies who are still there, that are helping to build in IGR of the state. But you cannot talk about investment in the real sense of it. I've not really seen. Apart from that, there are people who feel that, the institutions are strong enough, the state is receiving their due allocation, and they can also do their business. Most of the private sector, apart from the PPP, which I do not see much of it because there are quite a lot of projects literally around the state, which ought to have done. So for me, there's really nothing, it's neither here nor there, because we've not seen those external investors in a long while. Well, we have a few companies that they are doing their business and they are not bothered. The important thing is that there is no insecurity. That's what most of these investors are looking at. And like I said, the institutions are strong, the allocations are coming as a point due, the IGR is there, so the state has the funds they can actually use. But if you talk of in terms of development, in the real sense of it, considering from the time of Odili till now, it's been slowed down. Make no mistake about it, it's been slowed down because the focus is on how to survive a political turmoil and not how to put River State on. As far as I'm concerned, if the governor had come back after the state of emergency and had the River State man, all he would have done is to make sure that he continued on the path of development. But it has to be through the constitutional means. You cannot spend the funds of the state without appropriation, without a budget. The last time we saw a budget in Rivers was in 2023. In 2024, there was no budget because the Supreme Court said so. And in 2025, we saw part of what IBAS did, the sole administrator. Of course, then there was no state assembly, so they couldn't also make their input. What we thought is that there would have been some kind of supplementary budget, to help the governor to bring in more projects, bring in more developmental stuff, and then move the state forward. But unfortunately, we understand that part of the grasp of the assembly and what constitutes gross misconduct is that he is spending on new projects without recourse to a budget. The law does not say. The law, of course, permits him to spend for a period of 6 months from the state consolidated fund. But the law does not say he should spend on new projects that are not captured in the budget. Like I said, he cannot even rely on the 2024 budget because it's a nullity according to the Supreme Court. So these are some of the issues, so the state is actually on a snail speed. It's slowing down. We used to compare Rivers to Lagos in the time past, but today, I'm not sure that they can even compete with Abia State or maybe Enugu State, which are the two states for now. I can tell you in this region that have actually shown the capacity, to run the states, in full velocity. So I think that Rivers State is the greatest loser, Rivers people. But again, like I said, as long as there is peace, there is security, people can still go about doing their normal business. As for investors, they've not been there in a very long while.
To let you go, what should the ordinary people, what should they expect, realistically speaking, in the next couple of months, as they're being caught now in the web of these political battles between the elite? What should they realistically expect in the coming months?
People talk about the ordinary people. What business do the ordinary people have? It's only those who are aligned either to this side or to this side. Those who are indifferent, they just go about their normal business. Some are sympathetic to the governor because they feel, Wike is a strong man, he's trying to muzzle him. Or some don't have the facts. They do not even understand what the assembly is talking about. The assembly has not spoken in the language the ordinary man will understand. So these are the issues. So that's why you could see some kind of public sympathy will go to the governor. But again, they need to be a little bit, they should be less technical in some of these things that they are pushing on so that the ordinary man will understand. That said, like I said, in the next couple of months, we are going to start real political activity. I think by ending of February, APC will be talking about congresses and then the rest of the primaries and all that. And by June, of course, everywhere we turn up, people will be busy. So whoever survives will be able to lead the people. And then on the day of election, the people will come and vote whoever is on the ballot. That is just the simple truth. There's been nobody who lost out and then the people lose sleep. Whoever that comes is the person that they will vote for. It's not their business. But those who are aligned are those who will be the worst hit, because if your party or side loses, you may need to go to sleep, and forget about it. So for Rivers people, it's business as usual. They've seen it all. It's been there from the days of Odili. We saw Odili with the RDM clashing. So actually, let me even tell you, nothing is even happening there now. During the days of Odili, in 2003, 2002, 2003, the battle was so intense between the Odili group and the Rivers Democratic Movement, the RDM, led by the likes of Alaba Graham Douglas of blessed memory, So it was really, really, really intense. You remember late Mashahari, remember late AK Dikibo, and all that. So whatever you're seeing now, as long as there's no violence to the point that people are dying, it's fine. It's politics that they are playing. And until Nigeria develops to the point where we need to separate this business of politics to real governance, then we will continue the way we are. So it's nothing new. They are used to it. Rivers people are used to it.
Well, thank you very much, Obiaruku Christy Undukwe, for joining us on The Big Story today and for sharing your insight, especially from the point of the citizens on The Big Story this morning. Thank you very much and enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you. God bless you. Bye.
Well, this has been The Big Story right here on the Business Day Television Breakfast Show. Up next is Social Listening. Do stay with us.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Mama.
My name is Elizabeth Musef.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Mama.
My name is Elizabeth Musef.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Mama.
My name is Elizabeth Musef.
When you think of business, think no more.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Hello and welcome to Social Listening right here on Business Day Television. I'm Elizabeth Musa and of course I'm here with
Destiny Momo.
Absolutely. We're here to see some of the conversations making the rounds on social media. Of course, the one which is definitely center stage in Nigeria is the match. Yesterday's match with Nigeria and Morocco. That one is certainly center stage, but we're not going to be talking about that one. Let's start off with our first conversation this morning. Nigeria is hiring U.S. lobbying firm for $9 million to counter religious persecution claims. Now, the deal aims to shape Washington's understanding of its security response to violence against Christian communities. Under the agreement, DCI Group is expected to communicate Nigeria's actions to protect Christian communities and sustain U.S. support for its fight against jihadist groups operating across West Africa. Now, that is a conversation that is certainly caught the Nigerian social media space by storm, talking about $9 million to counter religious persecution claims. So we'll see some of the reactions on social media and we'll also share our own thoughts on this conversation before we move to our next conversation. So let's check out some of the tweets making the rounds on social media real quick. Talk this real quick on this.
If that kind of is there any facts and figure to this claim?
Well, it's it's not a claim. It's actually
a fact.
Yeah, it's not a claim.
$1 million.
Yes. You actually seem dazed.
I'm lost for word. Exactly, very, very lost for word. Well, if the truths are finally coming out, it means there's more underneath or more from where this came out from. So I think we should just, just take our popcorn, sit, cross our feet, and just wait as more of this information get unveiled to us, because it's actually mind-blowing to think that, all these things, they were trying to suppress it, and then we're seeing these things, come out now. And these are things that are actually happening. So you cannot play politics with the lives of people. You cannot say, okay, and this one, because, okay, it's not just Christians that are dying. And then we're seeing this, for this amount, to do a little bit of coverage on all of these facts. Sis, what's going on?
Well, I think I'm just a little bit lost for words. I'm also thinking to myself that that means that our religious persecution crisis must really be, a big issue, for this DCI group, which is expected to communicate Nigeria's actions to protect Christian communities and also sustain U.S. support for this fight against jihadist groups operating across West Africa. So let's hope that after, setting aside this amount of money to tackle this religious persecution, let's hope that we see an end to religious persecution in Nigeria. But we'll move on now to another conversation that Nigerians are reacting to, is medical negligence by a Kano-based doctor that led to the death of a mother of 5 identified as Aishatu Umar at the Abubakar Imam Urology Center, which is a government-owned health facility. A relative of the deceased, Abubakar Mohammed, said Aishatu died after enduring months of severe abdominal pain following a surgical procedure carried out at the hospital about 4 months ago. Now, according to Mohammed, the surgery was performed in September, after which Aishatu reportedly began experiencing persistent and worsening abdominal pain, alleging that despite repeated visits to the hospital, she was only given pain relief medication without further investigation. He also explained that medical tests and scans were eventually conducted just days ago, revealing that a pair of scissors had allegedly been left inside her body during the initial surgery. I see things like this. I hear things like this.
Scissors is not a needle right now.
A whole scissors.
How? It's not a needle. It's not as tiny as a needle. It's not as soft as like maybe a cotton wool or something. Was it a deliberate act? What actually happened?
It's actually a very sad situation when we talk about this negligence and lackadaisical attitude from medical professionals.
Negligence, and this is not the first time we'll be hearing things like this. I have a physical colleague that actually told me that a piece of cloth was actually, operated alongside her during, her cesarean section, and it actually affected her breathing. A piece of, like it's a cotton, right? And it actually affected her that much. Now you're talking about scissors left in somebody's body.
Scissors.
I don't understand. Was that
scissors?
Was she being operated by her enemy or something?
I don't see how a medical doctor will, or a surgeon will have something, just as you said, a scissors is
Muddled up in blood.
no scissors.
Mistaken to be
Because
part of
when a surgeon is even carrying out the surgery, they are assisting nurses.
Of course.
So none of them could take note. It's just ridiculous to actually see things like this happening, in Nigeria. And I mean, this is on the back of the conversation which is certainly like setting Nigeria on fire. The one of Chimamanda Adichie's son, who obviously with everything she detailed, it also showed the lackadaisical attitude, again, the negligence from our health providers and medical doctors, hospitals and whatnot. But you also just see that this, it's said that people could pass on, after surgery sometimes, but not as a result of someone's carelessness. And we're just seeing, right, because you would say this, we're seeing that even the rich and the poor are affected. But let's see some of the reactions on social media to this conversation, because the rich and the poor are getting affected. Oma Ann says this raises serious concerns about medical training, supervision, and malpractice accountability in Kano. How many more cases like this go unreported? Do we have more reactions to this story? MedZone TV says this is heartbreaking. There have been far too many cases of medical negligence on the timeline in this past few days. First, a high-profile tragedy involving Chimamanda Adichie's family. Then the case of the architect whose urethra was ruptured during a routine procedure. And now this. It's deeply concerning. Really, it's actually concerning.
Our health sector is actually very, facing a lot of, should I say, loss of personnel, because of the Japa syndrome that actually, eroded the health sector. And these things are still happening, that when you go to a facility, the number of attendees by one medical personnel, it's too much. Those people are humans as well. They're giving them too many responsibility to handle. You can imagine the number of surgery that the surgeon would have handled, all by himself, to be able to, make such costly mistake. Right. I'm saying, I'm not even trying to support whatever has happened. All right. I'm just going to give possible reasons why these things would have happened, because the health sector right now needs a lot of, because they've gone to the point that they're calling, personnel that have already retired to come back and assist.
There's certainly a decay in our health sector, and this decay needs to be would you use rectified for decay, or addressed, or addressed? I think is the best. This decay needs to be addressed before it gets to a point, because to be honest, at this point it has gotten to a point, a very damaging point. It needs to be addressed, honestly, because we can't be losing precious lives, just every other day based on negligence. We had one more last remark there. Let's see that one on this story. Ali, one message, yes, just one message. It says the tragic fact that a woman died because surgical scissors were forgotten inside her body after an operation is clear proof that Nigeria's healthcare system is good as dead, riddled with gross negligence from healthcare personnel. That's just it hit the nail on the head, and just one message and it hit the nail on the head.
It's painful. A whole life got lost because of someone's negligence. Scissors, that's heavy, very heavy metal.
It's really sad, but we'll send our condolences and our comfort and prayers to the life of the family, that's the family of the young woman, really. But let's move on now to our third conversation gaining attention this morning, which is the directive from the World Health Organization urging government to significantly increase taxes on sugary drinks and alcoholic beverages after new analysis show that these products are becoming more affordable in many countries, driving preventable disease and adding pressure to health systems. Now, the World Health Organization argues that stronger excise design and duties, including regular adjustment for inflation and using sugar content-based taxes, would be more effective and could generate revenue for more health systems. Now, the agency is calling for governments to incorporate stronger fiscal measures as part of its new 3x35 initiative, which aims to make tobacco, alcohol, and sugar drinks less affordable by 2035. This is certainly a policy.
Affordable.
Yes, because it's not good for the health. So the less affordable it is, the more expensive it is, the more people will be deterred from buying. So it's actually, this is one expense that, I mean, we can do without.
Now, I can see the zeal with which you are, speaking on this, which goes a long way to say that you are in support of the
I am
development.
actually.
Anyways, I want to agree that, okay, for health reasons, right, it is good, but don't forget that Nigerians always know how to improvise, and so
what would they do?
A lot of Nigerians know how to make these things themselves.
I mean, they can go ahead and make it themselves. That's fine.
So even if they try to make it very expensive and then they now resort to making it themselves, isn't that going to be worse?
No, because for you, if you're going out of your way to make something yourself, you have to make it in the best, in the best way possible. Because it's not like I still derive sugar in some way. I mean, the fruit juices, you can make it yourself. You can make that yourself. And if you want to, would you go and mix sugar and just, put sugar and water and mix and drink?
There are a lot of very harmful sweeteners that they use that is even
but when if you're talking about making yourself for your own self, I believe you
take precautions.
You take precautions. Even if you're looking for sugar, by all means, you will still take some precaution in terms of, that you're the one putting it in your body, except you're buying it from someone. So if you're buying from someone and you're having to buy the imported or whatever, I mean, it's not even imported. It's that the message from WHO is that really countries should just put some sort of taxes on this sugar drink. So even the drinks made within the country. So it's not just the ones that are being imported, it's even the ones that are being made. So you can put more, taxes on them so that people, I can be discouraged if I'm like, at the end of the day, what is it? But let's see some of the reactions on social media and see how Nigerians are reacting to this story. BN Salaudin says the quest for governmental benefit on this move is definitely more than that of the benefit of the masses. Yes, that's a good angle. So people who are addicted to it will find every possible means to still take it, while in turn generating more tax for the government. Such a tactical move from government. Mr. Fortune says this is actually nice. Raising taxes on things that cause health issues should tax more lives. Can be saved. I think what he's just saying.
He said they should tax more so lives can be saved.
Okay, something like that. Do we have more comment? Corey Coben says if they wanted to save lives, remove the poisons. The price hike is just another way to control. Do we have more reactions to if they wanted to save lives, remove the poisons? Well, remove the poison. I think this is also a way, really.
Like just take it off
there was this I don't know if you remember this story. I can't remember who it was. It says the man, the boy, the donkey. It was a song. I think Obey back in the day, which was like, okay, the man was going on to somewhere. So in Yoruba it's Baba Omo Atikete. So the man, the boy, the donkey. So the man was going out with the boy, his son, and the donkey, and then he put the boy on the donkey, and he was at the back, and people were like, oh, why would you allow your son be when you should be on the donkey? Then he came, of course, he told the son to come down, then he stays on the donkey and allows the son to follow him. And people are like, look at you, allowing your son walk when you are enjoying yourself on the donkey. So it's like, okay, you know what? Let both of us be on the donkey. And then they're like, how would you, two of you, be on this creature? So what I'm just saying is, with humans, you can never please people. So just do what you think is best. For some people will still buy these drinks regardless. That's fine. Some people would see this as a deterrent.
When they remove subsidy,
it's what it is. You can never please people.
When they remove fuel subsidy, and Nigerians are like, wow, how can they be buying fuel at 147 naira, and now it is skyrocketed to over 1,000 naira. But the people are no longer complaining about.
Didn't you talk about the woman who said that this Tinubu's regime, the food seller
Exactly.
helped their business. So that's just it. People can't be 100% pleased, but I think as you know, people, humans, governments, we just need to follow the best possible line. People would adjust. Some people would not adjust, but they'll still adjust.
They will at the end
So
of the
they'll
day.
just, everyone will find a way, because you can never completely, no, it's not possible.
Nigerians are very
to please
philosophical.
everyone.
It will shock you. Nigerians are very philosophical. They adapt to any form of change. They make comedy out of anything. They just naturally live life. And whether they put tax on this or no.
Yeah, like you said, they'll always find something sweet. There's so many other sweet. There's Baba Dudu, so many things that people take that sweet. Yeah.
It was when Coca-Cola was appearing too expensive that the Biggie Cola came out. And right now,
free adverts for them. This wasn't on the show, actually. But yes, I get your point.
We're just trying to make our point here, because Nigerians are aware of these things. But so once this happens now, you see more products coming out to challenge
cheaper options.
Yeah, cheaper options. And then when they taste it and find out that this is even actually good, parties in Lagos will actually make them rich again. You understand?
Yep. Right. That's why we draw the curtains this morning on the social listening segment. We hope you enjoyed the show from the start to finish. Thank you for joining us on the newspaper headlines, to, of course, the top stories, to the Business Morning with Destiny, as well as Big Story, where we heard from Christy Undukwe. She spoke really very much on the River State policy, just giving us an insight from point of being a citizen. So I actually learned a lot from that as well. And then social listening, also the conversations. Let's see if this will deter people from taking sugar, or like you said, people will devise other means. You never can tell. You never can tell.
Numbers. So people will look for a way to solve more problems of sweetened drinks, and then they'll flood the market with what the products.
Absolutely. Well, that's where we'll leave it this morning, this Thursday morning, on the Business Day Television Breakfast Show. Thank you for watching. Until tomorrow, my name is Elizabeth Musa.
And I'm Destiny Mama.
Until tomorrow, stay safe.
For many years, the NNPC Limited and First ENP joint venture, operating under Petroleum Mining Leases 53 and 54, has stood out not only as an engine for energy production, but also as a committed partner to the communities that hosts its operations off the coast of Bayelsa State. Across our 11 host communities, our belief in shared prosperity is brought to life in tangible ways, through initiatives in health, education, infrastructure, and enterprise development. As well as the Host Communities Development Trust, we are delivering programs that create real, lasting impact. One of the most transformative of these is our flagship Berkey Scholarship Program, a cornerstone of our education development pillar. Through this initiative, 51 talented and determined children from our host communities are gaining access to one of the top secondary schools in Lagos, Nigeria. For many, it is a life-changing opportunity to see a world far beyond what they once imagined.
The Becky Scholarship Scheme started out after we undertook our baseline assessment in our host communities, and we identified a huge gap in education. And one of the ways we decided to focus on education was to provide scholarship to students in the communities.
When I heard that I was one that took first in this scholarship examination, I was happy because I know that I'm going to make my parents proud.
I that my interval scholarship, I was so happy, I don't know what to say.
If looking at it, nobody in this place for now can sponsor a daughter or a son to that place. So it's a good impact that students from Fisan community are enjoying College Lagos.
But providing world-class education is only the beginning. We created a mentorship program that pairs each student with a First ENP staff member, offering guidance, encouragement, and a steady hand throughout their academic journey.
The mentorship program
has not only added to the boys and girls under the mentorship scheme, I think it has added to me as a person as well. It gives fulfillment and joy that you are able to impact someone else that is not necessarily your blood, and you can see them grow.
Because for us, these students are not statistics. They are stories. Stories of children whose dreams are now within reach, empowered to become change agents for their communities. Stories of families whose hopes for a brighter tomorrow finally feel possible. Stories of communities witnessing the power of education to transform their future.
I can remember when the first set came. Very timid, shy, unsure of what will happen, but I've seen a lot of transformation.
Many of them have taken leadership positions. Many of them are good in sports.
My teachers, actually, they have changed my life in many ways, especially in my reading and writing.
Being here has helped me in different areas in my life. In my academics, I am more stronger now than before.
I want to thank First E&P for this bright opportunity because it's a very big one. It has changed so many lives.
Each child represents a spark of potential, of hope, of what tomorrow could be. And through Berkey's scholarship program, that spark is being nurtured into a flame that can one day light up the world. We believe energy is more than natural resources. It is the drive to create opportunities. It is the power to uplift. It is the courage to build a better future. One child, one family, one community at a time.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Musef.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that BusinessDay Television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Musef.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that BusinessDay Television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
Good morning and welcome to the Business News Hour, coming to you live on Business Day Television. I am Glory Brown Odibo, and there are the top business stories making headlines today. Naira records 0.8% year-to-date gain as reserves grew further. Federal government orders banks, fintechs to remit VAT on service fees. Petrol price hike looms as crude crosses $66 per barrel. Dangote refinery begins 24 hours petrol loading operations. Maritime regulatory gaps cost Nigeria 700 billion naira annually, SEC. Let's begin today's business news in Nigeria, where the Naira has recorded a 0.8% year-to-date gain in the official foreign exchange market, supported by a continued rise in Nigerians' external reserves. Data from the Central Bank of Nigeria shows the local currency has strengthened by 10.81 Naira since the start of the year, closing at 1,420.04 Naira to the dollar on Wednesday at the Nigerian foreign exchange market. However, on a day-to-day basis, the Naira weakened slightly by 38 kobo compared to Tuesday's closing. At the parallel market, the Naira remained unchanged at 1,490 Naira per dollar. Meanwhile, Nigeria's external reserves continued their upward trend, reaching $45.7 billion as of January 13th. Foreign exchange inflows also rebounded strongly in December, rising 38% month-on-month to $2.8 billion. Analysts attribute the improvement largely to increased intervention by the central bank as offshore investors' participation remained weak, highlighting ongoing vulnerabilities in FX inflows. And meanwhile, the federal government has directed all banks and fintech to collect and remit 7.5% value-added tax on selected electronic banking services effective Monday, January 19, 2026. The directive, communicated through email by payment platforms, applies to service charges including mobile money transfers, USSD transactions fees, and card insurance fees. MoneyPoint, in a notice shared with customers shared on Wednesday, confirmed the requirement, stating that all affected fees must be collected and remitted to the Nigerian Revenue Service. Other operators are expected to issue similar communications in the coming days. Certain services remain exempt from the tax, including interest earned on deposits and savings, ensuring that customers will not be taxed on returns from their account. The NRS has emphasized compliance, requiring commercial banks, microfinance institutions, and electronic money operators to meet the January 19th deadline to ensure proper collection and remittance under the new regulations. And now shifting to fiscal pressures in the energy sector, pump prices of petrol, diesel, and kerosene may rise in the coming days following a fresh increase in global crude oil prices. Brent crude, the international benchmark, crossed the $66 per barrel mark on Wednesday, with other oil grades also recording gains. The development has raised concerns across the downstream petroleum sector as crude oil remains the primary feedstock for refined fuel. Industry analysts attribute the price surge to geopolitical tensions in major oil-producing countries, particularly Iran and Venezuela, as well as recent actions and threats involving the United States. They warn that prices could climb further if instability in these regions persists. Oil marketers project that crude prices could rise as $80 per barrel, a trend that will significantly increase the cost of refined products. Exchange rate pressures may further compound the impact on imported fuel. The Petroleum Product Retail Outlet Owners Association of Nigeria says consumers should prepare for possible price adjustment, urging government efforts to boost local refining capacity to cushion the impact. In the related energy development, the Dangote Petroleum Refinery has commenced 9th time loading operations, signaling a shift toward full 24 hours activities as Africa's largest refinery to sustain nationwide petrol supply. The initiative aims to support the refinery's target of delivering more than 50 million liters of premium motor spirit daily. By extending loading into 9 hours, the facility ensures that rising production is matched with uninterrupted evacuation, stabilizing logistics and strengthening fuel security. During a press briefing on Wednesday, Managing Director David Bird explained that round-the-clock loading was necessary to meet market demands and improve turnaround time for product distribution. He confirmed that the refinery is consistently achieving its daily target in both production and offtake. Bird noted that fuel demand can fluctuate with lower consumption, often seen on weekends. Surplus output can be exported if required, but the priority remains serving the domestic market to maintain supply stability. He added that abundant and affordable fuel is expected to stimulate economic activity, strengthens that stable petrol availability supports growth, and ensures cleaner, reliable energy across Nigeria. And turning to capital market activities, the Nigerian Exchange Limited has officially listed an additional 3.16 billion ordinary shares of United Bank of Africa PLC on its daily official list. The listing follows UBA's successful rights issues, which offered shareholders one new share for every 13 held at 50 naira per share, aimed at strengthening the bank's capital base and deepening liquidity in the Nigeria capital market. The NGS confirmed the listing in a letter dated 12th January 2026, signed by the head of the Issuer Regulation Department. The letter noted that all post-approval documents has been submitted, enabling the formal listing of the shares. With the additional of these shares, UBA's total outstanding stock on the NGS rises from 41.04 billion to 44.20 billion shares, boosting market capitalization and improving trading liquidity. UBA's Group Managing Director, Olivia Aluwabag, welcomed the development, describing it as a demonstration of strong investors' confidence and a positive step for the bank's growth and shareholders' value. In other news, the Sea Empowerment and Research Center has warned that regulatory gaps in Nigeria's maritime sector are costing the economy between 500 billion naira and 700 billion naira annually. In the policy memorandum addressed to the Minister of Maritime and Blue Economy at Begboyinga Oyetola, the Sea Empowerment and Research Center assessed the economic fallout from recent disruptions at the Apapa Port Corridor following protests triggered by shipping companies shut down over increased freight rates. The memorandum highlights the broader impact of unregulated port charges, excessive delays, and disorderly industrial actions on trade efficiency, fiscal performance, and inflation. According to the Sea Empowerment and Research Center, these gaps could add 0.7 to 1.2 percentage points to headline inflation and reduce Nigerians' competitiveness, potentially diverting 10 to 15% of West Africans' transit cargo to neighboring countries. The Sea Empowerment and Research Center urged the government to establish a standing port charges review and meditation forum, estimating the preventing disruptions could save between 50 billion naira and 100 billion naira annually. The group added that improved trade efficiency could contribute 1 to 2 trillion naira annually to GDP through reduced cost, higher throughput, and enhanced competitiveness, describing recent protests as a policy stress test of current regulations. We'll take a short break now. When we return, we'll look at the surging infrastructure investment and more business stories. Stay tuned.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
You're still watching the Business News Hour, where we bring you the informed development driving the economy and markets. Moving on, the federal government has proposed spending 3.23 trillion naira on the construction and rehabilitation of federal roads in the 2026 budget, signaling a major boost in capital allocation to the transport sector. This represents a sharp increase of nearly 489% over the 548.56 billion naira allocated in the 2024 budget, reflecting a renewed focus on completing long-delayed highways and repairing critical corridors nationwide. Budget document revealed that the Ministry of Works received 1.01 trillion naira in 2025 for 468 federal roads, with the 2026 proposal more than tripling that provision. The allocation includes 1.39 trillion naira for new road constructions, 285.6 billion naira for rehabilitation, and 1.56 trillion naira for other infrastructure projects, totaling 3.24 trillion naira for the ministry. Key projects earmarked include the Abuja-Lokoja Road with 7.7 billion naira for reconstruction and 4.9 billion naira for dualization of outstanding sections covering 86.6 kilometers. The 2026 budget is set for legislative scrutiny in the coming weeks, with lawmakers expected to evaluate project prioritization, regional balance, and the ministry's capacity to deliver the expanded road work program. And still on, the federal government has approved new annual allowance for senior academic staff in Nigerian universities, with full-time professors set to receive an additional 1.8 million naira and readers 870,000 naira per year. The allowances are part of a landmark agreement between the government and the Academic Staff Union of Universities, representing a major overhaul of the remuneration and welfare for universities academics after nearly 17 years of disputes. Unveiled by the Minister of Education, Tunji Alausa, the agreement also includes a 40% increase in total allotment for federal university staff, effective January 1st, 2026, following approval by the National Salaries, Income and Wages Commission. Officials say the new allowances recognize the expanded research, administrative and mentoring responsibilities of senior academics, aiming to support research coordinations, documentation and academic administration. According to the minister, the review is designed to boost staff morale, enhance teaching and research quality, improve global competitiveness, and address the persistent brain drain in Nigeria's university system. Also, the federal government has commenced operations at a high-purity gold refinery in Lagos, marking Nigeria's first major effort to process precious metals locally regared and rather than exporting them in raw forms. The development was confirmed on Tuesday by Shehu Tomori, media aide to the Minister of Solid Minerals Development, Dele Alake. In addition to the Lagos facility, 3 more gold refineries are under construction across the country. The government has also completed a $600 million lithium processing plant in Nasarawa State, which is awaiting formal commissioning. The facility is expected to support battery production for electric vehicles and renewable energy storage. Speaking during a bilateral meeting with Saudi Arabia's Minister of Industry and Mineral Resources, Ibrahim Al-Alake, said the project reflects a policy shift aiming at retaining more value for Nigerians' mineral resources. He added that these initiatives position Nigeria within global clean energy supply chain while supporting industrialization and the development of strategic mineral industries nationwide. Up next, cocoa prices have started 2026 on a weaker note, falling from about $5,900 per metric tons of $5,224 amid expectations of higher supply. This represents a more than 12% month-to-date decline, with the commodity having a 7-week low as of 13th January, driven by early signs of subdued demand. Analysts say European cocoa processing data for the fourth quarter is expected to show weaker industrial activities, keeping demand pressures low. Favorable weather in major processing and producing countries such as Ivory Coast and Ghana has boosted output, adding to the supply surplus. Market experts noted that the sharp drop earlier in January was also influenced by technical selling after gains recorded in December. Cocoa futures declined over 44% in 2025, dropping from above $10,950 to $6,065 per metric ton, though a late year rally limited the full year loss to under 50%. Lower prices may benefit chocolate manufacturers but could reduce export revenues for the West Africa producers, highlighting ongoing volatility in soft commodity markets. And also in a recent development, Champion Breweries PLC has successfully redeemed the 84.21 billion naira Series 1 commercial paper notes at maturity issued under its 15 billion naira commercial paper program. The company said the Series 1 commercial paper with a 176-day tenure and a discount rate of 21.10% provided cost-effective short-term financing that improved liquidity and supported cash flow management. Investor response to the program has been strong, with a 50% oversubscription across Series 1 and Series 2 notes, reflecting confidence in Champion Breweries' credit profile and capacity to deliver sustainable value to stakeholders. The company highlighted that the full and timely redemption demonstrates disciplined financial management and prudent treasury practices, reinforcing its commitment to transparency. Commenting on the repayment, Managing Director Dr. Aduga said the successful redemption strengthens investors' trust, supports the company's long-term growth strategy, and underscores its focus on maintaining robust financial health while delivering value to all stakeholders. And finally, to wrap up the Business News Hour, the United States Department plans to pause visa processing for nationals from 75 countries, including Nigeria, who are deemed likely to rely on welfare or public benefits. The pause, set to begin on January 21st, will remain in effect until the department completes a reassessment of immigrant visa procedures. It will affect applicants across Africa, the Middle East, Asia, Europe, and Latin America. President Donald Trump earlier highlighted that about 33.3% of Nigerian immigrant households receive some form of public assistance, prompting the review. A State Department memo obtained by Fox News Digital instructs U.S. embassies and consular officers to refuse visas under the existing public charge law while screening and vetting procedures are reassessed. The directive allowed for denial of applicants based on age, weight, the prior use of government cash assistance, or institutional support. The Immigration and Nationality Act has long allowed consular officers to deny entry on public charge grounds, but in 2019, the Trump administration expanded the definition to cover a broader range of public benefits. And that's a wrap on today's Business News Hour. I'm Glory Brown Odibo. Thank you for joining us, and stay tuned with Business Day Television for the latest updates, in-depth analysis, and insight shaping the business world.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses. We're telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins. Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was plenty of demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So
But as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. By eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for smarter navigation, for customizable alerts, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, Business Day Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
BusinessDay Television. Now, let's have our industry focus on the way. As usual, we give you the latest that's happening around and different, discussions and, of course, different things going on with the industries. More importantly, first highlighting your economic and business values and how it affects GDP of Nigeria and, of course, Nigerians. So without a doubt, this is industry focus. Let's jump to our segments and see exactly what we do have. Our first segment of the day, we're going to talk about the quote of the day on auto industry, and then we jump straight up to retrospect on the automotive industry to find out exactly what's been going on since 1950. And then third in our list, we have our captain's opinion. Most definitely, we have our guest, David, right here with us in Negbenosa. He'll be talking about from showroom to workshop, the economics of automobile maintenance industry. Right here on Industry Focus, we're talking about that. And before we go, we'll do our deal or no deal. We heard FG, that is federal government, moves to curb imported used vehicles and push auto policy for 2026. That was said last year, but now we are in a new year, which is 2026. All this you will find out. All right. I am Onyeka Valentine. We'll be right back. This is Industry Focus right here on BusinessDay Television. Don't go away. Welcome back. Let's jump straight up into what we have. And our first thing for the day is the business quote, of course, on automobile. It says here, take care of your car in the garage and it will take care of you on the road. I take it again. It says, take care of your car in the garage and it will take care of you on the road. I'm sure my guest obviously will agree with this. When we get to that segment, we'll get to hear what he has to say. So write it down somewhere. It says, take care of your car in the garage and it will take care of you on the road. For those of you who like to, skip your maintenance for your vehicle, write this one somewhere. It will help you. And of course, get to economize your spending and of course, cut down on your high budget when it comes to taking care of your vehicle. All right. Let's jump straight up to our next thing, most definitely. Retrospect on automobile industry in Nigeria. The automotive industry in Nigeria dates back to 1950s and consists of the production of passenger cars and commercial trucks. Early production was held by the assembly line of Bedford TJ trucks made by United Africa Company's subsidiary. Most definitely. The industry did not go alone. He also was assisted by SCOA at the time, the SCOA production of the Peugeot 404. Pickup trucks signifying development that started from 1970s during a period of oil boom. The federal government of Nigeria signed joint venture at the time, where partnerships ran through foreign car manufacturers and created a lot of value, assembled vehicles and provided technical assistance towards vertical integration within the local industry. These foreign brands went on to dominate the industry from the middle of 1970s to the end of 1980s. You have that one already? Now you know. Talk about retrospect to know where we're coming from. Now let us jump straight up to other things that will give us more room to deal with the matter on ground. My guest in the building, most definitely, he's someone who understands automobile industry and why it's key for anyone who owns a car to get out there and check your vehicle more often to avoid it breaking down in the middle of the road. So my guest, David Inegbenosa, is the founder or principal of the Phoenix Auto Car, a Lagos-based automotive service and fleet management. Most definitely, he has built a reputation for delivering structured and well-arranged vehicle maintenance when it comes to talking to clients, those who understand what's like to get your vehicle into the booth to be checked. Most definitely he's the man to speak to. Yes, he's my guest for today, and we're talking, more importantly, from the showroom to the workshop. The economics of automobile maintenance industry. Yes, it is an industry. Believe it or not, it is an industry. My guest in the building, David, you're welcome to the show.
Thank you so much for having me.
Welcome. This is your first time on TV?
Of course.
So are you good to G3 or something?
No, it's fine.
You're good to go?
Of course.
All right. Very quickly, let's get to find out. I'll make it very basic. We're talking automotive, automobile industry today on Industry Focus. I've been wanting to talk about this for a while. We've been running these shows since last year, right? So you're the first person we've ever had when it comes to automobile industry. And our viewers have been throwing in their questions. So don't just jump right up, so it will help you. Now, they say that if you own a car, it's not complete until you are able to be friends with your mechanic. Now, some would agree, some would disagree. Some say that when you're friends with your mechanic, which means that your mechanic is not doing a good job. Is it true? Wrong. Okay, so I'll leave that one aside. Let's jump to the very first one. For that, we'll just tease a little bit. Okay, so it says here, now, taking good care of your vehicle. Okay. What are the key things that you should look out first? Key things first.
Key things. So when you purchase that car, right, from taking the car from the showroom to your garage, to your home, all right?
Right.
That car starts to depreciate. And what keeps that car running is maintenance. So the key things on maintaining your vehicles are make sure you run a proper diagnosis.
Right.
Have a proper maintenance schedule for your vehicles. If you have more than one vehicle, all right. Make sure you check for noise. Make sure you perceive smell. If you have anything that goes wrong in your car, make sure you take your car to the mechanic before it gets into a bigger issues. All right. Yeah.
So the idea is diagnose on time, you hear on time, get it fixed, drive with your ear, your nose, feel, see, perceive and everything.
Of course. Many cars that performs on the road are due to ignorance.
Right.
Those cars give them sign.
Right.
You perceive petrol from your car, but you ignore it. Thinking, it's just a minor issue. Whereas your car
leaking from somewhere.
Yeah, leaking for the petrol leaks from somewhere, and the whole car is on fire.
Right.
So those are ignorance. You have to pay attention to your car at every point.
Pay attention to your vehicle. All right, so let's jump to those questions now. It says the real business size, right? When you look beyond your car sales, how large is Nigeria's auto maintenance and repair industry in terms of annual revenue and jobs? These are questions that our viewers have thrown at us, right? It says, and why is the bigger part of our economy than many realize?
So, we make money on spare parts. We make so much money on spare parts. Thousands of, let's say trillions of billions of naira, all right? So,
for some people, they don't see it coming at all.
Yeah.
So they just, at the end of the day, now say, look, for what it is, the business is on the road. Then what about the clients? What about those who bring their vehicles, right? That's a challenge for some people. Anyways, speaking about that, more importantly, when customers come to you with the problems in their vehicle, with the problems they have with their vehicle, what's the first thing you ask them?
Okay, when a customer comes with a problem in the vehicle, we ask them of the condition of the car.
Okay.
How does the car behave? All right. How does it drive? What do you notice while you drive? When does it happen? If you come to the office and complain about a misfire, all right, we ask you at one point does the car misfire? Is it when you throttle down? Is it on cold start? Is it on after maybe you've driven the car for like a couple of hours? These are the key questions we ask customers.
So it all depends on the kind of sign that the car owner has been seeing for a while. There are some careless people who will just wait until the vehicle parks up totally, and they call you. Do you get phone calls on the road and they call you and tell you, engineer, what's going on with my vehicle?
Nigeria is part of our country. We don't practice maintenance.
Right.
We only fix cars when they've broken down, and they don't know that those kind of repairs are very expensive than maintaining your vehicle.
Right.
All right. Something you're supposed to fix for 20K, you end up fixing for 500K at the end of the day. Because if you ignored that noise, if you ignore the check engine light on the dashboard, if you ignore the brake light on the dashboard. So at the end of the day, you pay extensively for repairs.
Okay. So in order for me not to pay extensive for repairs,
you have to make sure your car are properly maintained. You can maybe create a schedule every 3 months, take your car into the workshop. It doesn't have to give you any issues. Just like your body system. All right. Everybody should go to the hospital, have their doctors get their body checked at every given point in time. All right. Then also make sure that their body operates well, just like your car. Likewise, make sure your car they are in optimum temperature. Operation. Make sure they work well. Right. Make sure the legs are okay. Suspension system, the brake system, the engine, the gearbox, and electrical part of the system of your car.
Electrical part of the whole vehicle. So let's not move to income now, because really, I mean, truth be told, we know that the business of spare parts and automobile, when it comes to fixing and maintenance, brings in a lot of money. Right? Brings in money to Nigeria one way or the other. Exactly. At some point, part sellers will have to import. They will pay at the ports, to clear their goods. Right? Of course, before they get those parts, they don't really, one way or the other. I mean, you might correct me if you want. They don't manufacture most of those parts here. You have to import them.
Import them.
So you will pay in dollars or whichever currency. So there is some huge amount of money going back and forth, which brings my next question.
Okay.
Now, the mechanics economy, right? What is the current state of a mechanic and auto technician force? Is there a skill gap, right? They want to know, those at home. Okay. How does this affect servicing, pricing, for some people who are not well skilled? I don't know if you've ever experienced where someone who's not well skilled, right? If one of your boys or something goes and misdiagnoses a vehicle. So the owner of the vehicle,
they're well trained.
They're well trained.
Yeah, of course.
You're sure? Is it because you're on TV now you're saying so?
No, they're well trained.
They're well trained, okay. But I don't have issues like that. And then the customer gets to, buy the parts only to realize that that part wasn't really the problem. He has spent that money.
Diagnosis.
Wrong, all right.
We have many untrained technicians on the road. I call them my distant cousin.
Your distant cousin?
Yeah, so call them my distant
Interesting,
because
right.
They try and error. They don't go with the computer. Oh, Oga, it's the plug. You change plug. Be like saying that so you keep changing.
Or the carburetor.
Exactly.
The engine, the cough. They take it off and that's
yeah, so you changing until you wasted so much time to get the resources. And then you bring the car to run the car to conduct the proper.
At that time, the vehicle is on life support.
Exactly.
They're about to give up.
The real mechanic, I've spent so much money on this car. Make sure so it's not our fault. So just make sure you give your vehicle to a professional, satisfied mechanic that has a professional workshop, not a roadside mechanic.
A young friend of mine, his name is Onye Maichi. He wants to buy a vehicle.
Okay.
He has never driven a car before, never owned a car before. What would be the advice as someone who's an auto mechanic, professional expert? What would be the advice for that fellow?
What depends on the car is buying.
Buy a Toyota vehicle.
My advice would be make sure you read the manual.
Manual?
Most people don't read manuals.
They're always in a hurry.
Always in a hurry to drive the car. Every car comes with their own manual. And in the manual, you have intervals of when to change the engine oil, to change the oil filter, the air filter, the brake pads. Don't read, and at the end of the day, you drive that car for a whole year without changing the engine oil. I have a lady that bought a brand new vehicle and drove the car for 1 year without changing oil. The engine went off, and she was like, she didn't know she was going to change oil. So if you read the manual, you would know that you have to do some certain maintenance at certain points in time,
so that it doesn't break down.
It doesn't break down.
All right. Speaking about breaking down, we don't want to break down, which is why it's important to manage our time. Like they say, time is money. And we've been talking to our wonderful guest. Should I call you Engineer David?
Dave the Mechanic.
Dave the Mechanic. That is his go-to name. Yeah. Dave the Mechanic. I like that name. So we're speaking to Dave the Mechanic. He has given us a breakdown of why it's important right? To be able to, if you want to enjoy your vehicle, why it's important for you to do the most important thing, which is take your vehicle every now and then for checkup. Very key. And of course, how that does happen in many ways, right? You get to see that more parts come in, and it moves the whole economy and makes it even more interesting. Now the question to you, Mr. David, is, right, if you were asked today, as someone who is a mechanic, right, in the auto industry, and they ask you, where do you make your money the most from? Is it from the parts buying or the payment for labor?
That's the secret.
That's the secret.
The automobile industry.
Okay, so we should not reveal the secret right here.
In the US, no,
right.
they charge by time.
Right.
All right. Maybe for 1 hour, they charge you $200. Over here, we don't charge per hour. We charge per labor.
Per labor.
All right. And you can't pay for spark plug change. You can't pay 100K. So we get our money from spare parts.
From spare parts. So what you've done right now is that your fellow auto repair engineers will be biting their finger. This guy has just let out our secrets.
And there are advantages to that.
Right.
You as a car owner, if you allow me to supply parts to you, there's so much warranty on that car, on that part.
Oh, I see.
If you supply parts yourself and I fix, and if there's any issue, you have to pay for labor again. So there are advantages and disadvantages.
Okay. So all in all, do you see that business of bringing in parts, right, as an auto mechanic, you see those areas as areas that adds value to the economy in funds?
Because 70% of cars of spare parts in Nigeria are all imported from Asia down to Europe. They're all imported, and sometimes even when we don't get the original spare parts, we get refurbished spare parts. Because still, when the import duty went high, they were not importing more spare parts, so they were refurbishing the old ones, and it was causing us problems, serious problems, whereby a car comes into the workshop and we gets it fixed. After 1 week, the car is back because of spare parts wahala. So so it's a very big thing for us to get those vehicles, those spare parts in the industry.
Okay, so speaking about spare parts, this next part is very important. And this is a deal or no deal.
Okay.
The federal government has moved to curb imported used vehicles, right? And of course, made it very clear that sometime this year they will implement this. It says here the federal government has signaled the start of a coordinated campaign against the influx of imported used vehicles into Nigeria. Some call it Tokumbo vehicles. As it steps up efforts to strengthen local automobile manufacturing and improve the quality of vehicles on Nigerian roads. David, now this is quite controversial. It is good for our economy. It's good that federal government can now say, look, for what it is, let's begin to, use what we produce right in Nigeria. This will help our economy to grow. This will help, more jobs be created. Right? It becomes a formal sector where you know that not only not innocent who's not doing badly, he has employed a lot of people, right? And this multiplies effect. We know this thing. But from the angle I'm coming from, right, which is your angle, is this a good deal or not? Remember, you said you make a lot from importing parts. Now we're thinking here, look, no more Tokumbo vehicles coming. If this goes through, right, you see this as a good deal for you, auto repair. A no deal.
Advantage. So the advantage is there will be so much, well built in the automobile industry. Whereby now we can now use our made in Nigerian vehicles, right, to produce our own spare parts.
Right.
But the disadvantage would be, there won't be spare parts circulating around the economy, the automobile industry. And also one of the advantages, we have so many old vehicles on the road. You see the 1998 still on the road. I feel what the government should cut off maybe vehicles
for some 13 years.
10 All right, and also they should start importing those ones above 410. That way, they can't just cut it off like that. Yeah,
because a lot of
we don't have the industry built standard yet.
Okay.
I think it's just so that produces Nigerian vehicles at the moment. Then I think we have more electric vehicles. I think they want to bring in more electric vehicles.
That is my next question very quickly. Those at home want to find out. Now, I just mentioned electric vehicles, and I'd be curious. Okay. If electric vehicles, if you have 90% of Nigerians being able to, or 90% of car owners being able to, afford electric vehicles, because quite expensive. What does it now mean for mechanics? Because no engine in the electric vehicle. Are we looking at you switching bases? Is it possible to catch up with the trend?
Of course.
You start servicing batteries. You didn't see that coming, right?
We don't service batteries.
Right.
So, electric vehicles are built. They're not very built differently from the way the normal internal combustion engine runs.
Okay.
All right. So they have the battery pack that gives power to the wheels. All right. So we just need to have more technicians that can work on those vehicles. So right now they are not very plenty. We have just few of us that can work on those electric vehicles.
Do you work on electric vehicles?
Of course, we work on electric vehicles.
Which part of the vehicle do you want to work on? Suspension or?
Suspension.
Oh, right.
So they are still brand new. They don't have issues for now.
Okay. But you probably have issues.
Of course,
so they
have issues.
So they come to you, right?
They will have issues, definitely. So them 3 to 4, 5 years, start having issues. And one of our major issue will be spare parts.
The spare part.
So it will be a major challenge if they cut out importing vehicles and they start importing electric vehicles. It will be a very big challenge in the automobile industry.
Mr. Dave, the mechanic, says if they cut off, used vehicles from coming into the country, it might be a big challenge, that they should do it one step at a time.
Of course.
Are you saying this because you don't want your pocket to go dry?
No. Of course. Even if I don't work on internal combustion engine or electric vehicles.
Electric
vehicles.
Work on any
vehicle.
So you think is a no deal or a good deal?
It's in between.
In between? You're a politician. I should bring my vehicle to your shop, on a pro bono. No, I have the word. Ladies and gentlemen, in case you just joining us, well, it's a lot. He was able to give us a breakdown of what you need to do to make sure your vehicle never stops. Industry, automobile industry, well, it can industry. Without allow others to follow through. I want to get Valentine.
Information is everywhere. But insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you. We go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins. Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So it's
as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So, the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. By eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for smarter navigation, for customizable alerts, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, Business Day Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine. I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Moses.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Moses.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you. We go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Morning.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins. Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day Television.
This is Business Day TV midday bulletin coming to you live from our studio here in Lagos, Nigeria. Coming up, NGX market surges 598 billion naira as bulls dominate trading. And Finance Minister Edun signals rate cuts as inflation cools, easing strained finances. Electric vehicles market in Nigeria set for major boom in 2026. And lastly, Dangote Refinery begins 24-hour petrol loading operations. Thank you for joining us this afternoon. I am Destiny Momo. Now, the Nigerian Exchange Limited recorded a strong trading session on Wednesday as investor optimism returned to the equities market, pushing total market capitalization up by 598 billion naira to close at 109.78 trillion naira. According to report, this increase reflects a 0.56% rise over the previous session, underscoring growing confidence among investors and despite a slowdown in overall trading activity.
A total of 752.4 million shares changed hands in 55,739 deals, generating a turnover of 29.62 billion naira, which represents a 33% decline in volume and a 12% drop in turnover. And compared with Tuesday's session, while the number of deals rose by 13%, suggesting sustained interest in select equities, even as trading activity slowed. Now, trading activity was broad-based with 131 equities participating, while 47 stocks recorded gains, led by Academy Press, which surged 10% to close at 8.25 naira per share. And meanwhile, Minister of Finance and Coordinating Minister of the Economy, Wale Edun, has revealed that interest rate cuts may come soon if inflation keeps easing, a move that could reduce debt servicing costs and ease pressure on Nigeria's strained public finances. Edun's signal reportedly comes at a time when Nigeria's budget is heavily burdened by debt servicing costs and volatile oil revenues and a widening fiscal deficit, making any easing in borrowing costs materially important. The minister commended the Central Bank of Nigeria for what he described as excellent progress in curbing inflation, attributing recent improvements to aggressive monetary tightening implemented over the past 2 years. And the CBN had more than doubled its policy rate from 2022 levels in a bid to rein in inflationary pressures before implementing a 50 basis point cut in September that brought the monetary policy rate to 27%. And still on, industry executives have projected rising adoption of electric vehicles driven by higher fuel costs, supportive policy signals, and increasing private sector investment. And AV executives revealed that their customer inquiries more than doubled in 2025, suggesting that 2026 could represent a tipping point for broader adoption among private buyers and commercial fleet operators. And speaking on the sector's outlook, Rosetta's group chairman, Casey Orji, says the company, through Rosetta's Motors, has deliberately championed electric vehicle adoption in Nigeria for several years, producing electric hybrid and internal combustion engine vehicles. And according to Orji, China's aggressive transition to electric vehicles is a clear indication of where the global automotive industry is headed, warning that without a clearly defined EV transition strategy, Nigeria risks becoming a dumping ground for used ICE vehicles from countries enforcing strict phase-out timelines. Coming up, Dangote Refinery begins 24-hour petrol loading operations. This and more after the short break. Stay with us.
Meet Monica, your all-in-one financial solution. Convert crypto to Naira at juicy rates anytime, anywhere. Enjoy fast withdrawals straight to your bank. Buy airtime, data, and pay bills in seconds. No stress, no delays, just seamless transactions. Monica, the smarter way to move your money. Download now.
Okay now, dependable insurance. After God, you are the next insurer. See as the boys the Allah. All the ladies the Allah. Insure your car protection from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. Will you beat them? Yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste your money, you waste energy. With AXA, you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
At Standard
Stanbic IBTC, we are here to help you grow with financing that helps you expand, expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard, because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
True strength. What defines it? The brilliance of a player? Or when a team comes together to win? A solo beat? Or the rhythm of many? The flair of one dancer? Or the art of a troupe? One distinct voice, or the beauty of the symphony. At FCMB Group, we build ecosystems, empower communities, and create the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the group that delivers the future we all desire. FCMB, the power of the group.
You're still watching a midday bulletin at 12. The Dangote Petroleum Refinery has commenced 9th time loading operations as it intensifies efforts to sustain a daily supply of more than 50 million liters of premium malted spirit across Nigeria, signaling a major shift to full 24-hour operations at Africa's largest refinery. Now, this move comes as the refinery continues to ramp up production, stabilize logistics, and strengthen fuel security while countering speculation around maintenance activities and supply disruptions. Reports revealed that a facility originally designed for daytime evacuation has now expanded loading to 9 hours to ensure that rising output is matched with uninterrupted offtake. Speaking during a press briefing at the refinery on Wednesday, the managing director, David Bird, said the transition to round-the-clock loading has become necessary to meet market demand and improve turnaround time for product evacuation. According to him, the refinery is now meeting the 50 million liters daily petrol requirement in both production and evacuation, emphasizing that sustaining high output is not only about production, but also efficient offtake. An hour away from that story, the Academic Staff Union of Universities is pushing for a funding framework that allocates at least 1% of Nigeria's gross domestic product to university research. This was revealed by ASU President Chris Pinua on Wednesday in Abuja at the unveiling of the 2025 renegotiated agreement between the federal government and the union. Pinua stated that sustained underinvestment is weakening the country's higher education system, saying Nigerian universities have suffered from prolonged shortages in research funding and limiting their capacity to contribute meaningfully to innovation, development, and global knowledge production. In his words, the agreement provides for the forwarding of the National Research Council bill to the National Assembly for consideration. And also the Sea Empowerment and Research Center has warned that persistent regulatory gaps in the nation's maritime sector are costing the Nigerian economy between 500 billion naira and 700 billion naira annually. And SEREC revealed these in a policy memorandum on Wednesday signed by its head of research, Eugene Weke, and addressed to the Minister of Marine and Blue Economy, Adegboyega Oyetola. The center also presented a post-protest assessment of recent disruptions of the Apapa Port corridor caused by the shutdown of a shipping company by agents over an increase in freight rates and their wider economic implications. The group insisted that the policy memorandum provides a post-event assessment and policy advisory following recent street-style protest actions at the Apapa Port corridor, the escalation of disputes over shipping line charges, and the subsequent intervention directive issued by the Nigerian Shippers Council. And also in the news, the federal government of Nigeria and the Academic Staff Union of Universities have sealed a landmark 2025 agreement, ending a 16-year stalemate over the renegotiation of the 2009 FEN-ASUU Pact and setting the stage for improved welfare funding and stability in the nation's university system. The agreement was formally unveiled on Wednesday in Abuja by Tunji Alausa, Minister of Education, who described the pact as a decisive turning point for Nigeria's tertiary education sector and a clear demonstration of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's commitment to quality, accessible and uninterrupted university education. Now, speaking at the unveiling, Alausa revealed that the agreement symbolized a lot. And we'll be back after the short break.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Balata. I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Moses.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Balata. I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Moses.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
It was a fire incident. Fifth floor got fire around after 4 on the 24th of December 2025. So, but the marketers, the community itself, we tried all we could, but it's escalated to the other floors. So the moment we are still trying to know the cause of the fire, we don't know the cause. About 8 people has been rescued. On the same day, some were rescued. One woman, Iyanu, died on the spot. But one of our brother was rescued, 3 other guys, and after 3 other people were rescued as well. We can't ascertain the number of people that were trapped in there, but people are still there, that's what we know. But some people have been rescued, about 4 or 5 people were rescued, in which one of the community members and the marketers were rescued. So Iyanu died on the spot. The first death that we recovered was Iyanu. So that was what people tried all they could. But what last time I was telling us is the building is not safe for anybody to go in there. So it's hard for them to rescue to even take out the corpse in there, because we know some people were dead, they were dead already. Next step the government can do now is to bring down the building. That's what they can do to help us now. The government said it is coming down. We know it's coming down, but they should make it fast, because look at what is going on now. Nobody can operate their businesses. So that nobody can operate their business. So they should please do it faster.
Due to the fire outbreak,
You're welcome back to the Midday Bulletin, and now moving on to Africa. Caledonia Mining Corporation said it plans to spend about $132 million this year to kickstart the development of what is expected to become Zimbabwe's largest gold mine, as producers capitalize on record bullion prices. The investment forms part of a broader $162.5 million capital expenditure program for 2026, subject to board approval and funding availability, according to reports. And Caledonia, which currently operates the 80,000 ounce per year Blanket mine, is advancing the Bilboes Gold Project, a development estimated to cost $584 million in total. The company expects first production in late 2028, ramping up to a steady state output of around 200,000 ounces annually from 2029 for at least a decade. According to reports, the project will be financed through a combination of non-recourse senior debt cash flows from existing operations and alternative structures such as streaming agreements under which investors provide upfront funding in exchange for future metal deliveries. Meanwhile, Ugandans voted in a 10th national election on Thursday after an often violent campaign and internet shutdown aimed at curbing what the government called misinformation, with President Yoweri Museveni seeking to extend his rule into a fifth decade. And Museveni is reportedly expected to fend off a challenge from the popular singer Bobby Wine, as the election marks a test of the 81-year-old leader's political strength and ability to avoid the kind of unrest that has rocked neighbors Tanzania and Kenya. The longtime leader has campaigned on a slogan of protecting the gains, vowing to maintain peace and lift the country into middle-income status, even as speculation swirls about his eventual secession. And while a 43-year-old pop star nicknamed the ghetto president for his humble origins has promised to end what he called Museveni's dictatorship and appealing to young people angry about the scarce economic opportunities in a country where the average age is just over 16. And I'm moving on to the foreign scene. U.S. President Donald Trump's administration is suspending a procession for immigrant visas for applicants from 75 countries as part of Washington's intensifying immigration crackdown. The pause, which will impact applicants from Latin America countries, including Brazil, Colombia, and Uruguay, Balkan countries such as Bosnia and Albania, and South Asian countries of Pakistan, Bangladesh, and those from many nations in Africa, the Middle East, and the Caribbean will begin on January 21. A State Department cable outlining the move says the department are undergoing a full review of all policies, regulations, and guidance to ensure the highest level of screening and vetting for all U.S. visa applicants. The cable sent to U.S. missions revealed that there are indications that nationals from these countries had sought public benefits in the United States. Still on Iceland, former President Olafur Ragnar Grimson has revealed that any U.S. attempt to seize Greenland by force will trigger monumental consequences for the Western Alliance and the global order, as President Donald Trump sharpens rhetoric on controlling the Arctic territory. And Grimson warned that a fallout will be on a scale that has never been seen in living memory. And Grimson, the longest serving president of Iceland from 1996 to 2016, currently serves as the chairman of the Arctic Circle, the world's largest annual gathering on Arctic issues. Reports reveal that Trump has Greenland, an autonomous region within the Kingdom of Denmark, as central to U.S. national security, saying China and Russia were building up their influence in the strategically located minerals-rich area around the island. We'll bring you sports news after this break. Stay with us.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins. Startup Spotlight, showing
Welcome back to Midday Bulletin. Now to sports news. Nigerian football fans have slammed the Ghanaian referee Daniel Laria for poor officiating during the Super Eagles semi-final defeat to host Morocco at the 2025 African Cup of Nations. Many fans term Wednesday night officiating in Rabat compromise, citing the long-standing rivalry between Ghana and Nigeria. Opposite bias against the Super Eagles to favor Morocco as the host country. And for the second time in 8 years, the Super Eagles were eliminated on penalties in a major competition, losing a 4-2 to the Atlas Lions after a tense goalless draw that stretched into extra time at the Prince Moulay Abdallah Stadium. Paul Onachu and Fisayo Dele Bashiru scored for Nigeria, while Samuel Chukwueze and Bruno Yemachi and both had their penalties saved by goalkeeper Yasin Mbono to end Morocco as sport at the AFCON finals. Now to end the news, Abdul Samad Rabiu, the founder and chairman of Bua Group, has said he will go ahead with his promised $500,000 gift to Nigeria's Super Eagles despite their 4-2 loss to Morocco on penalties. The billionaire philanthropist made the promise on Wednesday night after the cracker that saw the Moroccans move to the final, trying for their first AFCON trophy in 50 years. The industrialist said he was going ahead with the gift despite the loss to reward the Eagles' hard work and dedication. Nigeria will now face Egypt on Saturday for a third play-off, while Morocco will face Senegal on Sunday for the final. Well, this is where we wrap up the Business Day Television Media Bulletin this afternoon. Remember to follow us across all our platforms and subscribe to our YouTube channel for more insights. I am Destiny Momo. Many thanks for watching. Good afternoon.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine. I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Moses.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day Television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shred of doubt.
My name is Ethel Adorno, a social media strategist here at Business Day, and I'm honored to be your moderator for today's important conversation. Today's topic is tax planning for SMEs, how to maximize your tax liabilities. I'll take that again. Tax planning for SMEs, how to maximize your tax liabilities. As an entrepreneur and a small business owner, one of the most overlooked aspects of building a sustainable business is understanding how to navigate your taxes efficiently and even more legally. And for many SMEs, taxes feels like a burden or even more confusing and complex. But the truth is, with the right planning, knowledge, and strategy, tax can become a tool to support your business growth. And that's exactly why we are here today, to demystify the tools and help you with the knowledge of how to manage your tax responsibilities more efficiently. And today, as usual, I've got brilliant speakers with me here today. I'm not here alone, and it will be my utmost pleasure to introduce them to you all. So to join us today is Oladejo Adeyemi, who is an Associate Director, Commercial Practice, Lagos. If you can hear me, please say hello to our listeners. Hi, Oladejo. Yes. Good afternoon, and thank you for being here.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, good afternoon. Thanks for having me.
To join us again is Ubong Ita, a finance expert and software development consultant. Thank you for being here, Ubong. Please.
Yeah, hi.
Okay.
Thank you for having me. It's a pleasure to be here.
Thank you. Also to join us is Ebosatele Ohwelibe. I hope I got that correct. Who is a tax auditor and a gender analyst. Please, if you're here, can you say hello to our listeners? Okay, moving on, we have Olajide Banjo, an accounting and finance professional. Thank you for being here, Olajide. And last but not the least, we have Taiwo Aladi Bobu. I hope I got that. Please correct me if I'm wrong. A group tax manager at Dufil Prima Foods Limited. Thank you all for being here today. We are excited to learn from your experience and insights. Okay, before we proceed, I would like to give a quick rundown of what today's discussion is all about. So we're going to take a brief presentation from each of our speakers, 10 minutes, and we'll now proceed to the Q&A section where I get to ask them questions and they will answer. Thank you. I would like to call on the first speaker, Adeyemi. Please, I would like you to start with your own presentation. Thank you all for joining and thank you all for
Sorry,
being
I can't
here.
hear you again. You can hear me.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you loud and clear.
Okay, thank you.
So is it a general thing?
I can
No,
actually
Taiwo,
hear you.
I think it's just you.
Hello,
No, I can
Taiwo,
hear
can
you.
you hear me? I think it's his network. Okay, you
Yeah,
can
yes.
proceed, Adeyemi.
Okay, thanks so much for laying the background. I think the time is quite short, but we are just going to go through the pillars very quickly within the ambit of the time that we have left, so that we can accommodate all that has been scheduled for today. So generally, we want to look at efficient tax planning, for SMEs. In the course of my conversation, I will crisscross between what currently subsists, what exists now, what the law requires as of today, and then because we are currently in interesting times, when the laws have just recently changed, it will also be beneficial to just mention some of the things that have changed and what those things will be in the days coming. So just forget about the slides. This is a master class slide that we are trying to fit into a 10-minute discussion. So I'll just go through the pillars so that we are all on the same page. So essentially, for SME to be thinking of tax planning, what is important is you need to even understand what tax planning is. There's a reason why there is increased focus on SME, because globally, SMEs are usually the drivers of the economy. When you go to any functional economy where things are working, you see that you have preponderance of SMEs. Everyone just doing their own parts. So these are essentially companies that are of reduced size. Now there are different laws currently in Nigeria. For instance, the CAMA defines SME in a particular way. The tax laws also define SME in a particular way. But for the purpose of this conversation, we should just know that SMEs at the moment are companies that have turnover or revenue of less than 25 million. That is the way they are currently constituted. The new laws that have been passed have given threshold of 50 million. A version says 50 million, a version says 100 million. I think the gazetted copy version eventually says 50 million, so we just work with that. But that is not going to take effect until 1st of January next year. So as it stands now, you're an SME if your revenue is less than 25 million. So the question is, why then do you want to bother about tax planning as an SME? You want to bother about that because you are not going to remain SME forever. And that's one very significant pillar I need every SME, to understand. You are never going to remain SME forever. At some point, someone else is going to be interested, maybe in the place of maybe coming in as a business angel, as an investor, You know, at some point, someone is going to say, oh, I want to see what you are doing and I want to see how this can scale. And at that point, it will then matter what have you been doing, you know, before now. So we just look at some of the strategies that SMEs can deploy to ensuring that the tax burdens, you know, are reduced. The intent was, of course, to look at some of the challenges that SME face, but you run the SME business. I definitely cannot know the challenges more than you do, you know, but I mean, you know, the knowledge is going to be, is expected that the knowledge of the tax laws, you know, is reduced. And that's why, BusinessDay is helping, for instance, with this SME clinic, you know, to be able to close that gap. You know, it's also expected that there would be cash flow constraint. There will certainly be cash flow constraint because you know that every kobo counts as an SME business, and several other challenges that SMEs will have. But most significant of those challenges is the challenge of record keeping. I'm going to lay a bit more emphasis on that, you know, as we move on, you know. But again, I'd mentioned that these challenges are prevalent with SMEs. The fact that you may not even know what the law says, even when the law confers some benefit on you, you don't even have the understanding, or you didn't have the knowledge, you know, to be able to apply those benefits, you know, to your business. So we are going to look at why it is important, you know, for you to think of tax planning, because of course you have to grow. It's important that your business grows. Like I said earlier, no one wants to stay SME forever. It's just supposed to be a phase, you know, in the business. But what then do you need to do for this growth to happen are the things that we are going to be looking at very briefly. So, of course, you should know that there are different types of taxes. When we talk about tax, you have the company income tax, you know, which is the corporate tax, you know, or income tax, put simply, you know, which can be for company or for personal, depending on the business structure that you have. And we also talk about that as we move on. You have the withholding tax, which in itself is not a special type of tax, you know, but it's an offshoot of the income tax. But because of the way it is levied currently in Nigeria, it appears like it's a separate type of tax. Of course, then you have the capital gains tax, which is not a tax on income, but tax on capital gains. Again, I mentioned the scenarios as we go ahead, but just bear in mind that you can have income tax, you can have transaction taxes, you know, you can also have capital gains, you know, in terms of tax. Financial management is a big part of tax planning. So when you hear of tax planning as an SME, it's an outcome. It's something you want to achieve, but you have to think of how do you know, what are the things you need to do to be able to achieve those things. You know, there are three key areas, you know, where you want to look at. And I mean, part of it is the fact that you want to ensure that you claim all deductions as a business. You want to ensure that you have sufficient cash flow, you know, to be able to support your business. And you also want to ensure that whatever benefits that should accrue to your business, depending on the type of business that you're doing, you know, you are taking all of those benefits, you know, in all. So reducing your tax liability isn't just a day journey. It's something that you have to incorporate into your business. And it starts from even the very beginning. You know, what kind of business, what's the structure of the business? I mean, there's a part of the slide that speaks to that. If you set up as a sole proprietor, for instance, there will be a different tax consequence that you're going to have compared to when you set up as a limited liability company. You know, so there are some strategies that you can deploy to working on ensuring that you have strategic financial management, but I'm not going to bore us with all of that because of the constraint of time. So that we have time to take part of the fundamentals that I'd mentioned. We should also know that there are some financial ratios. Again, you're not a finance expert. We will leave Ubong to talk to us about that, you know, but you should know that some ratios exist that can help you measure the health of your business, you know, and see how your business is doing from time to time, you know. But like I said, I'm not going to bore you with all of that at this point. So let's cut to the chase within the time that we have left. Part of the ways that you can reduce your tax liability as SME is first for you to agree on the kind of structure that you want to have. You know, is extremely important for you to agree on the kind of structure that you want to have. Do you want to have a structure that gives you 100% of the control? Do you want to have a structure that puts in mind that there's going to be growth in the future? Because all of this will determine the kind of tax consequence that your business is going to face. The other major way is to ensure that you keep record. You know, I cannot overemphasize this anytime I have the opportunity to interact with SMEs. Record keeping is extremely, you know, important for SMEs to undertake. You know, not because anybody is going to ask you now, but like I said, you're not planning to remain an SME forever. So at some point, when someone is interested in what you do, you know, they're not going to they're not going to hear you out. They're not going to expect you to use word of mouth to say this is what had happened. So if you had incurred so much in cost, that will be the time for you to bring it out. If you had realized so much in revenue, it would be good for the record to, of course, speak to that. And there are many more ways, you know, through which you can actually minimize your tax burden as SME. So I'd mentioned the structure part, and look at the practical example that we have here in structure. For instance, if you're a small business and you have turnover of 20 million, if you have chosen a structure of a limited liability company, for instance, you will have to pay tax on that at 0%. And you know that when you're paying tax on 0%, you're not paying tax at all, based on how the laws are currently constituted. But if you have chosen a structure that's a structure of a sole proprietor, for instance, your income on that business, you know, is going to suffer personal income tax, and you will certainly pay tax on it. So structure is extremely necessary. You know, after this clinic session, some SMEs may have to revisit their business structures and see, okay, is this really what I intended to achieve, or did I just come up with this at the time when the business was when I was starting the business, because I just needed to start somehow. Now that you've started, you know, it's a good place for you to then review what you are doing vis-a-vis the consequences that you're going to have in, you know, tax-wise. I mentioned this earlier. Some of the benefits that even exist currently, you don't even know about them. If you're an SME and you're playing within the agricultural sector, for instance, there are some benefits that should confer to you when it comes to minimum tax, when it comes to, you know, capital allowances and all of that, as a corporate, you know, as a company. But if you are not even aware of that, how do you take advantage of that? So there are incentives, you know, as the laws are currently constituted, not even talking about the new tax law now, just looking at what has subsisted up until this time. But if you are not aware of these things, you will not be able to take advantage of them. I'd emphasized on this point earlier, and I cannot overemphasize the need for any SME, you know, to keep records. If you don't keep records, you are going to be at the mercy of whatever you say, and it's very difficult for anyone who wants to put money into your business, you know, to take your word for it at that time. Of course, I'd mentioned that there are some claims, you know, deductions that you could have realized in terms of capital allowance and all of that. It's a major way of reducing your tax, because that is a cost recovery mechanism, you know, for you when you incur some capital expenditure. Another major way, which is a very funny one, you know, because you, as an SME, you may have one or two staff members you are paying, and you're just paying them an absolute amount. Just say, oh, this person earns 350,000 naira. This 350,000 naira, you're going to have to pay your obligation on it, for instance. The way you can optimize that remuneration by ensuring you allocate the amount properly to different items that make up the bulk sum, as opposed to just saying, oh, I'm paying net fee of 350,000 naira, and then you are heaping up obligations for yourself, you know, by not breaking that amount down into different items. And the example that I have on this part of the slide, you know, is saying that if you are just 620,000 for transport and 10,000 for medical, there are some items that you would not have direct tax consequences on, you know, even though the individual or the employee is going to be earning from there. So strategies like that can be deployed towards ensuring that you minimize the eventual tax consequence, whether as a business directly or indirectly for as for the employees that even work, with you. How about complying with the tax laws? The truth is that when people hear compliance with respect to tax laws, especially SMEs, they have nothing to worry about because you're not paying taxes anyways. So if the laws are currently structured in such a way that you are not required to pay taxes and you have certain disclosure requirements, you are just supposed to file returns, then you should not be found wanting. Because if you are found wanting, guess what? There's going to be penalty, for not filing. And those penalties are going to then become burden for you at the time when your business wants to scale. And that's a major challenge. I've seen SMEs that have grown now taken back to those days where they started, and then they now have huge tax burden to settle, and then they would certainly struggle with that. Unfortunately, some of them have been the reason why the SMEs that such an SME that are taking off, had to start nose diving again, because the law is clear, and when you're interpreting the tax laws, there are definitely no emotions. Some of these penalties are also they are of course they are penalties, so they are not meant to be very friendly or being a pat in the back, right? They can really be heavy in terms of their cumulative impact. Some of them compound on a daily basis, some of them compound on a monthly basis. So you don't want to do that to your business as an SME. So in conclusion, the best way to ensure that you reduce your tax liability as an SME is to plan smart, pay less, and then certainly continue to grow your business in a sustainable, manner. And the best thing you can also do for yourself is to ensure that you continue to be a part of clinic like this organized by Business Day, towards ensuring that the overall community is giving the knowledge that is required for you to be able to run your business as an SME. So I'm going to stop here so that we have a lot more time for questions and other interactions. Thank you.
Wow, thank you so much, Adeyemi. That was very brilliant. Thank you for quickly giving us a brief rundown of presentation and, talking about the importance of tax planning and, other things that you mentioned in your presentation. That was an amazing one. Thank you so much. So I would like to call on Taiwo to also proceed with his own presentation.
Thank you.
Taiwo, are you there? Please, you can unmute and share your slides. Okay, so I think Taiwo is having a bit network. Okay, it's here. Thank you.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
And thanks for having me here. Oladejo has actually said pretty much about what we want to talk about, what's the purpose why we're here. So I'm just going to do a brief summary of my presentation. Okay, so for my own part, I believe tax planning should not just be to reduce tax exposure liability. It should be majorly for, or it should be mainly for business sustainability. Whenever we plan our tax, we should look towards how this planning is going to affect us in the future, how this planning is going to help us build a sustainable business. So if you, based on the current trend in Nigerian tax and all over the world, we have situations where the tax system has really shifted because governments all over the world are relying more on tax. And because of the reliance on tax, everybody, both SME and large companies, have to ensure that they prepare themselves, they guide against huge tax exposure. Sorry, can you hear me? I'm having challenge with my slide.
Hi, Taiwo, I can hear you.
Okay. So, as I said, every business, every company needs to look into the way the tax system is going and how they can guide against it in order for them to be able to optimize the tax efficiency and ensure that whatever tax planning they have aligns with the company's overall goal value and financial health, which at the end of the day improves their bottom line and encourages their sustainability. So what's tax planning? Tax planning is just an intentional strategic decision put in place to minimize tax liabilities while ensuring full compliance with tax laws. So tax planning for business sustainability. Well, just as Ala did have said, for companies or SMEs to benefit, to take full benefit of tax planning, they have to be able to utilize or know their tax intensive and tax credits, optimization of business structure, whether you're SME or limited, you have to know what the tax position is. Then you also have to know what tax deduction are you even entitled to claim, and what are those requirements for you to claim those tax deduction. Then you also have to know you have to be able to manage your tax signing, your deferred tax position at what time, or how do you structure the tax cash flow. And also you need to also ensure that you consult professionals or consultants in this field. Then this last one is what I actually want to emphasize on: active involvement in enactment of tax laws. My past experience with SME companies is that a lot of people are quite docile when they are making tax laws. They don't contribute and they show zero interest in it. And at the end of the day, they end up being hit by the tax laws and, start crying after the law might have been signed, after the bills or the laws might have been signed. So I believe SMEs should be interested in tax matters. They should be interested in tax laws. When the National Assembly, the fiscal policy, the committee, and whichever that is required to do this, and they're carrying out this exercise. As a citizen of the country, we have the right to also be able to probe into some of these things. We have the right to also be able to tell them to what extent this is going to affect the business and the country at large. So what are the benefits of tax planning? It helps to reduce tax liabilities. It helps to improve cash flow. It enhances profitability. It aids tax laws compliance, and it strengthens business competitive advantage. So what are the limitations faced by SMEs in tax planning? So the points I've noted are based on my personal experience with SMEs. A lot of them lack interest in tax. They just don't want to be involved. Even as a consultant, if they're talking to them about tax, they'll tell you, I've given you this job, just go and do it. And I feel they are meant to be interested, because whatever impact the tax law will have, it would definitely affect them. And there is no point taking medicine after death. So if you have interest in the tax system, you would be conscious anytime you are taking a financial decision. You would want to know what are the tax implications of these financial decisions. So it is important that SMEs should ensure that they have full interest in anything that has to be taxed. Their interest should not come when there is problem. The interest should not come when the liability has crystallized. From the point of initiation of the transactions, they need to know what tax implication does those transactions have, such that they would have mitigated against or planned against whatever effects the tax law will have on those transactions. So it is key for SME to have interest in tax. Then the other one is poor knowledge. I mean, how do you want to do tax planning when you don't even have the knowledge of what the tax is saying? So you have to build capacity, you have to do research, you have to go to the tax authorities website to check on new developments. You have to be on a WhatsApp group or social media where they talk about tax, so that whenever new things come up, you'll be able to, grab it and make use of it. So another thing that affects or limits or create limitation to SMEs to plan their taxes, poor record and accounting system. The first speaker have said it, so I shouldn't waste much time on it. Then we also have limited financial resources. Then we have the complex tax compliance system. So just to wrap it up, through the adoption of effective tax planning, SMEs can reduce their tax exposure, enhance financial performance, and ensure long-term sustainability. Tax interests should not come when the problem has crystallized. Tax interest should come up as at the time the decision to either incorporate a business or initiate a transaction is about to make. So thank you very much. I would like to stop here so that we can go to the Q&A section. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Taiwo. Thank you so much. That was an amazing one. Thank you for sharing the benefits of tax planning and also the limitations SME face in tax planning. Thank you. So I would like to call on the next speaker, Ubong Ita, to also proceed with his own presentation. Ubong, if you're here, can you say hello? Okay, so while we wait for Ubong to be back, I think we can proceed to the Q&A section because the remaining speakers are absent for now. But I will do well to inform us once they are back online. Okay, so I will start with Adeyemi for the first question. I know you spoke about importance of tax planning and financial management. So okay, so here's my first question. What are some common tax mistakes SME make and how can they avoid it? I will take that again. What are some common tax mistakes SMEs make and how can they avoid it?
All right, thanks so much. A very common pitfall for SME, really is the lack of interest in anything tax. I think Taiwo has alluded to that while he was having his presentation, because you feel, of course, let's face it, right? When you're starting a business, what is paramount to you is the survival of that business. You know, you want to ensure that the business survives. And if you are operating within a very specialized environment, you know, specialized in codes like Nigeria, then you will understand why survival becomes critical, because if you are not very rugged and dogged, your business may not survive. So at that point, of course, because of the very harsh economic realities, you know, and the environment that we operate in. So at the point, tax is certainly not going to be a top burner issue, you know, for you, for a new business. And I think the government has also come to that realization in the past couple of years, you know, since the advent of Finance Act. For instance, the tax rates didn't have any differentiation, you know, for SMEs up until sometimes in 2019, thereabout. It has been a flat rate, you know, you all pay your taxes, and then you see that compliance level was low, you know, but the government in realization says, let's leave the small businesses, let them scale, let SMEs focus on what is core to them at the start of the business. And that's why the revenue threshold, you know, and staggering the tax rate as you currently have it. If your business is less than 25 million, your turnover is less than 25 million, you pay at 0%. Between 25 to 100, you pay at 20%, and above 100, that's what you currently have. Based on the new tax law, you won't pay anything at all if your business is less than 50 million, you know, in revenue. So the point is, a major pitfall is then for you not to be aware of what is in the law, and then you become completely uninterested because the law has already made room for you. There's no reason for you not to be interested. The law is not expecting you to even pay taxes. The law is just saying that be responsible in terms of your disclosure requirements. Your tax rate is 0%. So even if you have whatever amount in profit, it will be unassuming for you to have profit that is above 25 million anyway, if your turnover is not up to 25 million. But I'm just saying, whatever the amount of profit you have, by the time you multiply that profit with 0%, the tax due becomes 0%. So that's a major pitfall for SMEs, lack of interest in anything tax, you know, and all of that. So I would answer that question in that manner and stop there so that we can take other questions.
All right, thank you so much. Thank you for spotting that pitfall, because I know, yeah, it's true. A lot of SMEs lack interest in tax, and even they don't want to understand how it goes about their business. They just want to run their business and make their money. So thank you for quickly briefing us about the pitfall. So I would like to also ask Taiwo the next question. How can SMEs legally reduce their tax burden? I'll take that again. How can SMEs legally reduce their tax burden?
Yeah, thank you. The first thing is knowledge. What you know is what you'll be able to take advantage of. Just as Oladejo have said, interest is key for you to be able to take advantage and take full benefit of your tax credits, of tax incentives. Every SME have to be interested, and apart from they being interested, they also have to ensure that they seek for knowledge, either through a group or through a professional. They must know those credits that is available for them. They must know the credit that is available for them to utilize. They must also know what kind of business, what are the credits that is available for this particular sector. So if SMEs have knowledge about all these things, they'll be able to take full advantage of, the tax credits and reduce their tax exposure. I mean, all through the tax laws, we have a lot of benefits that is available, but the question is, to what extent does SME owners know about this information? So I believe that for them to be able to deduct, for them to be able to take full benefit of all these, all of the tax incentives, they have to first of all meet the requirements of those benefits. Once they know what the benefits are, they meet the requirements of the benefits and eventually utilize the incentive or the credits that arises as a result of, those, as a result of them meeting the requirements of the benefits. I believe I've been able to answer your question.
All right, thank you so much, Taiwo. Thank you for highlighting that part that knowledge is power. So as an SME, you first have to seek knowledge about taxation, understand how it affects your business. So thank you. And you spoke a bit about tax incentives and how it relates to SMEs. So I would like to ask Adeyemi to answer the next question. What tax incentives or reliefs are available for SMEs in Nigeria? I will take that again. What tax incentives or reliefs are available for SMEs in Nigeria?
Okay, good question. At the moment, remember I said we are in interesting times.
Yeah.
On the 26th of June, 2025, the president assented to 4 tax reform bills that have been in the works for about 2 years now. So a major one is the Nigerian Tax Act, which was a bill which then became an act. So the provisions of that act also have some specifics for SME. But as we currently have it, the first one is the tax rate. The fact that your profit is not going to be taxed, is a major incentive for you as an SME. Because what the business is saying is, what the government is saying is, we recognize your stage of business. And in this stage of business, we are saying your primary responsibility is for you to develop your business. So go and develop your business without any fear of any other stakeholder taking any part of the money from you. Government, interestingly, is a stakeholder in any business. So that's a major incentive. Another major incentive is the fact that you have deductions. You have deductions that are liable to you. As an SME today, you don't have any obligation, for you to pay any income tax. When you also go to transaction tax, for instance, there are some obligations that have been placed on large companies that have been exempted, that SMEs have been exempted from. If you talk about VAT, for instance, specifically, as an SME, there is no need for you to say you are accounting for VAT or you are remitting for VAT. When you do any business with a large company, the government doesn't want to encumber you with additional administrative responsibilities, because again, they are cutting you some slack. Go grow your business. Essentially, that's what the government is saying. So when you look at that, in the current law, that's what you have. In the new law that has been proposed, it's not even different. There is continued recognition of your states as an SME. Remember what I said earlier? We didn't have these things in the tax laws, before now. There was no, currently the tax rate is graduated. even at the corporate level to say 25 million, 0%, between 25 million and 100 million, you pay 20%. That is reduced amount compared to what large corporations would pay. At the moment, the definition is just that, okay, you're a small business, you're an SME, then you have nothing at all to pay. So imagine a regime where you are doing business, you're making money, and then you're not paying taxes, and legitimately so. That's what big corporations are going to be looking for, but they don't have that opportunity. So let me stop there.
All right, thank you so much, Adeyemi. That was a good one. I liked your closing line. Imagine a country where you just have to run your business without thinking of paying taxes as an SME. So that's fantastic. All right, so I would like to go over to the next question, and that's to you, Taiwo. How can business owners structure their companies to be more tax efficient? I'll take that again. How can business owners structure their companies to be more tax efficient?
Okay, thank you very much. Just as we earlier said in our presentation, you need to first of all ensure that the business you are doing is structured to meet up with the tax requirement, the tax exemption requirement. So, for example, if you are going to register a company, you know that registering it as a limited pays more than registering it as an enterprise, because as we speak today, enterprise companies are not exempted from tax, while companies with turnover of 25 million naira are exempted from tax. And if we are going to go into the tax reform, enterprise companies are only exempted to the extent of 800,000 naira, while limited companies are exempted as long as their turnover is up to 15 million naira. So one thing is key. You have to know, you have to decide on the structure, business structure you want to go into. Also, you have to ensure that you put a proper accounting system, proper accounting and record system in place, because in future or at the point of tax audits or any tax authority coming to your office to review your activities, you need to be able to present this information when being asked. So your accounting system, your record system has to be intact. Then another thing is SMEs have to ensure that they don't mix personal transaction, personal money with that of the company, because I've seen that a lot, and they struggle to explain themselves to the revenue when they come. Imagine a company that should have enjoyed 25 million naira turnover exemption, but because personal money entered into the account, at the end of the day, the turnover, rose to over 50 million naira, and at the end of the day, they're asked to come and explain. So you should be able to separate personal transaction from business transaction. Then the other thing is you also have to review your tax system. You should know at what point are you expected to pay your taxes, when are the due dates for filing returns. All these have to be documented. You have to know them so that you don't get foul of the tax laws and they are not being penalized at the end of the day. So I think I would like to stop here.
All right, thank you so much, Taiwo. Thank you. I like the fact that you highlighted the documentation part, because that will lead us to the next question. So over to you, Adeyemi. What roles does digital technology play in managing taxes and financial record? as we heard Taiwo speak about documentation, I think that is where the digital technology come in. So what role does digital technology play in managing taxes and financial record?
Okay, I think digital technology plays a significant role. I was at an event yesterday where you have the leadership of the FRS and the chairman of the LRS, in attendance and speaking on some changes and some expectations with respect to the new law. But the good part is, for SME, for instance, one of the major initiatives that the FRS just embarked upon, the e-invoicing initiative, where invoices are required to be transmitted on a designated platform, so that government and tax administrators can see the invoices from B2B, online real time as the transactions are happening. That places an additional burden, for instance, reporting burden, on companies, but that is for large corporations. Guess what? The turnover, the threshold of the turnover, for you to start complying with that, guess what that is? 5 billion naira. Imagine, compare that to the turnover threshold of an SME, of your typical small business, which is 25 million as we currently have it, or 50 million as it will be, from next year. So my point is that when it comes to digital technology and all of the initiatives that may be connected to that, SME really need to worry less. I think it's more of an upside for SMEs on the side of operations and business. Think about it. The bulk of you have a host of SME players, on social media platforms. You have food vendors that are making loads of amount of money, and they don't even have the public restaurants. They rely completely on others. For you to be able to transmit the order, for you to be able to fulfill the delivery, you have to rely on other logistic companies which they don't even own and they don't control. So those are extensive reliance on technological tools, and digital technological systems that you already have existing. So, but with respect to taxes and reporting obligation, I think government of today has been very kind on SMEs. That's my personal opinion, because the threshold could have just been 25 million, for instance, and it could have just decided, for instance, for the e-invoicing initiative to put everybody on board at the same time. But they said the threshold is 5 billion. That is as far away from SMEs as far can be. So if we take a cue from that, you will see that SMEs really do not have any worry on the impact of digital technology as it relates to tax for now in Nigeria, except for relying on such tools towards expansion and the growth of their businesses.
Okay, thank you so much, Adeyemi. Thank you for highlighting that they don't have to worry so much so long as this new tax law is in work in Nigeria, and also they don't have so much to worry about digital technology as regards to taxation. Thank you. So I would like to ask Taiwo this question. What's the impact of poor tax planning on business growth and investor confidence? I'll take that again. What's the impact of poor tax planning on business growth or investors' confidence?
Thank you for that question. The major impacts for poor tax planning and non-compliance to tax is image reputation. It's going to affect the company's image, because if imagine FRS publishing that you've not been paying tax, obviously investors would run away and company would eventually die. Also, we also have issues of legal charges. I mean, the law have given you the right to take you to court to enforce whatever liability that you've incurred. Then we also have the issue of interest and penalty. Don't comply, and the revenue have the power to do what we call best of judgment, BOJ, on you, and definitely you will eventually be asked to pay. And also another thing that would happen is that if you don't comply, you also be exposed to tax audit and investigation, which can couple your operation, because you can imagine you having to travel to Abuja for tax meeting, tax reconciliations, and things like that. So it is, I think, it's pretty. It is much more important and necessary for SMEs to ensure that they comply with tax laws and regulations, so that all these that I've mentioned, will not crumble their business. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Taiwo. That was a brilliant insight. Thank you. So as you can see, it has been an insightful conversation, and you can tell that, I've been enjoying every breath of this conversation, but sadly we have to wrap up. So I have one round questions for our speakers today. So over to you, Adeyemi. What are some red flags to avoid during tax filing or audits? Should I take that again? What are some red flags?
No, I got it.
Okay.
I got it.
All right.
So thanks so much for the session so far. I think the issue of audits for SME, we should start from saying that it is a matter of when, and not if. Except you are planning as an SME owner to run a business that you're just going to shut down very quickly, because as long as your business continues to grow, and Nigeria has enabling environment in terms of population and need, depending on the type of your business. So the chances that you can plot that your business will grow when you do things rightly, the chances are reasonably high. So at some point when you scale, audit is going to happen. And I've seen this happen many times, and it's usually very painful, because when audit happens, all of the things you didn't take seriously will then come back to become huge liabilities for you. So the best thing I would say is, one major thing to avoid is poor record keeping. Keep in mind that an audit would come. It's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. The tax authorities will wait for you till you become formidable, till everybody knows you, till you become household. And don't ask me why would they wait till that time. That's how they do, because there's also costs, towards ensuring compliance, cost of collection and cost of compliance. Nobody wants to spend 20 naira to secure 1 naira, for instance. If you have to spend 20 naira of your money towards collection or enforcing compliance, you want to be sure that a reasonable amount would come back. So sometimes they wait for these issues to become accumulated. You might say that's not a good strategy, but that's what currently subsists, so that it will make sense when the numbers are reviewed over the period. Another reason is also there are items that are not going to start and end within a financial year. For instance, if you have receivables, it will be good to see, receivables are saying some people are owing you. It will be good to see how people that were owing you in the first year eventually paid in the second year. Some of them spilled to the third year and like that. So if they are reviewing about 5-year cycle together, they can see a better picture. From the 100% of the people owing you in the first year, all of them finish paying in the third year. So we can take a judgment that in the next 3 years, nobody should be owing you and stuff like that. So bearing in mind that audit would certainly happen someday. And one major thing, the second thing to bear in mind is the fact that, remember, companies don't pay tax liabilities because they actually owe them. This is strange, but I'm going to say it again. Companies don't usually just pay liabilities because they owe them. They pay because sometimes they are unable to prove that they do not owe those liabilities. I take that again. Companies don't just pay liabilities because they in fact owe those liabilities. They pay sometimes because of their inability to justify that they in fact do not owe the liability. And what are you going to use to justify? Your documents, your records. So if you don't have the records, you have put yourself in a very difficult position where you cannot challenge whatever position the tax authorities may take, albeit unfavorable towards your business. You might not have earned the income. The business might actually not have gone in that manner, but we are talking about a couple of years. You might have moved offices. You know how these things are. You might have changed location from one place to the other. The business started in your living room. At some point, you moved to a friend's place. It was a one store. At some point, you graduated and rented a place. Now you now have your own building. That's when they are coming. And they are asking you for that very first receipt of the very first contract that your father-in-law's friend gave you. You know how it can be difficult for you to bring your great-grandmother's head, the woman that died many, many years ago. And that's what you need to prove that you do not owe a tax liability. So in closing, my remark would be, don't make that mistake because audit would happen. It's a matter of when and not a matter of if. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, Adeyemi. Thank you for the closing remark. Audit would eventually happen. It's not a matter of when, but, it will eventually happen. So I would like Taiwo to also answer this last question. What are some red flags to avoid during tax filing? That would be your wrap-up question for the day.
Well, thank you very much. Just as Adrian have said, your record has to be intact. Also, you should be able to tell your story. Tell your story in the sense that you should be able to take the revenue down the line of how those transactions has happened. Because in fact, I had an experience just like yesterday, and I noticed that the revenue was trying to infer or put words into my mouth, and I had to tell them that no, that is not the way the transaction went. So what am I trying to say? You have to have, as a business owner, you have to have detailed understanding of your line of business. You have to be able to tell the revenue how this business actually happened, what happens. I mean, your accounting system, you should be able to put them through. Because if you're unable to do all these things, then, I mean, to be difficult for you to be able to prove to the revenue, when the audit eventually happens. Then another thing you should also be mindful of is, what's it called? Your record, your receipts, your schedule have to be intact, because when these people come, they will request for your audited account, they will request for your tax computation, they will request for your trial balance, they will request for your GLs and source documents. All these things must be well kept, and they must be accessible so that you'll be able to explain yourself when audit comes up. I think everything still has to do with documentation, because without documentation, just like Adrian have said, whatever liability you are paying may not necessarily be because you owe them, but it will be because you don't have proper explanation to convince the revenue on what has happened in the past. So all SMEs have to have it in mind that no matter how challenging or difficult it may be, they cannot be lazy in ensuring that documents are intact. So I think I would like to stop here.
All right, thank you so much, Taiwo, for that closing remark. Thank you for spotlighting the red flags to watch out in tax planning. And of course, this has been a rich and practical conversation. I want to say a very big thank you to our esteemed speakers for breaking down such a complex topic with clarity, from identifying tax saving opportunities to structuring your business the smart way. Today's section has reminded us that tax doesn't have to be scary. It can be strategic if you plan it so well. And to every SME owner listening to us right now, don't wait until the end of the year before you start planning and making documentations about your business. Avoid poor recording, as our esteemed speakers have said, and bear in mind that audits will eventually happen. In Adeyemi's voice, it doesn't matter when it will happen, but it will eventually happen someday. So thank you so much for being here today. Once again, I am FL Adern, and it has been an absolute pleasure moderating this impactful section. Until the next time, let's keep building smart businesses. Thank you, and see you at the next edition of SME Clinic. Have a nice day.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insights into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Musef.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day Television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shred of doubt.
We're currently live here at the Balogun Market in Marina, where apparently some structures were brought down. Join us as we talk to some of these traders and know the reason for these demolishments.
I traveled down to East anyway. I traveled down to my village to see my parents. So unfortunately, I received a call that my space had been demolished. So I was like, what is the problem? What happened that they demolished my shop? They said that there's some, is it government task force or what, that come inside the premises and demolish the place without even a quick notice. How can they demolish someone's place without even a quick notice? Okay, let's assume that my people is not here to help me. I could have started this. They could have destroyed both my goods and my shop. I have stayed here more than 10 years. There is no issue here. We don't have the only issue that we have here is that once Loma come, they will give us information that maybe they are coming on so day to collect money for Loma. We'll contribute money for Loma and pay them. I call most of my colleagues here. They said they have met His Excellency Mr. Somolu. Then he now came down here, but they didn't really get things from him because he was driving. When they meet him in this secretariat, as in this government house. He drove down back. Then I don't think they meet him because they just say that he visited here. They now go back to where the fire incident occur. So they before they come back here, he left already. So they didn't really get actual strong word from him. But you can see now they are fencing all this place.
Yes.
It take a lot of time. Once this place closed, I don't think we still have stand here again. So what they want us to do, is it not street? They are sending us to street. This, if somebody that couldn't be able to hold himself, they can do otherwise. So they should. We are pleading. They should try and know what to do for us, please. At least we paid. We pay. Well, nobody that's staying here that is not paying. Actually, it's a car park, but there's a lot of shops they created here. Then we pay a very good sum of money, and some of us just paid. Some paid in November, some paid this December that just ended. So they should come to our rescue, please.
On the 31st of December 2025, the Lagos State Building and Control Agency came and they started demolishing our shop. They did not give us any notice. They did not present any order for the demolition. They just said it's order from above. That is what they told us. They give us, it was maybe hours, and not that they even give us hours, as they are destroying it from one end. So we are packing. Everybody was packing their goods. We went to the State House at Marina on I think that was Friday. That Friday should be on the 2nd of January 2026. We went there for peaceful protest, and luckily for us, we saw the governor on his way going out, and he stopped and attended to us, and he asked that what is the issue. We explained to him, and the governor assured us that we should be going. He's going to come down here. So I think as he was coming, he came here direct that day. So before we could come from the State House, the governor is already here. We did not know what the governor discussed with the LAPSCA agency working here on that very day, because before we came back here, the governor have already left. Although we submit our allocation and all our documents to the representative at the State House that we are legal here, we are not illegal. We were moved to here since 1999 when they wanted to build the Afri land at William Street, and they give us allocation. In fact, we just renewed our allocation with the local government. They give us 15 years allocation about 2 months ago. So we submitted the copy of everything to their representative at the State House. But till today, which is on the 8th of January, we have not had any feedback from the governor and from the agency. So as you can see, they have demolished everything. They sell all our container as they are building. They are demolishing it. People that are buying it are here already. So they sell everything. We are not allowed to even take our container that we did by ourselves. They said they cannot release it to us. So since then they have been doing the fence. You can see the fence. These are the fence. They are still working. But as we have no option, because most of us here we are just hustling, so we have no option. We have nowhere to go. That is why we are still inside the sun. We are selling inside the sun. As they are doing the fence, we are still selling to manage ourselves. What we expect from the government is that they should reinstall us here. Let them go through the documents we submit to them. When they go through, they will say everything are genuine. We are taxpayers. We pay dues. We don't violate any rules. So you get, let the government have mercy and pity us. And even till now, as I'm talking to you, they have not given us any reason for the demolition. Till now, there's no reason for the demolition. The chairman of the Nigeria Legion, who is in charge of the car park, came, and he was asking that where is the demolition order that you people bring. They did not provide anything.
We are not notified. They didn't notice us like they are coming, but they are just saying it's from the government, and I didn't even understand it. They just come just like that. We didn't even. Nobody noticed us of anything. They just come one of a sudden and destroy all our containers, and even most of my goods, everything we are damaged. At least now I'm losing a lot. If I should calculate what I'm losing, over 5 million naira. Yes, over 5 million naira. Nobody compensate us. Nobody. Nobody. Nobody compensate us. Please, I'm begging the government. They should look into this. This is Lagos Marina. Beside UB head office. We are facing a lot here. You can see them. Look at our goods here. Look at my market here. Look at it. It was damaged. Even my containers, I cannot even get access to the container myself.
Why were
They
you not
just
able to
come
get
and
access?
demolish everything and just pack everything. So we really lose a lot here. We really lose a lot. So I'm wishing maybe the government can look into this very well.
We are just here and we had information that before we know, they said we should start removing our things, we should pack our load. We were watching and waiting. It was a surprise because they didn't even give us notice. So unfortunately, we start packing our load. From there, they now come and demolish the shop. We pack our goods, but we could not able to take our container away. They asked us to leave the container. So we tried to remove some of our goods. By God's grace, we tried to take some of the goods, yes. Last week, we went to meet our Excellency Sanwo-Olu. So we explained things to him. The night told us that we should go back, that he's coming to come and see the situation. So we are still hoping, believing that everything will be okay by God's grace.
We have seen and we have heard, and from this report, it is apparent that these traders have not gotten feedback from the government, neither do they exactly know what is happening. So we are standing in solidarity with the traders and with the people of this market, the Lagosians, and we want to know the reason for the demolishment. This is Amanda Emosigwe for Business Day Television.
These bandanas make it hurt.
Knock knock, who's there? One who?
1 million with the sack cow.
It's 2026 and I thought to myself, as a professional foodie, what better way to start market pulse than to go into the food market industry? I mean, December just ended, the oblate season just ended, so let's actually find out the prices of items now in January. Come along with us. On this episode of Market Pulse, we decided to make our stop at Idumota Food Market, one of the oldest and one of the largest markets located in the heart of Lagos Island.
I've been in this for over, let me say, lesser than 30 years. And she don't tell, maybe 15 years or 17 years.
A year plus.
I'm past 40 years in this business.
Let's say about 10 years now.
This is Market Pulse. We came for the food industry's pulse and left with 2 full plates.
This very complex that we are in now. I used to cook for someone that was upstairs, but now she and the family, they have relocated to Canada. That is why people that is selling me here allow me to be here, because the caretaker was like, it's not allowed. So they pleaded with the man that I was one that used to cook for them before the owner of the shop closed and they relocate. They should please allow me to stay here. So since then I've been managing. It's not that I cannot cook, I can cook. But the only thing is that some people, they like my food. People like my food. But when they buy to collect the money, that's the problem I'm having. They buy it very well. I say my food. But to collect money, to meet up to the next day, That's a problem. You know, as a business woman, it's not good for me to finish cooking after I sold the food. I cannot see capital. I cannot see gain. So it's affecting me seriously. And as I'm here now selling, because rain is beating me here, sun is beating me. Some of them say they don't compensate me. They don't care. They will after even that during that heavy rainfall. They will know that this rain is beat me. I'll be crossing, putting my leg inside all this dirty water. At the end of the day, they will not pity me. They will not still owe me money. It's people that are from outside that used to come and buy AC here or compressor. They will compensate me that this woman you are trying, it's not easy. Take your money. Sometimes they will give me over, say our auntie or brother. He gave me over money. They say no problem. You can use that one to do something.
This is what my mother is doing for a living. The guinea fowl is not on a stable price due to the constancies of bringing it. It's something coming from north. So when this issue of Boko Haram comes up, all the northerns have been destroyed. So that is how guinea fowl started scarcing. Alhamdulillah, we are thanking God on it. It's going gradually. At least we feed our home from it. Formerly, at least in a day, I do sell like up to 50. But now, we hardly sell 20, 15. They can help us during the fuel issue. If the fuel is down, at least let our own Nigeria currency to be appreciated. Then our business will be pull up.
They sell fish. It's ejakika panla fish. Then they buy fresh one, then they dry them, bring come market, they sell them. Then they bring and come Jora. Then market you. They say na market then cost, then they put money small. Every food then good for indomie, spaghetti, concussion, the ekro, ogbono soup. Then they buy them very well.
Ororo and rice. We sell groundnut oil in December. Some are 6,000, while some are 4,500.
When we are selling on December, it's too expensive. But this now, it never come down. We still dey manage am small. Make government help us. Any power we can take first. Because of our meat, it's too much expensive. I know people know they buy as we dey buy. From people come to buy everywhere with our customer side, somewhere dem come. But when we are enter January now, dry season is coming. Never see anybody to come. But we take am small. There is no time of the market meat. But if the market pick up now, meat go pick up, everything go pick up. But the cost me too much.
It's some weeks after the festive season. What does the food market say? Have the prices reduced or do they remain constant? And more importantly, why the increase?
Because of Christmas and New Year celebrations, people may buy some foodstuffs to their house, and some are giving out goods to people to celebrate Christmas in their house. That is why we have to add money.
To answer your heart's desires, follow us on this journey as we keep you updated on the current prices of some of the perishable items.
The time of this December, it costs, but now it don't come down. 16,000 for basket, but now it don't come down. Like 12,000, 14. Basket of pepper now, small one, 3, 4, 5.
Towards December was 12,000. As of now, we give 12, 11. By then was 9,000, 10,000.
Then they buy 49, 48, 50,000. Now the money when they buy them now 50,000, 52,000, 54. December 48, 47. Now so then they sell them. 2 years ago, they buy them 30,000, 32,000. 2 years ago, but now they buy them 48, 50, and they sell them 2,500, 2,000, 1,500, 1,000.
During December, we sell rice of 80,000 per bag, 75, 76. During December, one semo per one is 16. Now we still 16, but let's say maybe next week the price is going to reduce. When we're doing Christmas, sell sugar per bag 16,000. But now the price have come down 15,500. Spaghetti during December per bag is 19,500, but now it's already 19,000. The kingdom is still the same price, 9,500. It does not reduce. Macaroni per carton 19,500 also, but now it has reduced to 19.
We are selling it before like 50. We dey buy one big of cow shaki. We dey buy am 35, 45 before. Nowadays we dey buy one of cow 90,000, 120, 100. As we dey sell before, we no sell am like that before again, because we dey take as before we dey sell this one 2,015 naira, but now we are selling it 3,000, 5,000, 4,000. That's why the price wey we buy, we see our market, the money from there. If one buy each of this one is 3,000 now. Small meat now we buy am 5,000, 3,000. Small meat. Full cow now she don be 800,000, 8 million pass 1 million we dey sell cow. As Tinubu dey enter, it's too much. Too cost too much. Too much. Before we are buying cow of meat 700, 500 for cow, and we are still selling it better. But now it's too much. No be small money we dey take buy cow.
I started this business with 25,000. I will not tell her it has been helping me, because it's from here my children feed. It's from here I also feed. It's from here we buy washing soap, buying water, because the compound I live, they don't have water. They are buy water every 2 days from the mala. So I know how much I spend in a month. From here now, I avoid at least wears for my children in underwear. I use it to buy the pad for my daughter. If they need bedroom slippers, I solve it. They need soap for washing clothes, bathing, I use it to solve them. Prepared when it's reached my turn to recharge, because me and one person is sharing, I use it to solve the problem. Now everything is very, very expensive. Even why I'm still selling now, because I don't have shop. I didn't be a have shop. A plate of food now be some are selling because of the environment to 2.5. But all the people that live in this Victoria land, when some of them, when they come, I used to tell me that this place is cheap, but over there is 5,000. So my neighbor used to tell them that if I should place it 5,000, who is going to buy? Even some people themselves, they cannot avoid the 1,000. Sometimes the woman will sell the food so that will not carry it to go home. At the end of the day, she will not even collect the money. Let's say if someone that want to start this business now, let's say the person can hold 100,000 naira. Because if you should go to market now, carry this backo bag, you tell somebody it's 100,000 market, they will not believe you. Because meat, everything they're very, very expensive. And now we are filling gas now. Some are filling 2,000 per kg, some are filling 1,008. Before it was like 350, something like that, or 500. But now it's a rent of 2,018. So from there now, that's why even I'm even adding something. Like if they say, okay, they cannot buy 1, 2. Okay, I will say, okay, come. I know how to measure it. I will say for them for 1,000. But if those business people that used to come and say 1,500, they don't mind. They'll buy it. Even leave the change for me. That is it. And the environment matters a lot. It's not a matter of you're having shop. If you rent shop, are they coming to buy that food? How are you going to be able to pay the shop rent? That is what matters. Even I thank God for my own, because at the end of the day, I say finish. Despite that, I don't see the cash immediately. But some people that have the shop, they used to tell me that when they could finish, they will now frozen it for the following day so they can warm it. At the end of the day, they'll be looking for money to pay for shop rent. I don't buy that kind of idea.
In a shocking twist, some sellers are not affected by the economy.
No, but it's affecting some people, but me, it's not affecting me.
Who would imagine? The reduction in prices is not so noticeable, but according to reports, there will be a gradual reduction. The food market industry is definitely one of the hotspots to observe, with fluctuating prices and seemingly promising reduction.
My darling sister, you not reduce anything. Okay, if you reduce, what about gas? Okay, let's say garri now have reduced small. But what about meat in the market? What about fish? What about crayfish? Palm oil? It's only garri that I can know that they have removed something, but not too much. But to go for meat, those ones that are very, very high. They are expensive. Fish is not go area. I'm telling you, those that doing cooking business, fish are very, very expensive. Because if someone like me should start cooking fish in this environment, they will not buy it because they cannot avoid the money. Where it will be easy for those that have a shop, all these big shop, they have no their name. But if you talk of all this local place, they cannot be able to avoid it. Because I could remember one day, this boy he said he came from Ibadan or something like that. He was like, he's waiting for me to come and save food for me. I said, okay, I'm coming. The finance, he was like, I want to buy about 200 naira. I said, sorry, is it with soup? I said, no, you cannot get it like that. You know, that kind of a thing. I used to do this adjunct, at least every day 500 naira. But by the time it will close to the month for me to collect it, it may happen, my phone will ring. My neighbor will be like, it's your turn to recharge your prepaid though. You know that I have no choice. I will divide it, recharge, prepaid. Other things will come up. Because sometimes it's not all the time my children will be eating swallow because I'm selling swallow. They will tell me that, mommy, we are not eating swallow today. Let us switch to something else. I have no choice. I will give it to them. They will buy it. And you notice are very, very high this time around. Like if you children want to have breakfast, two of them at least 3,500 or 3,000 just to manage it all. But if they want to eat to their satisfaction, 5,000 will be spent. But I don't allow them to eat like that because I know how I'm getting the income. When somebody have responsibility, I don't mean the responsibility of house rent or school fees. But when you have children that you are feeding, you know that you are spending. If you have children, like they say, I want to barb my hair, I want to make my hair, I want to buy slippers. You cannot count it. And they cannot be recording it so that you now affect the brain. Do you understand? They will go to church, from here transportation, offering money, from here tithes, offering money. You know that kind of a thing. If you start joining this thing down, my dear, someone will be having mental problem, but that will not be my portion.
And that is it on this episode of Market Pulse, where we explore the food industry. I am Amanda Emosigbe for Business Day Television. And remember, I went to the depths to get you prices from the food industry.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insights into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day Television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insights into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
This is the Business Day TV News Update, reaching you live from our studio here in Lagos, Nigeria. Coming up, Finance Minister Edwin signals rate cut as inflation cools, easing strained finances. NGX has missed 3.15 million shares for rising Nigerian Immigration Service updates passport structure. Power and energy set for 500 million. Thank you for joining us this afternoon on the Business Day TV News Update. My name is Elizabeth Musa. Nigeria's Finance Minister Wale Edun has revealed that interest rate cuts could come soon if inflation continues to ease, a move that would reduce debt costs and support Nigeria's strained public finances. In an interview on the sidelines of Abu Dhabi's Sustainability Week, Edun praised the central bank for progress after aggressive tightening since 2022, as the Central Bank of Nigeria's doubled rates before cutting 50 basis points in September to 27%, following a fall from late 2024 inflation highs. In Nigeria's proposed 2026 budget, over 40 billion naira of the 58 trillion naira spending plan goes to interest payments, with revenues hitting about 34 trillion naira, leaving a 24 trillion naira deficit, which is roughly 4.3% of GDP. Edun says lower inflation would free revenue while borrowing stays market-driven as the government pushes reforms, automated MDA payment, privatization, NNPC divestment, and higher oil output. The Nigerian Exchange in Lagos has admitted an additional 3.156 billion ordinary shares of United Bank for Africa following the bank's right issue in a listing letter dated January 12, 2026. The new shares, priced at 50 naira each, were reportedly offered 1 for 13 and raised 178.3 billion naira, pushing UBA's capital beyond the 500 billion naira minimum for Tier 1 banks, leading its total shares to now stand at 44.19 billion. The offer attracted applications for over 4.13 billion shares. I beg your pardon, with bids for 3.56 billion, and combining that with November 2024's 239 billion naira raise, capital now exceed requirement. UBA posted 537.5 billion naira profit in the 9 months to September 2025, as the shares were up 8.52% month to date, rose to 45.20 naira on January 7, 2026. Moving on, Nigeria's Immigration Service has announced that it has rolled out an enhanced passport tracking system nationwide following weeks of public complaint over passport delays. The new tracker adds a status giving applicants clearer information on whether passports are awaiting pickup or courier delivery, as NIS says hundreds of passports had already been produced but left uncollected fueling complaints. This comes after criticism surged on social media, led by journalist Fisayo Shoyombo, who said he waited over 6 months after paying and capturing biometrics in July 2025, while NIS later confirmed his passport was ready and blamed some delays on technical issues. Other applicants also alleged bribery and sabotage, which NIS denies, stating that the service only raised passport fees in September 2025, doubling costs for both 5 and 10 years. We'll take a quick break and be right back for more. Do stay with us.
Meet Monica, your all-in-one financial solution. Convert crypto to Naira at juicy rates anytime, anywhere. Enjoy fast withdrawals straight to your bank. Buy airtime, data, and pay bills in seconds. No stress, no delays, just seamless transactions. Monica, the smarter way to move your money. Download now.
Okay now, dependable insurance. After God, you are the next insurer. See as the boys the Allah, all the ladies the Allah. Insure your car protection from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. Will you beat them? Ah yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste your money, you waste energy. With AXA, you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
At Stanbic IBTC, we are here to help you grow with financing that helps you expand, expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard, because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
True strength. What defines it? The brilliance of a player? Or when a team comes together to win? A solo beat? Or the rhythm of many? The flair of one dancer? Or the art of a troupe? One distinct voice, or the beauty of the symphony. At FCMB Group, we build ecosystems, empower communities, and create the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the group that delivers the future we all desire. FCMB, the power of the group.
You're still watching the Business Day TV news update. MAM Energy and minority shareholders of Gerugu Power in Nigeria are set to receive a major share of the federal government's 500 billion naira power sector repayment as part of a wider 4 trillion naira debt clearance program. By September 2025, Gerugu reported 170 billion naira in receivables after impairment, with gross figure nearing 500 billion naira as obligations rose from 400 billion naira in March 2025 to almost 500 billion naira by December. The government is also issuing 4 trillion naira in bonds through NBET, with phase 1 raising 1.23 trillion naira, including 300 billion naira cash and 290 billion naira tradable bond for Gencos, boosting liquidity without immediate budget pressure. MAM Energy, which acquired 77% in December 2025 after Femi Otedola's $750 million exit, stands to gain the most because the deal is largely bank financed and led by Zenith, which strengthens Gerugu's earnings, dividends, and share value. Away from that story, Nigeria's crude oil production edged lower to 1,422 million barrels per day in December 2025 from 1.436 million barrels per day in November. According to reports, now Africa's largest oil producer has now fallen short of its OPEC assigned production quota for the fifth consecutive month, highlighting persistent operational and structural challenges in the upstream sector despite ongoing reforms. The OPEC figures indicated that Nigeria's last met its production target in July 2025, with output remaining below quota from August through December. Quarterly data point to a steady decline during the year, with Nigeria recording 1.468 million barrels per day in the first quarter of 2025 and 1.481 million barrels per day in the second quarter and 1.444 million barrels per day in the third quarter and 1.42 million barrels per day in the last quarter of the year. The trend highlighted continued constraint on Nigeria's crude production capacity, including infrastructure bottlenecks, security concerns, and operational inefficiencies. And still on the budget, the Office of the Federation Budget has dismissed claims that the NEDC runs a 246 billion naira salaries budget, saying the assertion is misleading and stems from a misunderstanding of Nigeria's federal budgeting process. This clarification was provided in a statement issued on Thursday by the Director General of the Budget Office, Tanimu Yakubu, in response to public commentary surrounding figures in the 2025 federal budget. According to the Budget Office, the 246.77 billion naira allocation linked to the NEDC is a statutory lump sum provision presented at an aggregate level and not an exclusive personnel cost as alleged. Yakubu explained that the figure attributed to the NEDC in the budget reflects standard budget presentation practices under the medium-term expenditure framework for statutory and quasi-statutory agencies. To end the local news, the Securities and Exchange Commission has formally engaged the Nigeria Police Force in a coordinated national push to combat Ponzi schemes, illegal investment, operations, and cryptocurrency-related frauds. The alliance was unveiled in Abuja on Wednesday during a strategic meeting between SEC Director General Emomotimi Agama and the Inspector General of Police, Kayode Egbetokun. This marks a significant escalation in the regulator's enforcement strategy against investment scams operating outside the formal capital market that continue to erode public confidence in Nigeria's financial system. Agama noted that SEC, as the statutory watchdog of Nigeria's capital market, requires a complementary role of the police for criminal enforcement against fraudsters exploiting the gap between regulatory identification and prosecution. Coming up, Kenya strikes a preliminary trade deal with China, the ministry says. Listen more after this break.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insights into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
Kenya's Trade Ministry says it has struck a preliminary trade agreement with China allowing 98.2% of its export goods duty-free market access, adding the two sides had been holding discussions in search of a full bilateral trade deal. The East African nation has been repeatedly forging closer ties with China, with President William Ruto making a state visit to Beijing last year, where a number of financing and cooperation agreements were signed. Ruto has defended the rapprochement with China against criticism from some U.S. officials, saying Kenya has to export more goods to the Asian economy to close the trade gap heavily tilted in Beijing's favor. And also, British American Tobacco South Africa will close its only local manufacturing facility and end domestic production by the end of 2026 due to the devastating impact of the fast-growing illicit cigarette market. The maker of Doniel and Peter Stewart's Western cigarettes revealed in a statement that the plant's closure threatens approximately 230 jobs. Located in Heidelberg in the Gauteng province, the facility currently operates at just 35% of total capacity due to severe volume losses directly attributable to the exponential growth of the illicit tobacco trade in South Africa. The head of corporate and regulatory affairs at BAT Sub-Saharan Africa, Johnny Moloto, says with approximately 75% of the South African cigarette market now estimated to be illicit, continued local manufacturing has become unviable. And on the foreign scene, the United States says it will suspend processing of immigrant visas for applicants from 75 countries effective January 21st, 2026. The move affects people seeking permanent residence, not visitors or short-term visas. The suspension covers nations in Latin America, the Caribbean, Balkans, and parts of South Asia, Africa, and the Middle East. Dual nationals using a passport from an unaffected country are exempt. The State Department says applications may still be submitted, but no visas will be issued while the pause is in effect. Officials say the measure aims to prevent entry of migrants likely to rely on public benefit. The policy comes amid wider immigration restrictions, including past travel bans, record deportations, and tightened refugee admissions. The net flow of immigrants to the U.S. turned negative in 2025 for the first time in 50 years. Still on the foreign scene, Elon Musk XAI in the U.S. on Wednesday says it has imposed global restrictions on its Grok chatbot after regulators raised concerns over harmful image output. XAI says Grok will no longer allow editing images of real people into revealing clothing. The limits apply to all users, including paid subscribers, and include location-based blogs where such content is illegal. The change follows criticism after manipulated images spread on X this month as California's Governor Gavin Newsom and Attorney General Rob Bonta on Wednesday demanded answers, calling for an investigation, while lawmakers urged Apple and Google to drop Grok and Indonesia temporarily blocked access. Musk, who owns XAI and X, earlier said he was unaware of illegal content, while XAI has not detailed affected jurisdictions and declined further comment. I bring you the sport news after this break. Do stay with us.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Egypt coach Hossam Hassan has launched an attack on the Confederation of African Football, accusing the organizers of unfair treatment following a side semi-final defeat to Senegal at the 2025 Africa Cup of Nations. The Pharaohs were eliminated after a late strike from Sadio Mane condemned Mohamed Salah's side to a 1-0 loss, a result that sparked furious reactions from the Egyptian camp. Hassan raised 7 fingers on the pitch after the final whistle, a reference to Egypt's record 7 AFCON titles, as Egyptian players confronted match officials in the center circle with suggestions that the referees had been financially influenced. The coach claimed his team were disadvantaged by the tournament's fixture scheduling, pointing to the heavy travel and shorter recovery time compared to their opponent. To end the news, Scott Robertson has been sacked as head coach of New Zealand after 2 years in charge. Robertson, 51, replaced Ian Foster after the World Cup in 2023, leading the All Blacks to 10 wins out of 13 tests in the 2025 season. The former Canterbury Crusaders coach came under pressure following an away defeat by Argentina and a record 43-10 loss to South Africa in the Rugby Championship in Wellington. There have also been reports of tension between senior players and All Black staff, and the dismissal follows an internal review. Well, this is where we wrap up the Business Day TV news update this afternoon. I am Elizabeth Musa. Many thanks for watching.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money. We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day Television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So
But as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So, the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. I mean, by eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and, start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for smarter navigation, for customizable alerts, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, Business Day Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
We're currently live here at the Balogun market in Marina, where apparently some structures were brought down. Join us as we talk to some of these traders and know the reason for these demolishments.
I traveled down to East anyway. I traveled down to my village to see my parents. So unfortunately, I received a call that my space had been demolished. So I was like, what is the problem? What happened that they demolished my shop? They said that there's some government task force or what that come inside the premises and demolish the place without even a quick notice. How can they demolish someone's place without even a quick notice? Okay, let's assume that my people is not here to help me. I could have started this. They could have destroyed both my goods and my shop. I have stayed here more than 10 years. There is no issue here. We don't have the only issue that we have here is that once Loma come, they will give us information that maybe they are coming on so day to collect money for Loma. We'll contribute money for Loma and pay them. I call most of my colleagues here. They said they have met His Excellency Mr. Somolu. Then he now came down here, but they didn't really get things from him because he was driving. When they meet him in this secretariat, as in this government house, he drove down back. Then I don't think they meet him because they just say that he visited here. They now go back to where the fire incident occurred. So before they come back here, he left already. Oh. So they didn't really get actual strong word from him. But you can see now they are fencing all this place.
Yes. Like
It take a lot of time. Once this place closed, I don't think we still have stand here again. So what they want us to do, is it not street? They are sending us to street. This, if somebody that couldn't be able to hold himself, they can do otherwise. So they should. We are pleading. They should try and know what to do for us, please. At least we paid. We pay. Well, nobody that's staying here that is not paying. Actually, it's a car park, but there's a very lot of shops they created here. Then we pay a very good sum of money, and some of us just paid. Some paid on November, some paid this December that just ended. So they should come to our rescue, please.
On the 31st of December 2025, the Lagos State Building and Control Agency came and they started demolishing our shop. They did not give us any notice. They did not present any order for the demolition. They just said it's order from above. That is what they told us. They give us, it was maybe hours, and not that they even give us hours, that they are destroying it from one end. So we are packing. Everybody was packing their goods. We went to the State House at Marina on I think that was Friday. That Friday should be on the 2nd of January 2026. We went there for peaceful protest, and luckily for us, we saw the governor on his way going out, and he stopped and attended to us, and he asked that what is the issue. We explained to him, and the governor assured us that we should be going. He's going to come down here. So I think as he was coming, he came here direct that day. So before we could come from the State House, the governor is already here. We did not know what the governor discussed with the LAPSCA agency working here on that very day, because before we came back here, the governor have already left. Although we submit our allocation and all our documents to the representative at the State House that we are legal here, we are not illegal. We were moved to here since 1999 when they wanted to build the halfway land at William Street, and they give us allocation. In fact, we just renewed our allocation with the local government. They give us 15 years allocation about 2 months ago. So we submitted the copy of everything to their representative at the State House. But till today, which is on the 8th of January, we have not had any feedback from the governor and from the agency. So as you can see, they have demolished everything. They sell all our container as they are building. They are demolishing it. People that are buying it are here already. So they sell everything. We are not allowed to even take our container that we did by ourselves. They said they cannot release it to us. So since then they have been doing the fence. You can see the fence. These are the fence. They are still working. But as we have no option, because most of us here we are just hustling, so we have no option. We have nowhere to go. That is why we are still inside the sun. We are selling inside the sun. As they are doing the fence, we are still selling to manage ourselves. What we expect from the government is that they should reinstall us here. Let them go through the documents we submit to them. When they go through, they will see everything are genuine. We are taxpayers. We pay dues. We don't violate any rules. So you get, let the government have mercy and pity us. And even till now, as I'm talking to you, they have not given us any reason for the demolition. Till now, there's no reason for the demolition. The chairman of the Nigeria Legion, who is in charge of the car park, came, and he was asking that where is the demolition order that you people bring? They did not provide anything.
We are not notified. They didn't notice us like they are coming, but they are just saying it's from the government. And I didn't even understand it. They just come just like that. Nobody noticed us of anything. They just come one of a sudden and destroy all our containers. And even most of my goods, everything, we are damaged. At least now I'm losing a lot. If I should calculate what I'm losing, over 5 million naira. Yes, over 5 million naira. Nobody compensates us. Nobody compensates us. Please, I'm begging the government, they should look into this. This is Lagos Marina, beside UBA head office. We are facing a lot here. You can see them. Look at our goods here. Look at my market here. Look at it. It was damaged. Even my containers, I cannot even get access to the container myself. They just come and demolish everything and just pack everything. So we really lose a lot here. So I'm wishing maybe the government can look into this very well.
We are just here and we had information that before we know, they said we should start removing our things, we should pack our load. We were watching and waiting. It was a surprise because they didn't even give us notice. So unfortunately, we start packing our load. From there, they now come and demolish the shop. We pack our goods, but we could not able to take our container away. They asked us to leave the container. So we tried to remove some of our goods. By God's grace, we tried to take some of the goods, yes. Last week, we went to miss our Excellency Sanwo-Olu. So we explained things to him. And I told her that we should go back, that he's coming to come and see the situation. So we are still hoping, believing that everything will be okay by God's grace.
We have seen and we have heard, and from this report, it is apparent that these traders have not gotten feedback from the government. Neither do they exactly know what is happening. So we are standing in solidarity with the traders and with the people of this market, the Lagosians, and we want to know the reason for the demolishment. This is Amanda Emosigwe for Business Day Television.
It was a fire incident. Fifth floor got fire around after 4 on the 24th of December 2025. So, but the marketers, the community itself, we tried all we could, but it's escalated to the other floors. So, the moment we are still trying to know the cause of the fire, we don't know the cause. About 8 people has been rescued. On the same day, some were rescued. One woman, Iyanu, died on the spot. But one of our brother was rescued. 3 other guys, and after 3 other people were rescued as well. We can't ascertain the number of people that were trapped in there, but people are still there. That's what we know. But some people have been rescued. About 4 or 5 people were rescued, in which one of the community members and the marketers were rescued. So Iyanu died on the spot. The first death that we recovered was Iyanu. So that was what people tried all they could. But what last time I was telling us is the building is not safe for anybody to go in there. So it's hard for them to rescue to even take out the corpse in there, because we know some people were dead. They were dead already. The next step the government can do now is to bring down the building. That's what they can do to help us now. The government said it is coming down. We know it's coming down, but they should make it fast, because look at what is going on now. Nobody can operate their businesses. So that nobody can operate their business. So they should please do it faster.
Due to the fire outbreak, they told us that they need some extensions to be removed, so as whenever the building is going to collapse, it's not going to affect plazas. But sincerely, it started on Sunday. We didn't get the memo on time. So it was on Sunday we saw the videos being posted in the group. So a lot of us started coming. Monday they started demolishing shops behind, like at the back of my plazas. And so on the 24th we came to pack our things.
welcome to Beyond the Headlines. Today, Thursday, the 15th day of January 2026. Now it's time for us to unveil, matters arising on our Business Day newspaper, talking about striking headlines for today. Today, I want to talk about reforms of fuel 4.4 trillion naira insurance market as enforcement boosts confidence. And this headline story is by our highly esteemed Mr. Modestus here in the studio with us this afternoon. You're welcome, Mr. Modestus.
Thank you very much.
So good to have you. I don't know why people from the print, you guys are always camera shy, because you have so many strong words to say, off the camera. But then I have you here on the hot seat to talk to us about this very wonderful report you have here on the Business Day newspaper headlines, talking about reforms of fuel 4.4 trillion naira insurance market as enforcement boosts confidence. So what are those very, very important information you need to give us about this story?
Well, thank you very much. If you recall, about late last year, the federal government, the presidency, signed into law the Nigerian Insurance Industry Reform Act 2025. Okay. And that being the first, of the act that has come for more than 20 years, became a very important step towards moving the insurance industry forward.
Okay.
And since then, what we have seen coincided somehow with the 1 year appointment of a new commissioner of insurance in the person of Olusegun Omoshe.
All right.
When this law came, it was a very big one for the insurance industry because it has been long expected.
Okay.
And some of the key provisions of the law are such that will give the regulator the power to be able to enforce certain sections, of the insurance law that was never possible some years back. One is the ongoing recapitalization. Another one is about the power to, regulate the operators to ensure that claims are paid, which is a key factor in driving consumer appetite and the confidence in the insurance industry. What we have seen today really is that, in fact, as soon as that law came in place, the commissioner went around the insurance industry and asked them to make sure that all outstanding claims are paid.
Okay.
That is to say, if there are claims that we are standing that was giving the insurance industry a bad image, players who are owing these claims, the underwriting companies needed to pay these claims by getting across to the public through major publications that if you were owing claims, please come for your money. And that was a very big confidence boost. People came to, make claims, and I can tell you some results, were achieved. So what we have today is an effort to expand the market.
Okay.
Through the NIRA 2025, NICOM and the regulator and the other arms of the industry are moving to have discussion with arms of the government that we are not taking insurance seriously. Today, the budget is looking good in terms of insurance provision, which we hope, if implemented, will give a boost to the insurance industry. So we're expecting a large chunk of money in billions from the arms of the different arms of government in terms of insurance in 2026.
All right. Having said that, you're actually, giving us a whole lot of information. The insurance market is not such that people are really well oriented about, right? A lot of people do not understand intricacies. They do not know why they need insurance. You see the likes of Anchor Insurance, ICO, and some others. A lot of them out there, they're doing very well because a lot of people have come to the realization that they need to take advantage, of this sector. sector. So how can you, or what do you think, or how can you advise the government to actually, put it out there in the minds of citizens to give them good orientation about insurance? We all know the importance of insurance in Nigeria, but a lot of Nigerians are not so schooled on this very important sector.
Yes, insurance as it were in Nigeria today is largely corporate. The corporates understand the benefits of insurance, and they are the ones that are paying premium as at when due and ensuring that they protect the assets. Big companies, banks, they take insurance very seriously. But coming to individuals, there is need for that awareness, which is for people to realize the benefit of taking insurance. Until the accident occurs, until you fall sick, until anything happens to your property, you won't know the value of insurance. So people must begin to appreciate insurance and use it as part of their personal planning, personal financial planning. Yes, you buy stocks, you buy other forms of financial services. People should begin to take insurance. It's still the best form of risk management that ensures you are brought back to the position you were before an incident. And particularly for those who have families, taking insurance is the way to go. Because at the end of the day, whatever happens, your children can continue the education, they can continue to pay the bills if there's a mortgage, and they can also continue their life afterwards. Nobody knows tomorrow.
All right. We've been talking to Mr. Modestus, yes, that he's an insurance expert on Business Day newspaper that has been telling us about the reform for 4.4 trillion insurance market as enforcement actually boosts confidence. I want to thank you so much, Mr. Modestus, for giving us so much insight on this particular headline. Thank you for joining Beyond the Headlines today.
Thank you very much.
Time.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Beyond the Headlines, we'll be right back after this break to take our second headline story. Don't go anywhere.
We're currently live here at the Balogun Market in Marina, where apparently some structures were brought down. Join us as we talk to some of these traders and know the reason for these demolishments.
I traveled down to East anyway. I traveled down to my village to see my parents. So unfortunately, I received a call that my space had been demolished. So I was like, what is the problem? What happened that they demolished my shop? They said that there's some government task force or what that come inside the premises and demolish the place without even a quick notice. How can they demolish someone's place without even a quick notice? Okay, let's assume that my people is not here to help me. I could have started this. They could have destroyed both my goods and my shop. I have stayed here more than 10 years. There is no issue here. We don't have the only issue that we have here is that once Loma come, they will give us information that maybe they are coming on so day to collect money for Loma. We'll contribute money for Loma and pay them. I call most of my colleagues here. They said they have met His Excellency Mr. Somolu. Then he now came down here, but they didn't really get things from him because he was driving. When they meet him in this secretariat, as in this government house, he drove down back. Then I don't.
Welcome back to Behind the Headlines. Now, this is the second segment where we want to talk about the second headlines making around on our Business Day newspaper today, the 15th day of January 2026. And right now, I want to talk about the high interest rates push firms to choose equity
over debt. And right here in the studio with us is David Olujimi. Yeah.
David Olujimi.
Definitely. You're welcome.
Thank
so
you
good
so
to have
much.
you. You look so good.
It's good to be sitting on this side of
It's been a while. So very quickly, can you just give us a little analysis on this very, very interesting headline story?
So basically, what happened is that from 2023, we began to have a spate of inflation that was surging through the roof. And one of the ways the monetary policy authorities, that's the CBN in this case, how they correct inflation is that they surge, they increase monetary policy rates, the benchmark rate. So basically it affects commercial lending rates. Okay. From the time of Wale Edun coming into the seat of the CBN governor, he spiked MPR to 27.5%. We began to see commercial lending rates go up to 32%, sometimes 36%. 36% per annum is prohibitive for corporates, for companies, for manufacturers, for people running business. And in business, there are two ways you can raise capital. You either raise it through debt or through equity. So over the time in Nigeria, we basically see everybody goes to the bank, they go to the lenders to borrow money when they need to expand, when they need to do stuff. They go to it's customary for us. But over the past 2 years, began to track it, and I tracked it that over 1.7 trillion had been raised by people turning their backs on debts and rather going through equity. Normally, corporate organizations, manufacturers, they don't like to give out pieces of their companies. What you would do when you raise equity is that you're basically selling off stakes in your company to outsiders. So they began to go through the route of going to raise money through public offers or rights issues, having existing shareholders have to increase their piece or their share in the company. Two companies who led the race were the brewers, the international breweries and Nigerian breweries. The two of them collectively raised 1.06 trillion naira. How they did it is to offset their debts. Normally, people raise equity to either offset debt or to expand capacity. So for the two of them, they did that to offset the debts that they owed to their parent companies. For Nigerian breweries, the parent company is Heineken, and for international breweries, the parent company is AB InBev. So what we basically have seen is that was in 2024. We saw those two start. Then in 2025, we saw about 13 companies shoulder on with raising a lot of money through equities. Another thing that I would also credit to this rise is banks. When the CBN announced that banks have to recapitalize, they had to go back. The banks had to go back to the markets. They had to go back to the stock markets and raise money through public offers or rights issues. And I think for some of these companies, they saw the ease with which they could raise capital. And they began to look in that direction. So for example, Champion Breweries is buying Bullet, the Bullet energy drink. They are buying the brand from a UK-based company. And instead of going to a bank to go and negotiate for a 50 billion naira loan, they are going to the markets to raise 58 billion. No interest rate, no interest on it. Just a non-pressuring finance. So it's a kind of financing solution that allows you to actually focus on the business rather than focus on having to pay interest and pay back loans. The same thing with Presco. Presco just raised 237 billion.
Wow.
When you put it in dollar terms, that's $163 million. That's arguably the highest raise by an agri business in Africa. And what they're using it to do, they're using it to buy a business in Ghana. To go and negotiate $160 million with a lender would have been a whole different ball game. Would have been a situation that would have put them on their toes. But just beyond those two, there are many others that we can mention, but for the lack of time.
Oh, of course. Yeah, because of time, I want to thank David Olujimi for coming in here to give us a good analysis on this headline story. High interest rates push firms to choose equity over debt. I'm sure Olujimi has been able to expatiate and expand why equity is more important, than the other way around. Thank you so much, David Olujimi. We're sure that I was so sure that I was still going to ask you about the banks that have succeeded in the recapitalization process, but because of time, I will leave that for another time. Thank you so much for joining us today. Now, you just watched Behind the Headlines, where we talk about striking headline stories from our Business Day newspaper. Thank you so much for watching, and join us same time tomorrow for yet another very, very interesting episode of Behind the Headlines. Thank you for watching. I am Destiny Momo. Good afternoon.